Good afternoon, everyone. The Sacramento City Council will come to order. Would the clerk please call the roll to establish quorum?
Thank you. Councilmember Ashby? Here. Councilmember Warren?
Here.
Councilmember Harris?
Here.
Councilmember Hanson?
Here, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Chenier?
Here.
Councilmember Guerra?
Here.
Councilmember Jennings?
Here.
Councilmember Carr?
Here.
Thank you, and Mayor Steinberg.
I am here. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. In honor of his 35th birthday, I would like to ask Councilmember Alan Warren to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, thank you for being so kind, Mr. Mayor. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
to the flag
of the United States of
of
America,
the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, justice and liberty for all.
Very good.
I just have to say, Mr. Mayor, I just have to say how wonderful it feels to finally turn 35. I feel like I'm finally growing up.
You know, having had that auspicious birthday myself just a year ago, I can tell you that it's nothing but good things ahead. Happy birthday, Alan.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for doing the public service on your birthday. Very good,
Absolutely.
members. We do have a lengthy agenda, but let me shorten it for you. I'd like to ask without objection that item 55 be pulled from the calendar and set for a later date. This is the citywide vacancies update, and we have more discussion so we can bring forward a concrete proposal here in the weeks ahead. Without objection, 55 will be continued. We do have the consent calendar, and I know members have talked to me and the clerk and the manager about pulling various items. Madam Clerk, can we?
Thank you. We'd like to pull item 3 for a separate vote.
And Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull item 45.
Okay, let's go just a little bit slowly here so I can kind of get all this down. 45, you want to pull that for a separate vote as well? Councilmember Hanson?
Yeah, I want to give the staff some direction and incorporate that into the item. So
Okay, that's fine. We'll take that separately. Any other items?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a comment on number 48.
On 48, I believe
Mayor?
that Councilmember Ashby and Carr wanted to
And
do
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make,
Go ahead, sir. Councilman Carr, sorry.
a comment on 46 when we get to it.
40.
Mayor, I didn't write down
I'd like
any.
to make a comment on item 46 when we get to that.
Yes, we will make clear. And Ms. Ashby?
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't write down the numbers, but I'm sure it's the one that Councilmember Carr just said. I'd like to comment on the use of force. And I'd also like to comment on the janitorial contract, which I think is item 3, which I think has already been pulled.
Exactly.
as well.
Okay. So let me ask Madam Clerk how many callers we have in the queue for the consent calendar.
I have 5 callers for the consent calendar.
So why don't we hear from the public, and then we will go back, vote on the consent calendar, other than the items that members want to discuss separately. We'll take those up, and we'll be on our way here, okay?
Thank you. May I have my first caller on the consent calendar, please? Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor Steinberg and the Sacramento City Council. My name is Alice Walker, and I live in District 5. I'm calling today to express my concerns about the proposed fiscal year 21 budget. The budget invests too much money in the police department. It is racist, it is deadly, and it is murdering our black and brown brothers and sisters in Sacramento. Increased policing makes our communities vulnerable to violence. We would like you to invest in communities, not to police. The budget needs to be amended to completely defund the police department and divert the funds to the community. We don't need the law enforcement. We need housing, healthcare, foods, good jobs, education, free public transit, and resources for small businesses and undocumented people. We need crisis intervention programs with trained professionals who are educated on how to de-escalate different forms of crises. We need members of our communities and neighborhoods to lead these programs. During a pandemic, our communities need access to healthcare, to housing, and to food, not access to racist policing. Community safety is equitable access to housing and healthcare, not access to tear gas. Black, Indigenous, people of color are already more impacted by this health and economic crisis, and increasing funding to police makes them even more vulnerable to violence. Our communities have experienced devastating loss at the hands of the police. We are rejecting this proposal, and I am asking that the budget be adjusted to defund the Sacramento Police Department and to divert that money towards investing in our communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a comment, please?
Yes.
So
Vice
that
Mayor.
comment was on a matter not on the consent agenda. Could the clerk please make sure that people are addressing a specific item or items on the consent agenda and keep items not on the agenda, keep those comments for later in the meeting?
Fair enough, although the use of force policy is on the agenda, item 48, and I get your point. We have four more speakers.
And Vice Mayor, when we screen callers, we will attempt to determine that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Small changes in police policy aren't going to be enough. We've made reforms over the years and nothing has changed. You continue to show your lack of seriousness with regards to matters affecting the community by putting issues on the consent calendar that should have clearly come off. You don't care what we have to say, and you show it by your lack of interest as we speak. I hope you enjoy the COVID distancing requirements because they won't last forever, and once we have in-person meetings again, the chambers are going to be filled every meeting. So by all means, keep up the lack of seriousness. It's clear that you're bought and paid for to ignore your constituents because you need union money to fund a Senate run in 2024. I'm a member of a union and will be talking with union leadership not to fund you, and will push for all state unions to not spend one dime on you, Mayor. Then you can truly be the law and order mayor because you'll only represent the police and no one else. Oh wait, no, you might represent some of the scared white constituents who tend to vote for Trump. Good luck with that. I hope you're proud of the accomplishment of transitioning over to a Republican. You're just another fear-mongering liar like Trump. It was clear from your testimony in front of the Measure U committee that you only used the talking points of community development as a way to get more money, and that you never intended for them to actually do oversight. If you're not a liar, then you wouldn't have to misrepresent what defunding the police means. No one said the police wouldn't be available for violent crimes, but the majority of property crimes they don't even bother with. They're glorified paper pushers with guns and racist biases that work against the community they're supposed to serve. Also, can you tell the cops to stop setting off the fireworks to create a sense of unease and making citizens accustomed to loud bangs so when the police do it, it doesn't stand out? It may have worked if it wasn't being done in every city across America. Stop trying to curb expression of our civil rights. At least get paid more if you're going to sell us down the river and give our millions of tax dollars to those who would kill us for a measly couple $100K. For Darrell and the rest of the city council, stay silent if you agree with qualified immunity and police unions protecting bad cops. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you.
Please proceed. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, this is Nancy Titz. I'm speaking on item 29. Mr. Warren must recuse himself from this item concerning the Del Paso Boulevard Property and Business Improvement District. The PBID exists to provide funding services within the DPP Arden Way business corridor, including advocacy, economic development, and marketing efforts, security patrol, maintenance, and beautification efforts, with the intent of increasing the commercial activity and overall image of the corridor. As one of the largest property owners in the PBID, which includes his new phase development office, which I believe he's zooming in from his office today, which is an impropriety, the benefits of any actions undertaken by the PBID. He benefits from all of these activities the PBID undertakes. Moreover, he is additionally conflicted because he has 2 appointments to the PBID board, one from his district office and one from his New Phase Development Company. Mr. Warren should remove his New Phase employee immediately from the board. Does he serve the people or his private interests? The truism states you cannot serve 2 masters. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney, on this question of recusal, so it's clear.
Yes, Councilmember Warren elected to recuse himself on both items, and so will not be participating.
Well, on 29 specifically, and the marijuana issues.
Yeah, so you is recusing himself from 29 and also the item we will take up during the discussion
Yeah, I sent
calendar.
Mindy a note that
Yeah,
I was recusing from my item 29
okay. And,
to make our unhappy constituent happier.
okay. Thank you for the clarification, Councilmember Warren. We'll make sure the record so reflects when we get to item 29. Go ahead.
Thank you. So for the record, Councilmember Warren will be recusing from item number 29 on the consent calendar.
Correct.
And also from 50 later in the meeting. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thanks so much. My name is Michael Stevenson, and I'm the producing artistic director at Capitol Stage in District 4. First of all, I want to say thank you to the Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy Commission for recommending the City Council approve $5 million of the Federal CARES Act to bolster Sacramento's creative economy. And as you know, theaters all across the country have been shut down since mid-March. When the pandemic hit, we were forced to furlough most of our employees and drastically reduce the hours of those few who remained. Countless designers, actors, technicians, and staff lost jobs and the hope of any employment in the theater for the foreseeable future. Last spring, we went on a production of Viet Gone by Quy Nguyen, an amazing play about Vietnamese immigrants in America during the Vietnam War. And during a talkback after the show, one of our patrons tearfully revealed that he'd been a sniper in Vietnam, and the show had so moved him that it started his recovery from many years of PTSD. And after the talkback, an older Vietnamese woman approached me, took both my heads, and said, "Thank you for putting on this show." Theater builds connections and forges community like no other art form. Nonprofit theaters desperately need your help to survive. Without your help, many arts institutions will simply fail. We urge you to allocate the $5 million of the CARES Act to arts and culture, and we also ask you to approve the full $20 million proposed by the mayor's plan to the arts, culture, and tourism sectors. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Next.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Ronnie, and I'm a resident and property owner here in District 2. I moved here a few years ago, specifically because of the charm that I felt the boulevard had, Del Paso Boulevard. And I just feel like what's been happening since I've moved here is not right. The PBID gets a funding of nearly $500,000 a year, and I don't see any improvements. Some of the things we're supposed to do is increase commercial activity, have security and patrol, improve the overall image of the corridor. But every day when I walk down the street, I'm walking over feces. I'm walking over urine. Every single day someone asks me if I need crystal meth. I do not smoke crystal meth. I don't do drugs. I moved here because I wanted to patronize the many businesses that are on this boulevard. And I feel that something has to be done. The PBID has been in operation for over a decade. In that time, nothing has happened. I want to know what the council will do about changing the construction of the PBID, because whatever it is right now is not working. I don't know if that's the board. I don't know if it's the operations. It's just not working. And I don't know if there's conflict of interest that are making this happen. But I need to know from the council what is going to be done to have actual tangible changes that benefit businesses. That's one question. The second question is going to be, the PBID seems to be favoring certain businesses. I walk down the boulevard almost every day because I'm a I'm a shopper. I'm someone who moved here for that urban lifestyle. And under emails, I only see 3 or 4 businesses featured. So,
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
yes, can I please have answers?
Yes.
Well,
Hey,
this
Mindy,
is an
Mr. Mayor, let me just say that.
No, Councilman Warren, you should not speak on this. You have recused yourself. Please do not.
Oh, that's right.
Please do not. No, this is I think we take your concerns very seriously. We're here to listen. The P-bid is established by law and by a vote of the affected businesses. And I think I would like at least a little bit of time to consider your comments, and let's have the city team get back to you to discuss your concerns even farther.
Well,
Okay? Thank you.
Let me just ask the city attorney though, because I'm not voting on the item, but I do represent the district.
No, because you can influence.
Mr. Warren, with all due respect, you can look out of your window and
Thank you for your call.
and doing drugs.
Next caller, please.
No, Councilman Warren, let me just, for your own protection, really, that you don't want to participate in this discussion to even influence the potential vote or the potential debate. So, no. Go ahead.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Okay. This is Andrew Grosbeck. I'm speaking from SEIU, United Service Workers West. We have our executive board member, Carolina Brocha, on the line. She's going to speak in Spanish, and I will translate for her.
I've had a hard time hearing. I'm sorry.
So the caller said there's a caller and a translator, so they will be making comments and then translating on their behalf.
Okay, so let's make sure that we give a little bit more time so that
Thank you. I will double the time, so there'll be 4 minutes on the clock.
Okay, thank you.
Carolina, ¿ya están listos?
Sí. ¿Ya? Ok, mi nombre es Carolina Rocha. Soy janitor por los últimos 22 años. Trabajo para la compañía de Spencer y Price.
My name is Carolina Rocha. I've been a janitor for the last 22 years. I worked for the companies. I had 2 jobs. One was Spencer Building Maintenance. The other was Pride Industries.
Sí, y también soy parte de la mesa ejecutiva de la unión.
And I'm a member of the union's executive board.
Y solamente quiero darle las gracias a nombre mío y de todo el sindicato y de mis compañeras por su apoyo a algunos de nuestros compañeros.
To thank all of you on my own behalf and on behalf of all the members of USWW for your support and the help you're about to give to many of our coworkers.
Que ahora estarán protegidos y puedan tener los beneficios que se merecen.
That many of them will now be protected and have the benefits that they deserve.
Pero aún quedan algunos que seguirán sin los beneficios que todos tenemos, que la mayoría tenemos. Así que ahora tendremos que seguir con lo que tenemos que hacer hasta que el Lincoln Training Center nos escuche y pueda tener a todos los trabajadores con el respeto y dignidad que todos nos merecemos.
Although we're glad to see that everyone's going to make economic improvements that we all deserve, we're going to need to continue on with Lincoln Training Center until they're willing to respect the workers' rights to organize and the benefits that we've been fighting for.
Ya, eso es todo. Solamente quería dar las gracias.
That's all. I just wanted to thank you.
Thank you very much for calling and weighing in on item 3. Okay, is that the public testimony?
No, thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Elena De Necochea. I'm from Sacramento, California. I am 22 years old and I attend UC Davis. I'm here today to address item number 48. I want to make sure that we are supporting Weber's bill and making sure that the force used on people of Sacramento is not violent and that we ban chokeholds of any form. I also wanted to bring up the fact that we do need to defund Sac PD and redirect the money towards healthcare and education and all these other resources that are extremely important to Sacramento residents. And I urge for that to be taken into account and for people to use their power and their privilege at this table to actually support Sacramento residents who have been protesting peacefully in the streets and being brutalized for that. So thank you for your time. That is all.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, Mayor Steinberg and council members. My name is Regina Brink. I am from District 5. Hi, Jay. Here, if you're there. I think you are. I am calling with actual positive comments, and I'm calling in relation to item 48 on the consent calendar. Thank you for listening, and especially on behalf of the members of our ACB Capital Chapter, local affiliate of the California Council of the Blind. We are impressed and just very glad that you included item, it's a letter H under one of the sections about disabilities and continuing explicit and implicit bias training in that area. But also just in addressing some of the current concerns and really trying to make Sacramento a model for the nation at a time when it's so incredibly needed. And I know there are people that have some criticisms, but I've been at this for a while, as you know, and I'm just very grateful to the council for listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. I have 3 more callers in the queue. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, Mayor, Council. My name is Eddie Franco, a resident of District 4 here in Sacramento. I'm calling in regard to item number 48, the proposed use of force policy. I'm calling to ask that as the council, as mayor and council, as you consider this use of force policy, you consider policies that go further. In looking through, it seems that this is very similar to AB 392 that was passed last year, as well as the 8 can't wait policies that are being circulated currently. These are absolutely good first steps toward more comprehensive reform, but that is what they are. They are first steps. The reality is that many of the proposed changes under the use of force policy on item 48, Sacramento PD rarely actually uses these strategies already. If this reform is not paired with some serious reinvestment into community-based services, particularly mental health services, if it is not paired with a community review board, if it is not paired with serious gestures from the city council to show that they are serious about changing our police in a fundamental way, these reforms are not going to do anything. And you can expect to see us, the moment that we are able to, filling the city council chambers, demanding more comprehensive change. Again, this is a first step, just a first step. We are watching, we're waiting, and we are holding you all accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Hope you participate in tomorrow's hearing as well on the same subject.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. My name is Bernice. I am a resident of Woodlake in D2. I'm calling with regards of item 48 about adopting use of force policy. In addition to recommending the SAC City Council to direct the city manager to work on policies regarding use of force, I would also ask that you guys look at policies that address negligence from the Sac Police Department. Last week, unfortunately, an individual, which the officers picked up on our streets, identified as being under the influence of meth, was picked up by our officers after asking them if he was going to be offered help. He subsequently died within minutes of being dropped off just 2 blocks from here at the Royal Oaks light rail station. I'm the individual that tried to get this man help. I have been trying really hard to reach to each one of you to help me find his name. We did find his name, Dana Montgomery, but I'm just trying to figure out what happened, try to be sure that we have policies that protect all of us and that it's not just about use of force, but also negligence. So again, with regards to item 48, I truly believe that the sanctity of life, like you guys said, is inviolable. And we just need to look at all different policies within the Sacramento PD to be sure that we are respecting life and that we're doing all we can to not only serve the residents that need help, but also to help out individuals detained by police officers and to be sure that they get the help they need.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Catherine Link Oberstar. I'm a resident of District 3 in South Natomas. I was born and raised in Sacramento and have spent 18 years living in this city. I'm calling today to oppose item number 48. Police reforms do not go far enough. We know from studies and experience that reforms do not work, and it's long past time that we defund the police and invest in social services that make us all safer and healthier. We must wholeheartedly reject the racist system of policing and defund the police and reinvest in our communities. As the mayor and the city council, it's your job to represent our community, and I'm here to raise my voice in solidarity with countless others who have been out in the streets, calling into these meetings, writing in our city and across the country, who are asking you to put your money where your mouth is, to defund the police and to redirect that money to essential community services that provide housing, education, and the types of services that make policing obsolete. We've lost far too many people to police violence in our community, and we must act now and rethink our budget to reflect the needs of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Jane McCauley, District 2. I wanted to speak on item 29, consent, the Del Paso Boulevard Arden Way PBID funding. The current PBID is not working. District 2 needs to upend the current board, expand the current board, or defund this PBID completely. It's not working. The list of closed businesses in the last 7 years pre-COVID is Cook's Hardware, Tabor Furniture, Green Boheme, Off the Hook, Mama Kim's, Lim, Arden Garden, Launchpad, Uptown Cafe, Bank of America, Rite Aid, Thrift Town, Decades, Little Joe's, Son of a Bean, Phoenix Drum, on and on. These are businesses that were not supported by our council office or by the PBID. We suffer with filthy streets, prostitutes outside our own councilman's office every night, fights at the liquor store, barbecues in front of vacant buildings, urinating in the doorways of existing businesses, homelessness, loiterers, crime, and year after year vacancies. Where's the PBID? The current board is made up of a small handful of business owners that have directed funding to a select group of businesses, including themselves. The weekend concert program benefited the same select group that were board members, and others were ignored. Although we are supporters of all businesses on the DPB, including board members' businesses, it is not working to have such a limited board. The amount of money spent on wide open walls is shameful. We have a limited budget, and unless they are fundraising for wide open walls, this money should have helped existing businesses. Why did they not fund the Merchant Association? Why didn't Little Joe's get his patio? We need neighborhood representation on the board. We need county representation on the board. We need our councilman to have 1 seat only on the board, not 2 to 3, which he currently has. We need a director that can attract outside board members and expand the vision and bring that vision to reality. We need a board that has vision. I requested
Thank you for your
bylaws.
comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment?
Looking away is not good enough. District 2 deserves equal time, energy, and dollars from this council. Please help us.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Mayor, I have no more speakers on the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you very much to the public. Now, let us go through the items, that members want to discuss and potentially vote on separately. I think we'll go through all of them first, including, by the way, through Councilmember Chenier, item 22. He wants to comment on that item. But let us begin with item 3. And I know Councilmember Guerra and Councilmember Ashby want to speak on item 3. Councilmember Guerra?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. But if we're going to be taking separate votes, should we just do that separately? Because we have to make separate motions.
So I heard we were going to pool for separate vote item 3 and 45, but comments on 22, 46, and 48.
Okay. I guess that is the way we're going to do it. You're right. So then let us, I know Councilmember Chenier wanted to make a comment on 22, not to pull it off. So go ahead on 22.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the mayor's youth initiative that was put on the ballot by this council in November. Sac Kids First has had a number of discussions with the mayor and myself about the timing of this. They're still very much in favor of doing something, but given the pandemic and just a lot of uncertainty right now around time to improve the initiative, want to put this off until 2022. So I don't want to pull this, but what I'd like to do is provide some direction for staff to bring this back with a 2022 date sometime. In working with the mayor's office and my office, we can figure out when it should come back to the council for that vote.
Thank you, Councilman Chenier. I just want to say that I agree with you that we want to come back and set this for 2022 so that we don't lose the focus. The other thing I just want to say publicly, I want to engage in a broad conversation with our community stakeholders, but especially the Kids First Coalition. And it would be my intention, subject to the approval of the City Council, to strengthen the existing measure that is that is on the ballot. And I look forward to that. We now have time to do it and to do it right. So thank you. Item 45 then for discussion, Madam Clerk.
So 45, we're going to pull for a separate vote.
That's a separate vote. What were the other then discussion items?
46 and 48.
Okay, 46.
Mayor, I have a very quick comment on 47 when we get there. I'm sorry.
Okay, so 46, 47, and 48, we're going to have discussion, but it'll be part of the broader consent calendar. So on item 46, I think this was Councilmember Carr who wanted to make a comment. Councilman Carr?
I'm sorry, Mayor, it was 48.
Oh, so you confused 46 and 48. So we're going to skip 46. There was no comment on that. Let's go to 47 then. We're going to go in order. And
thanks, Mayor. I just want to thank a few people for putting this together so quickly. This is the $2 million that we put forward. We have a number of contracts with the school districts to support those districts and working with young people to give them something to do over the summer. Vanessa Cuevas Romero, who works with Lindy, and Andrew Kehoe from your staff have just done yeoman's work to get this done as quickly as possible. So I just wanted to give them a couple of kudos on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I back that up. It was a great piece of work. And I now want to make a comment later in the agenda on another very important summer youth initiative, year-round initiative, but I will save that. Okay, so now let's get to 48. And I know we have both Councilmember Carr and Councilmember Ashby who want to speak on this item. Who wants to go first?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you,
Councilman
Mayor.
Carr.
There's been a lot of comment about this item. First of all, I'd like to say what it doesn't do. This item does not heal all the wounds that have happened in America for the last 400 years. It does not change society and does not change our city budget. It does not address anything that's already covered in state law. For example, the state says you must give a warning before using lethal force. So we just simply handle that by saying to our city manager, make sure our police obey state law. This policy does one and one thing only, and that is attempts to reduce or minimize the lethal encounters between our police force and the public. It is clear direction to our city manager on those outcomes to be avoided while he is providing for public safety. The update addresses 3 areas. 1, it bans the carotid chokehold. 2, it bans no-knock narcotic search warrants. And 3, it calls for ongoing police officer training and, among other things, do no harm and race and society training. It keeps in place all of the other prohibitions that the council already adopted in 2016 and that the nation is finally coming around to as we see city after city adopt very similar policies to ours. And I think we still have the most stringent release of video policy in America. And we ask our police to release lethal incident videos within 30 days. So I want to thank Councilmember Ashby for participating with this with me and the staff, the city attorney and the city clerk for working through this. However, make no mistake about it, this policy is just an inert sheet of paper. It's not worth the ink it's used to print it. It is only animated by the council taking rigorous and scheduled review of the policy to make sure that we're in compliance. If we do that, I'm convinced that we will continue to reduce, if not completely eliminate, lethal encounters between the police and our citizens. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carr, Councilman Carr, Councilmember Ashby, and then Councilmember Harris, I believe.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you,
Mayor.
Councilmember Carr. I echo the sentiment of thanking staff for helping us move this forward. Look, making modifications and updates to the use of force policy is not the panacea to all police reform issues or building trust, but it is an important component and a very important building block to a larger issue that we've been discussing for the past few weeks. We'll continue to discuss into the future. By no means do I believe that anyone on this council thinks that this conversation begins and ends today. This is just one component, but it shouldn't be glossed over. These are big changes, and they can be very effective if implemented, as Councilmember Carr has stated, and if the oversight is there from the council. I personally put out a policy paper with 14 things that I think we could do as a city that are police reforms and revisions that I think would build trust. 5 of those 14 reforms are codified in this use of force update. The others don't have to do with use of force. They have to do with legislative platforms and sort of department mentality. But in this update, really importantly, I think there are a few things, but one is Breonna's Law. And as best as I can tell based on my research, Sacramento will be the second city in the nation to adopt Breonna's Law. That is to say that Breonna Taylor, who died in Louisville, and Louisville adopted a new law prohibiting no-knock raid warrants, has inspired Sacramento to take action in her name and in light of the legacy left behind by her tragic death. And I'm very proud of Sacramento for taking that big step. I think it's bold. And we are a first to do it, which is also brave. This also bans the carotid. Many cities are waiting for the state to take action or for the federal government to take action on these issues, and Sacramento is not. We're moving forward, and we want to be at the front. We want to be leaders. So we're banning the use of the carotid chokehold, which was the last remaining chokehold on the books. We are adding the trainings that Councilmember Carr enumerated. Those were recommendations. The trainings were recommendations from the Black police chiefs across the state of California, and we'll be the first to codify them. And they will be ongoing trainings throughout the duration of a police officer's career. They will re-up those trainings. These changes hold us compliant with the 8 that can't wait policies that so many have asked us about. And they also expedite the implementation of AB 392 and SB 230, which both came on the heels of the loss of Stephon Clark. So this is really a big move for Sacramento to be proactive to be leaders, to move forward, to put our best foot forward, to say that these things are important to us. And it's not our last step. It is a big, bold, brave first step, and it is an important step. And I've been really honored to work with Councilmember Carr on these, and I hope you will all support this item.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Harris?
Thank you, Mayor. First, Larry, I'd like to thank you. You know, in your time on the council, you have been pushing for a policy-driven approach to governance, and you've made some significant inroads. The use of force policy that you drove in 2016 was innovative then, and as Councilmember Ashby has just pointed out, this takes it significantly farther. So I just want to give you a real shout out because you've worked hard on this. I think you've moved the city in a very positive direction with this policy document, and it's work that was necessary, and I think that it already does have effect. One thing I would like to say about Brianna's Law, in speaking to the police, our particular police department has not used a no-knock warrant for many, many years, if ever. Actually, the chief couldn't remember if it had ever been used, but it's a good thing to prevent it. You know, I mean, what happened to Breonna Taylor was a real tragic event. And if we can prevent issues like that with a policy statement, all to the better. So thank you. Thank you both for working on this. And I think it's a really solid piece of work.
Let me thank you both for your leadership as well on this item. Everything is cumulative here, and of course it is not the end, not near the end. Tomorrow we're going to take up some other significant programmatic changes as well as policy changes, but this is all important, and it is not even a beginning, since there were significant changes to use of force made around foot pursuit and body cams and other issues over these past years with Chief Hahn. We've got a long, long way to go, and we're going to talk about this at great length tomorrow, but this is good and important work. So let's then vote on the consent calendar other than, Madam Clerk, item...
With the exception of item 3 and 45.
3 and 45.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Moved in second. Second by Councilmember Carr. Okay, let's call the roll then on the consent calendar other than 3 and 45.
Thank you. Councilmember Ashby?
Yes.
Councilmember Warren?
Yes, and you have my recusal.
I do on the one item. Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Hanson?
Aye.
Councilmember Chenier?
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings?
Aye.
Councilmember Carr?
Aye.
And Mayor Steinberg?
Aye. Okay, that consent calendar passes. Now let's go to item 3, as I had started a few minutes ago, and turn it over to Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make this quick. I pulled this from consent because the motion I'm going to make has a more of a lengthy direction, and so rather than try to complicate the consent calendar, I'm going to try to make this real quickly. We've been working. I want to first thank the staff and also our janitors. We're working to try to bring some equity and justice for the janitors. Our janitors, primarily women of color, people who have looked for an opportunity to get a good, respectful career, have been on the lower wage and been having trouble getting back to the right wage level. And I want to thank first our city staff for making sure that we looked at those wage ordinances and making sure that we were doing right by them, because they're doing right now a critical job of disinfecting, of cleaning, of making sure that the places for our essential employees that are coming to work are sanitized. But one thing that has been consistent is that our janitors have also been victim throughout the region of wage theft, and so the state has executed laws that protect against wage theft and protect them against workplace conduct that is harassment or other type. And so what I'd like to do here with this motion is direct staff for us to exercise the state law that strengthens this wage theft and workplace conduct requirements here. So, and to do this, I think the benefit I want to also include are making sure that the staff come back with guidelines also on disinfecting measures and protocols for the city here. I know the governor's going to be coming out with a strict guidelines on those cleanliness, but making sure that our janitors are also protected, that they have the right equipment, and that they can do the job that they want, I think is going to be critical. So first, I want to thank City Attorney's Office for helping with this motion so we can make this clear. And thank you, City Manager, for helping us with this. So I'll move to approve the proposed contract as identified in the staff report and direct staff to include language of any contract amendment, modification scope, and future contracts not to exceed the contract amount, to require that they comply with the California Labor Code Section 238.5, subsection C and D regarding wage theft, disclosures, and liability, and require that the contractor provide a sworn affidavit assuring the joint and severable liability for unpaid wages, dictated in Labor Code Section 238.5.
All right, so
direction to come back with guidelines.
Yeah.
So with that, I'll make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Second. By who was that? Before I turn it over to Councilmember Ashby, I just want to clarify what I heard, because I know I've been working with Councilmember Guerra on this piece myself. The motion is to approve the contracts, but to direct, but to say that the policy going forward when it comes to janitorial contracts, including any amendments to the existing contracts, is to include the so-called wage theft language in the future. And that's the way I've understood it. So very good. Councilmember Ashby?
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a really special and important contract to me. I obviously asked for this to come to council, and I've fought for it a few times in open session. And I'd like to just say why. I appreciate Councilmember Guerra's support and the things he wants to add on there. I'm not sure I understand the 9-month report back, but being compliant with state law is a great idea. And here's the reason why we have this in front of us today. There are 2 female janitors that work for the city of Sacramento who are fabulous women, Gino and Carmen. And about 2 years ago, in talking to them one late night while I was working at City Hall, I learned that at the last change, when we last changed their contract, they were forced to choose between taking a deduction in pay or having health insurance. Well, you know, Carmen has a daughter who is handicapped from a car accident, and Carmen has to take care of her adult daughter and her granddaughter, and had to choose between a couple of dollars an hour in pay or health care. At the same time, and this was 2 years ago, you know, we had a lot of homeless camps and things happening outside the city of Sacramento, and Carmen was the one cleaning up out there afterwards with no health insurance. Gino is also older and Latina, and also takes care of her children and grandchildren, and also was forced to choose between a couple dollars an hour in pay or health benefits. And I just didn't think that was right or fair. And I came to the council and I asked you all to help me push off this contract until we could add those components. It came back several times without those components added, and we rejected it. So this took a little bit longer than I had hoped. There have been some other broader conversations around policy that have sort of slowed us down a little bit, but ultimately we're here today. And I am extremely grateful to city staff, the city manager, to my team, to Karina Talamantes, to Gino and Carmen for being brave, and to our Dawn Home and our other budget staff who have really worked through how to make this happen. It's not a free item to us. It does cost us. We'll be spending additional money to make this happen. But at the end of the day, Gino and Carmen and everyone else who is a janitor working on a janitorial contract through the city of Sacramento will have both health insurance and living wages, and they won't have to choose between a cut to one to get the other. And I believe that is a statement about who we are as a people. I don't mind adding any additional language to be compliant to the state. I don't want to do anything that disrupts this contract, though, or the janitors who will be relying on it. And so I'm grateful for our city staff for not giving up and seeing this through. It's been well over 2 years that we've been working on it, and I especially want to thank Karina for her help, my chief of staff, and for doing a lot of translating to help me understand. So grateful for this, and grateful to my colleagues for supporting the item. And Mayor, if Councilmember Guerra's modification is what you stated, then I am okay. But he said something about a 9-month report back, and I don't want to bring this contract back. I want it to be done today and move forward. We've done enough to delay this contract.
Well, the way that I understand and Councilmember Guerra can, of course, clarify, the way that I understand the motion is we are approving these contracts. The policy going forward, the direction of the city manager is for future contracts, including amendments to this contract, that they are to include the wage theft provision that Councilmember Guerra mentioned, whether that is, contracts I believe are 5-year contracts. The amendments, any amendments could take place, or additions to scope of work, et cetera, could take place during the pendency of the contract. So there's no exact time frame. It would just depend if and when. City manager?
So you're correct. These are 5-year contracts, and so if the scope changes such that we increase the value of the contracts, I think what Councilman Guerra is asking for is that we make those supplements subject to this new direction.
Yeah,
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. And and I think to the point, I also agree that these contracts need to go. The report back was about the safety guidelines that the state is going to put out. And I didn't say 9 months, so I'm not sure where that came back. But as soon as the state comes out with safety guidelines regarding janitorial cleaning, I think we need to get that information ASAP in front of us. That's all I asked about.
So Eric, you're just saying to bring that back later when it's made available by the state?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm fine with that, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Let me thank both the members who
Mr. Mayor,
yeah.
I have a comment here.
Jeff?
So first off, staff has worked very hard on these contracts. And as Councilmember Ashby just alluded to, really great changes were made in terms of assuring that top-tier wages were assured whether or not the workers chose to buy into the contractor's healthcare policy or not. That, to me, is really great work. However, my feeling is that what Councilmember Guerra is proposing here is basically a de facto PLA moving forward with these contracts, and essentially the city forcing unionization of private janitorial companies, which I think is an overreach and not what this city should be doing, especially at this time when we are looking at multi-million-dollar deficits in the next fiscal year and beyond. So I would like to float a substitute motion, and that is to accept staff recommendation as written without the directions. Respectfully, Eric, I just think that this goes in the wrong direction. After speaking to you yesterday, I did look into and read the Senate bill, and that is the conclusion that I come to, is that essentially is what will happen before these 5 years are up, that the companies will have to either unionize or lose their contract, and I don't think that's appropriate. So my substitute motion is the staff recommendation as written.
Mayor, I'm happy to second Jeff's substitute motion as it will be voted on first and support it. I'm fine with staff's work here. It's really good. The state law that Eric has mentioned should be included in all city contracts anyway. But if we need to bring that back later as a separate conversation, I'm also fine. I don't think the two need to necessarily be linked. This has sort of been the conundrum that has come up with this contract over the last couple of years, is whether or not to use it as a catalyst. And again, I just would like to ask my colleagues, if you want to support Vice Mayor Harris's recommendation, I am absolutely fine with that. This is for Gino and Carmen, and his motion and the great work of the city staff gets us there, and it doesn't preclude us from coming back to discuss Councilmember Guerra's suggestions separate from the janitor's contract without muddying the waters on this contract. So I'm fine either way, and since the substitute motion's going first, I would encourage folks to vote for it, and then if it doesn't pass, you could still support Councilmember.
Well,
Thank you, Mayor.
I love and respect my vice mayor here, but I oppose his substitute motion because, and I appreciate all the congratulations, and everyone has worked hard. I know I got in the breach here a number of times with the city manager, and to try to work this out, because this both involved a significant investment of additional city resources, which was the right thing to do, absolutely the right thing to do. And all of our janitors are going to benefit. But in addition, as we were negotiating and working this, this issue of wage theft, which, by the way, is a substantive issue to protect the workers, became a point of negotiation, and I helped negotiate this. And the members can, vote it up or down. I respect that, understand that, but this was a part of the number of hours that I know I spent trying to actually help land this plane here, which is what I often am called to do, and I do so happily. And so let's take the vote on the substitute motion. I would oppose it. And then we will see if it passes. Of course, that will be the motion. If not, we will then take up the main motion. All right, let's call the roll on the substitute motion, please.
On the substitute motion, Councilmember Ashby,
Yes.
Councilmember Warren,
Yes.
Councilmember Harris,
Aye.
Councilmember Hanson,
Abstain.
Councilmember Chenier,
No.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
and Councilmember Jennings.
No.
And Councilmember Carr is absent. Mayor Steinberg?
No. The motion is defeated, 3 votes to 4. Let's call the roll now on the main motion, please.
On the main motion, Councilmember Ashby,
Yes.
Councilmember Warren,
Yes.
Councilmember Harris,
No.
Councilmember Hanson,
Yes.
Councilmember Chenier,
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings.
Yes.
Councilmember Carr is currently absent, but on his way back in. Mayor Steinberg.
Aye. All right, what about Councilmember Carr? I want to make sure that he can be recorded on this. Was he away just for a second?
Councilmember Carr, would you like to make a vote on item number 3? Councilmember Carr?
I just want to make sure all members are recorded in this Zoom format here. It could be that he's...
Councilmember dropped off for a moment, so he did not hear comments. The text
Can we
said he
then
was
leave
to
the record
abstain.
open so that he can...
He is online currently.
Add to the
Councilmember Carr,
vote?
can you hear us?
Larry? Councilman Carr?
In his text to me, he said to abstain because he didn't hear the comments, but he's back online, so I'm hoping he can confirm that for us.
Councilmember Carr, do you wish to cast a vote on item 3?
Looks like he's dropped off again, so he is absent.
Yeah, but he said to you by text that he wished to abstain on the item?
That's correct, because he could not hear comments on the item.
Okay, then that'll be fine. The main motion passes. Thank you. Let us now move then to the other item on the consent calendar, which is item number 56?
45.
45.
That's what I meant. 45. Councilmember Hanson?
Thanks. I know that we set aside some money at the end of May from the CARES Act dollars for quick wins, and a piece of that was money to support the creative economy, $5 million. Our Arts Commission, our Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy Commission met really for the first time over the last 2 weeks to consider the plan. At a recent meeting, they also adopted a very strong equity policy as well. And the things I want to bring up today are really about procedure for the most part. So let's just start there. There are really two goals that I think the council discussed on May 26th, May 28th, whenever it was when we discussed this. One was to help with the impacts of COVID-19 to a lot of the creative economy organizations that could no longer operate their business model, which involved congregation, visitors, fundraising, et cetera. And then also to acknowledge that art is catharsis, art is healing, art is expression, and to really use this as an opportunity to help dig deep into some communities that are crying out for resources and help, particularly young people who have had their school years curtailed. So one of the challenges with the timeline that's being proposed by staff is that the money would not get out until late August or early September. So what I'd like to do is make a motion right now that we authorize the city manager to approve the recommendations of the Arts Commission as they review the grants, that staff, rather than create 5 different grant review panels, create a master grant review panel and an equity review panel that includes independent outside experts, which is the arts industry best practice, to ensure that the strong desire to have equity be at the forefront to get into our disadvantaged communities, which is one of the main reasons we reconstituted the commission as a city-only commission in the first place. And then I'll leave this one open to discussion from the council, but I believe this amount of money that we set aside in May is going to be quickly oversubscribed. So depending on the will of the council, I'd like to increase the total from 5 to 7.5. So that there's sufficient capacity before we come back for the community to apply for these funds, to receive them, and that will give us time ultimately to continue work on the rest of the $20 million tranche, which I think is coming back in August. So, Mayor, that would be my motion. I'm open to the conversation about increasing the amount, but I do think we have to tighten up the process and authorize the city manager, once the Arts Commission has approved the grants, to disperse those amounts as we are with the small business and nonprofit grantees.
So as I understand the import of your motion, you're trying to expedite the timeline for the actual distribution of the money. Does your motion include then upping the amount to 7.5? Because that's the first I've heard of that. I know about
it does, and partially, Mayor, I've gotten a ton of calls over the last 2 days just about concerns that this first tranche with us away for a few weeks on recess isn't going to be sufficient to meet the demands, especially if we're able to tighten up the process. So I did hear a second from Mr. Guerra on the overall, but I think it's a worthy debate. I think in the end, though, if I had my druthers and the community did, some of this money would have been out the door a couple weeks ago, but we are where we are, and time is really of the essence.
So I don't have an issue with the 7.5 because we're trying to get to $20 million. And I know I'll be talking with the city manager and his team at length this week about the balance, which is, yes, getting the money out fast is absolutely crucial. On the other hand, we are deliberately trying to accomplish genuine inclusion, which means time to reach out. And we want to make sure that we're vetting appropriately. I am concerned as well about the September ultimate timeline. I am. And I think maybe what we ought to do is, and as your motion suggests, is triage somewhat here if we can. Assess those organizations that need the money, I mean, right away, and see if we can, if they otherwise qualify, and they would be recipients, especially when it comes to our city assets here, that we do get the money out to them with some form of an expedited process. Because if the money does come too late, then it won't do the good that is intended. But this is a subject for conversation this week. I think your motion allows enough flexibility for us to be able to actually focus on that in the way that you suggest. I'm okay with the $7.5 million because we're going to get to 20 anyways. We cannot forget Visit Sacramento and our tourism sector. That is a key piece and key commitment out of that pot of money. But there is a motion and a second on the item. Is there anyone else? Councilman Chenier wants to talk about this one as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm supportive of the motion. And Steve, I think going up to 7.5, we're just going to get there anyway. So let's make it a little bit easier, a little bit more streamlined. I like the equity piece that our staff has put in. And I think you kind of mentioned when you talked about mental health and schools or young people. And I did bring this up the last couple of times we've talked about this. I don't think we can require that these organizations, and I know this is relief funds basically for most of them, I don't think we can require them to work with the schools and our young people, but we have a lot of opportunity here. And we know that arts and mental health go hand in hand. So I'd like to, if you're okay, just provide some direction to staff that as they're working with the proposals, that they do have that discussion with those who are asking for dollars to see if it's possible for them to work with our schools and our nonprofit organizations and the city through YPSI to provide arts for young people in their schools, whether it's in the summer program or ongoing.
Yeah, and thank you, Jay. I'm happy to take that direction if the second is. I'd just like to point out when I talked about the prospective view of it, to triage the crisis is also the public health piece that you're talking about, the mental health piece. But honestly, the release that a lot of people need to help process their own feelings about it. And in the education component, which the mayor has championed as part of his arts education initiative, there are a lot of teaching artists that would have access to resources to provide those services. And that's a great opportunity to do what you're talking about. And we've already heard from a lot of the teaching artists, they want to get back out there. They need the resources to have supplies, produce digital events. And so I think it's very much hand in glove with the initiative.
Thank you.
Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Proud to second this. I think you're right. There needs to be a little more. Just a clarification here for Councilmember Hansen on his motion. I think we had talked a little bit about the pressures that this request was getting because one, the grants are limited, I think, to a small amount, but there were examples of collaborative projects that were coming in at larger amounts. And so I wanted to see, and I don't want to overcomplicate this because I think we want some flexibility here, but I wanted to see is a part of your direction here to give the city manager authority to look at those collaborative projects, or you have more entities that might actually be able to produce more by getting more of the entities to work together to put a proposal together. I know I saw one from the Latino Center for Arts and Culture with the Atria, two theater companies, Teatro Nahual and Teatro Espejo, and a couple others pooling their resources together. So can you maybe talk a little bit about that about your motion so that we can encompass those collaborative projects?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Guerra, and thank you for the second. That is exactly why I wanted to increase the amount, and I'm sorry I didn't mention it. But as we increase the total balance, I think your comments are absolutely correct. While we look at the various grant programs we're creating, the Cultural Equity Investment Program, the Creative Economy grants, I was thinking about the proposal for Latino Artist Corps fitting squarely in those. And as the city manager works to apply the additional funds across those buckets, hopefully he does have the authority working with his team and the arts, the ACE Commission, Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy Commission, to make sure that there are sufficient resources for those exact type of programs.
Greg, could we just get staff to clarify that the motion would allow that to happen? Because I think the grant amount per individual would have eliminated that.
Can't hear you, Councilman Guerra. Can't hear you. I think your equipment is not working there.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Very muffled.
And Eric, the issue is that there's not a specific grant limit on this like there is on the small business loan. The staff has the flexibility to work with the proposals that come in, assuming they meet the federal guidelines and have made it through the city attorney and city auditor's criteria. So I think that flexibility is extremely important because unlike many of the other entities we're working with, there's a greater public interest in maximizing the benefit. So, and maybe Mr. Jasso or Ms. Ulick would want to address that.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. We did include in the proposal that the city manager would have the flexibility to adjust the numbers within each one of the categories. So I believe that we have provided for that.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me turn it over to Councilmember Jennings, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think my question may have just gotten answered, but just for the purposes of discussion, I support the motion. I'm trying to figure out how we got to an additional 2.5 versus another number, and what makes us think we won't go through that money as quickly as we would have gone through the 5 million based on the need that is out there.
Would you like a higher number? I'm willing to.
No.
Well, you know,
yeah.
no, I'm just trying to understand the justification of the number that we came up with and how we came to that number. Because I could argue either way. 7.5 is fine, but 10 sounds a lot better. I think more of a range. I would recommend a range to give in this category so that we don't exceed that range before we get back.
I think that the number is really in acknowledgement of how the small grants, the micro grants for businesses went so quickly in the first million, and wanting to make sure that people weren't left behind in this process. And this has more specific grant categories to ensure that equity is at the forefront, along with in each of the programs. The arts equity statement that was readopted by the commission will be at the forefront. But given that we allocated this first 5 million a month ago, and here we are working towards deadlines that could come, hopefully to get the money out by early August, I think it's just an acknowledgement there's a lot of pent-up demand. And if the city manager and his staff want to come back to us on the 21st or the 28th of July, I think that would be a time where we would know whether we need to increase the amount. But I wanted to give them a little bit of extra so that we didn't get caught short right away while we're on recess.
All right.
Okay. All right. There's been a motion and a second. Would you, clerk, please call the roll?
Thank you. For item 45, Mayor Pro Tem Ashby.
Daryl, Michael Jasso had a comment.
Sure. I just have a clarification. Councilmember Hanson, so Jody addressed, I think, one question, which was the ability to, hold on, if I'm echoing, I'm going to lower my volume a little bit. Apologies. Was to lower, which is to move dollars within those categories. I want to be clear. Are you also requesting that we can enter into the grant arrangements, even if they're beyond the city manager's authority? Because I think that's one of the questions that was up there. With this support in terms of this motion?
You're on mute, Steve.
Sorry, the first thing I said was that rather than add the council to the end of the process again, I think that I would ask that you and your team work with the offices like you're doing on the other grant programs so we can ensure that sufficient applications come in, but to vest the city manager with the authority to approve the final grants, assuming they meet all the guidelines after the Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy Commission reviews and approves them. So we don't have to add the council in at the end, which will add 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay.
Councilmember Hanson, just to clarify what Mr. Jasso was asking is that if some of these grants exceed my my current authority, does this motion include the authority to do just that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I, you know, Mr. City Manager, if you feel it necessary, I would advise the council of your decision with some notice so that if there is an objection, it can come back to council. But you normally are very good about notifying us in those situations, and then we could review it if needed.
I have complete trust in the city manager, but I also think that there needs to be all the right checks and balances here. And so to give the city manager that authority, but to give the council the ability, in case there is some disagreement, to come back on the 21st of July to be able to have a conversation is important too. It's too much delegation. There's supposed to be a bit of a process here where the council in the end is supposed to consider some of these discrete investments. And so as long as there is that ability to come back before the money is let, I mean, which would be the 21st of July, then I would be comfortable with that. Because truncating it significantly, I'm all in favor of for the reasons that you just stated. But the council has a fiduciary obligation, just as the city manager does, and I think that's important. So let's make sure we're clear on that point.
Is that a question to me, Mayor, or to the city manager?
Yes, Councilmember Hanson.
It's hard to do things expeditiously well and then to have us intervene in so many parts of the process, which is why if an item exceeds the city manager's authority, and maybe my second would be fine with this modification given your comments. Although if you're a city manager, Mayor, you might like the authority that we're debating, but that's for a different day. That he just notifies us at least 3 business days prior to issuing any awards.
That's
so
fine.
that if a council member wants to pull it to council, they can.
That's fine. We will work together. Okay?
Yeah.
Good. We'll work together. That's fine.
I'm amenable to that. I mean, if we're going to encourage people to have collective projects, the number's going to be higher. We'll get probably a better product by having organizations working together, but it will exceed the city manager's authority. So I'd like the 3-day report back. So I agree to that.
Okay, let's call the roll on the motion now that it has been clarified.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ashby.
Clear as mud, yes.
Councilmember Warren. Councilmember Warren.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Hanson.
I was going to say yes, clear as a milkshake.
Councilmember Chenier.
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings.
Aye.
Councilmember Carr is absent. Mayor Steinberg.
Aye. Okay, very good. The consent calendar now has been completed. Thank you. Just a minute here. Let us now move to the public hearings and begin with item 50. Again, Councilmember Warren is going to recuse himself from this item.
And sign off. So
And sign off. Very good. Thank you. Okay.
Hello.
Who is
Good
presenting?
afternoon. It's me, Mayor Steinberg, and members of the City Council. I'm Joy Patterson, Principal Planner with the Community Development Department. And at the last City Council meeting on June 16th, 2020, the Council conducted a public hearing on an ordinance amending sections of the Planning and Development Code, which would allow cannabis storefront dispensaries in the shopping center zone, require guideline amendments if a cannabis dispensary was proposed in a planned unit development, and place additional restrictions on cannabis manufacturing, distribution, and delivery-only dispensaries in the Del Paso Boulevard Arden Way Special Planning District. The council continued the item to today's meeting, so the amendments to the Del Paso Boulevard Arden Way Special Planning District could be discussed and voted on separately from the amendments related to cannabis dispensaries in the shopping center zone and planned unit developments. The staff report before you today has a discussion and ordinance related to cannabis dispensaries in the shopping center zone and planned unit developments, and a separate discussion and ordinance related to amending the Del Paso Boulevard Arden Way Special Planning District to place distribution and delivery only dispensary uses on parcels fronting these two streets in the SPD area. I will make a presentation on the first ordinance related to shopping centers and then answer any questions council members may have. I will then make a second presentation on the second ordinance proposing amendments to the Del Paso Boulevard Arden Way Special Planning District and answer any questions council members may have. Staff recommends that after I complete these two presentations, the council hear from members of the public who have called in to comment on one or both of the ordinances before you. After hearing comments from the public, staff recommends that the council close the public hearing and acts on the ordinance amending 17.621510 and 17.229.920 of Title 17 related to cannabis dispensaries in the shopping center zone. Staff recommends that the city council pass a motion to approve the ordinance. When the discussion on the first ordinance is complete, staff recommends that the council close the public hearing and acts on the ordinance amending sections 17.424, 60, and 70 of the Planning and Development Code relating to cannabis uses in the Del Paso Boulevard Arden Way Special Planning District. Staff recommends that the City Council pass a motion to approve this ordinance. I'll now begin my presentation on the first ordinance before you this afternoon. In November of 2010, the Sacramento City Council adopted an ordinance allowing medical cannabis dispensaries with a conditional use permit in the general commercial, heavy commercial, and industrial zones if locational criteria were met. An ordinance amending the revenue section of the code was also adopted, putting in place permitting requirement for dispensaries and limiting the number of dispensary licenses to 30 citywide. In 2017, the code was amended to permit storefront dispensaries to sell cannabis for both medical and adult use. Currently, there are 29 dispensaries operating in the city in 6 of the 9 council districts. 11 of these dispensaries are in the general commercial or C2 zone, 3 in the heavy commercial zone, 11 in the light industrial zones, and 4 in the heavy industrial zone. In May of 2019, the Planning and Design Commission requested that planning staff work on an ordinance to permit storefront cannabis dispensaries in the shopping center SC zone. The SC zone is a retail commercial zone found in areas of the city developed after 1970 or in planned unit developments. Of the total acreage of the city, 1.2% is zoned SC. The majority of these properties are also found in planned unit developments. Prior to the development of the SC zone, shopping center areas were typically zoned C2. As an example, Arden Fair Mall is located in the C2 zone. The purpose of both the C2 zone and the SC zone are to provide a location for retail commercial sales. Staff finds that a cannabis storefront dispensary, a retail commercial use permitted in the C2 zone, is also an appropriate use in the SC zone with conditional permit review and approval. Currently, none of the storefront dispensaries in the city are located in planned unit developments. In order to ensure that a dispensary would be compatible with the goals and objectives of a particular PUD, The proposed ordinance requires that the PUD development guidelines be amended to specifically indicate that a dispensary may be permitted in the PUD. An amendment can be initiated by a property owner and requires the approval of the Planning and Design Commission. On September 26, 2019, the Planning and Design Commission reviewed the proposed amendments and recommended that the City Council approve the proposed changes to the code. The amendments were also reviewed by the Law and Legislation Committee on February 18, 2020. The committee also voted to recommend approval of the proposed amendments to the council. This concludes my presentation on the proposed shopping center ordinance, and I would be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much. I know that Vice Mayor Harris has a comment or question, but we do have at least 8 people in the public comment queue, and why don't we take the public testimony first, and then we'll open it up for council discussion.
Well, no, you need to just have you can have council discussion later, but the clerk doesn't know if people are commenting on this ordinance or the other ordinance. So if you prefer,
well, why don't you then present on the other ordinance as well then, please? So we'll take both up at one time. Thank you.
Okay. So this is the presentation on the proposed ordinance amending the Del Paso Boulevard Arden Way Special Planning District. One of the City Council recommendations that came out of the City Council workshop related to cannabis storefront dispensaries on January 14th, 2020, was that the storefront dispensaries continue to be permitted on Del Paso Boulevard and Arden Way street frontages in the Special Planning District, but that limitations on other non-retail cannabis uses be placed on property in this area. The proposed ordinance before you is in response to this request. One of the goals of the Special Planning District is to promote an active retail district along the 2 major thoroughfares of Del Paso Boulevard and Arden Way. A storefront cannabis dispensary with an approved conditional use permit is a compatible land use with this goal. The Special Planning District currently prohibits cannabis cultivation on parcels fronting Del Paso Boulevard and Arden Way. Staff recommends that the SPD be further amended to limit cannabis manufacturing, distribution, and delivery-only businesses on these 2 streets, as they are low-intensity, non-retail uses that are not pedestrian-oriented and do not activate the streets. The proposed amendment would require that cannabis manufacturing, distribution, and delivery-only dispensary uses be limited to the rear 1/3 of the square footage of any building located on a parcel fronting Del Paso Boulevard or Arden Way in the SPD area and be accessible and visible from only the rear of the building. The Planning and Design Commission reviewed the proposed amendments to the SPD at their April 23, 2020 meeting and recommends approval of the amendments to Chapter 17.424 of the City Code. On May 19, 2020, the Law and Legislation Committee also reviewed the proposed amendments and voted to recommend approval to the City Council. This concludes my presentation on the Del Paso Boulevard Arden Way ordinance.
All right. Well, thank you. Now, be appropriate under either
Mr.
or
Mayor,
both.
could I ask a very short clarifying question?
Yes.
Yeah. So, Joy, I've gotten a number of emails talking about core folks and new dispensaries, and I just want to make sure that my understanding of this will not allow for new dispensary licenses. That's still something that the council has to take up. So if we want new licenses to be only core or not core, that's still a discussion to be had.
That is correct.
Okay. I don't want to conflate the 2 issues that we're doing here. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I know I had a similar question. I'll get to it in a minute. Thank you.
So I have 8 callers in the queue. May I have our first caller, please? Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Yes, I'm a Sacramento concerned citizen. I'm an 80-year-old black man, and I have lived to see the first black president, and I declare I might have lived long enough to see the end of systemic racism. And I would just like to say that I never thought I'd see the day that as a lifelong marijuana smoker, that it would be legal one day. I have 2 family members that are of the CORE program. They both graduated from the CORE program, one from the Asian Alliance and one graduated from the Urban League program. And since you guys have such a long way to go for equity, I would suggest that you don't make these babies, as I like to call them, because they're new to this, and make them have to compete with grown people for those dispensary spots in those commercial zones. They should exclusively go to CORE for 2 years to at least give them toddler legs to be able to run. I don't know about you, but you know most 2-year-olds run pretty good. So let's give the CORE program those rights exclusively to give them a leg up and be able to compete, and give them 2 years of growth before they have to run and race with grown folk. Thank you. That's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Hi, this is Nancy Kitts. So that item is about as clear as mud. If you're going to have 2 ordinances, why don't you have each ordinance have its own item? I mean, to have it separated in a staff report is ridiculous. The clerk erred by not following Mr. Harris's motion on 616 regarding these amendments, where the motion was made to continue and separate the SC items and the Del Paso Arden item when they come back, so that we don't have any further conflicts in the future, unquote. Mr. Warren explicitly identified his conflict of interest at the 6/16/20 hearing by saying, Mr. Mayor, I am happy to exempt my properties I own from benefiting from this ordinance. I'm willing to add an amendment to exempt any of my properties. Allowing Mr. Warren to recuse himself ignores the fact that the SPD amendments were originated by Mr. Warren, who participated in the decision-making process, which staff reports confirm. He created the ordinance, and without his involvement, without his participation, this ordinance amending the SPD would never have seen the light of day. Hence, his conflict goes all the way back to when he initiated this amendment. Recusing himself does nothing if all of his colleagues are just going to give him a thumbs up because they don't care what goes on in the special planning district in Del Paso. That is a conflict of interest. There's no community support for this measure. Other members should not support Mr. Warren's flagrant improprieties and lack of ethics on this item. Moreover, I think it's important that...
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
My final comment is that although I know it's not going to happen, I hope that other council people see that this is not something that is wanted in D2, is not wanted by D2 constituents, and something that the Mr.
Thank you for
Warren...
your comments. Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Yes, hi. I'm regarding the Del Paso Boulevard and Arden area with the dispensaries being considered and opening up the shopping center zones for dispensaries as well. I'm calling on behalf of the core members, and I believe that we definitely should have some time limits before this opens up, just to be equitable. And it's in one of the areas that was highly affected, on crime, and we don't want the land prices to go up. And, we're speaking united in numbers that this needs to be reconsidered, and there definitely needs to be some time limits negotiated because we don't want to be left out of this as well. So, that's all I was calling in to say, is to speak up on that. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. This is Malachi Amen with the Institute for More. And I am calling to just appeal to the council that this is a moment to really put equity up front and center as we look at further implementation of the core program during a pandemic of epidemic proportions. When we're looking at these shops in the citywide shopping center zone and the Del Paso Boulevard Arden area, we're looking at a time to insert equity because there are delivery-only dispensaries that don't have equity license provisions in terms of exclusive licensing to those participants. And so they would be able to come into an area like Del Paso Heights, which is disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs, and contribute to the skyrocketing of commercial real estate prices and block out core program participants who have not yet had a chance to even apply for the city dispensary lottery. And so would just urge the council to provide core participants with exclusive rights to license operations in these spaces for no less than 2 years after the lottery has been completed. Thank you.
Malachi, are you still on the line?
I'm here.
Yeah, question for you. Are you referring exclusively to the dispensary lottery, or are you referring to the other aspects of the ordinance, which include distribution?
I'm referring to all parts of the supply chain that would be going into this new zoning framework. And so, because what we're dealing with now is we're coming on 3 years of the passage of the equity program, and the city is nowhere near its goal of having 50% of all licenses go to core program participants. And so now is a unique opportunity to prevent the wage theft, the wealth theft. And so that's what I'm referring to.
Well, right, but I want to follow up because this is really important. I don't want to gloss over this. If we do not have available dispensaries licenses at this point, then what specifically do you want us to do to ensure that until that time, that we are being proactive in terms of core participants locating other cannabis-related businesses within the places set aside in both ordinances? That's what I want to understand.
Sure. We would like, even before the dispensary lottery opens up, that the city exclusively provide access to these new spaces or this new environment, or don't even call it new, just call it a policy going forward, that core program participants will exclusively have rights to new conditional use permitted spaces until such time that the city achieves its goal of 50% of all licenses to core program participants. Whether we're talking about dispensaries or any part of the supply chain.
So if I'm hearing it correctly, and I'd like, to hear again from Councilmember Chenier, I know, who has worked a lot in this space, and from city staff, what Mr. Amen is really asking for, and I say this in the most positive way, is a form of affirmative action for core participants. In other words, we're allowing these new spaces to be used for various parts of the cannabis supply chain. If we vote this through today, okay, fine. Then the question is, well, what are we doing proactively to make sure that we are helping or insisting or mandating that core participants, communities of color, that they are first in line for these spaces before they're bought up maybe by others who have not been so disadvantaged. This is, I hate to say it, no pun intended, core to the debate we are having now in our community and in our country. Lainey Milstein, okay, is on the line. I'd like to hear an answer to that.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Lainey Milstein, Assistant City Manager. And I understand the request that is being made. I'd like Council to hear back eventually from the City Attorney's Office about what we can and cannot do in denying other applicants the opportunity to apply for locations. And my only concern, if it is not an issue, is the folks that already have applications in the pipeline, people who have already paid and may be going through a CUP process. And I'd like to ask Councilmember Harris how he feels. I know that the request for the shopping center zone was brought to us by, this would not be but for a request that he had from a cannabis business owner. And so we wouldn't, I don't think, want to exclude the folks that brought the change to us from having an opportunity in that. We look forward to an opportunity to hopefully bring our lottery process forward soon, that we can get the additional permits that council has already authorized out to our core participants so that we can begin moving on the equity that we've all been talking about.
Well, I must say, and I'll turn it over to the Vice Mayor in a minute, we don't intend or want to exclude anybody, but the fact is we're excluding a lot of our communities of color when it comes to this new business. And so it's not enough to say we're going to come forward with the lottery at some unspecified date for the dispensaries. And what are we doing proactively to actually match up core participants with some of these sites here? What are we doing to help these prospective businesses from the core program actually link up here? Because this is our cultural problem here that we run into again and again and again. They keep getting told to wait, and eventually, the time will come. It'll be the dispensaries, it'll be a new lottery. And we still haven't made the policy decision, I don't think, that they're first in line for the dispensaries. But then for every other part of this business, yes, we have funded the core program and all the technical assistance, but what are we doing as a city department here, as a city family, to make sure that we are actually putting them, the people who have been left behind for so long in line? This is what the people out on the streets are telling us. And this is a prime example, and I want to hear it, and I want to at least have a deeper discussion about what we ought to be doing to actually go arm in arm with core participants and make sure that they are getting some of these new business opportunities.
Right, and I'd like to ask our cannabis manager, Davina, to chime in, but I do want to remind the last time that we were in front of council, we actually adopted some new policies around CUPs and vacated CUPs so that if a business had left and gone to another location, that CUP could be re-upped for a core participant without them having to go through the CUP process. So we are trying to match our folks to existing locations where we know that there is a good fit and where they will minimize processing time in getting their businesses.
That's for existing locations.
They are first in line for all new permits. That was the policy action taken by council for dispensary permits. And
that pays no But Mr. Mayor, that pays no respect to changing market conditions and the favorable location. So that would suggest that we have a limited amount of opportunity in terms of locations that core program participants can secure, while everyone else is able to pick and choose the most prime locations that the consumers prefer.
And what I was trying to also finish and say is we have also been successful in getting a grant from the state that will allow us to provide grants directly to core participants so that they have capital and access to those other types of locations. So I don't know, Davina, if you have anything else you'd like to add.
But Mr. Mayor, on the note of the capital access and the $3.8 million from the state, just really quickly, is that we have the city now moving to have a no bid contract of that going to the city of Oakland. I don't want to get off on the issue, but
yeah, Malachi.
Yeah.
It is. We will continue this conversation. You've raised it. I've kind of amplified it here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Well, I'm gonna. Davina, I know how to comment, our cannabis manager, and then I'll turn it over. And then we'll turn it over to Vice Mayor Harris. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the council tonight on this. I think Malachi and other people do make good comments that, you know, we need to, we've done a good amount of stuff. We need to do more, and we have to keep moving forward with that. I think that the city attorney is the one to really chime in on some of the ideas that have been brought forward about whether we can reserve these areas for that period of time that's been suggested. As far as what we are concretely doing today for core members is, you know, we are doing a reimbursement program of up to $25,000 for businesses. We are opening up a grant program of $50,000 per business for core graduates. And we're starting up our loan program probably before the fall to get loans out to people. These are no interest revolving loans to try to have that kind of evergreen financial capability out there for people to start cannabis businesses. And we're starting to think proactively about what we can do going forward. We'll be coming to your council to address that. This is, you know, the core program is a 2-year pilot program. And we're going to, of course, be asking that this not be a pilot and be extended. But those are all things that we're going to be bringing forward to you in the future. So I just wanted to let the council know that.
No, I appreciate it, but I think the broader point is that location is also important when it comes to who actually gets to benefit most. We're doing a lot of good things here, but when it comes to who gets first in line for new places we are opening up that appear to be prime, that's why we're making the change in the first place. I don't know that we are intentional enough about assuring that the core participants are given those same opportunities, especially if they start from a place of some relative financial disadvantage. That's the broader point. So for further discussion, I don't think it changes the action here today, but I don't want to just gloss over these things, and I know nobody else wants to as well, because these issues take on even finer and more important focus for all of us here. And this is what people are telling us, and they're telling me, and I want to make sure we have that discussion. So Jeff Harris, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I do have 4 more callers in the queue.
Oh, we do. Let's do that. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Did you hear that, Mr. Mayor? May I make a comment before we take more callers?
Sure, Jeff. Go ahead. I'm going to allow the Vice Mayor to make a comment. Go ahead.
So caller, you have joined the meeting, but we're going to take council member comments first. So please hold.
Got it.
Thank you.
The situation here that we're talking about today is a land use decision. And, you know, I appreciate the discussion about core, but what a lot of people maybe don't understand, and I think that Jay was alluding to, is that there are a finite amount of dispensary licenses that are taken at this time. And if we approve, say, the SC use, it doesn't mean that you're going to see a new dispensary in your local shopping center. You know, the only thing that could happen at this point is for somebody with an existing license to apply for a new CUP to move to a location. And when the council takes action to allow more dispensary licenses, that is the time at which the equity piece comes into play. But today's item is really just about saying, where could such dispensaries be located when the council takes that action to allow that business in other locations? Thank you, Mayor. We can take public comment now.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, let's continue with the public comment.
So caller, welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Jane McCauley, All Eyes on Deck D2. I wanted to mention, because it has not been stated, that Mr. Warren recused himself because he owns a dozen properties in our special planning district. It's not enough that he's recusing himself on this. He's still the author of these changes, and he's still very much a part of this decision. This basically looks like a favor, another favor to Melissa Sanchez, the owner of 1625 Del Paso, and Mr. Warren's longtime friend Greg Vaughn, who have an application in now, and it's getting ready to be rubber stamped, I'm sure, for a dispensary in the front and marijuana in the back. We believe that no changes should be made to the SPD at this time. District 2 leaders repeatedly asked Mr. Warren for information and for the ability to add to the prohibited businesses list and to see the changes in that list that he's made, and we were ignored. Moreover, neighbors want to see what changes that have been made in the SPD in the last 5 years that we have not been a part of, and we're just finding out about now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good afternoon. This is Vicki. I have property in District 2, and I work with the Roble Park Community Association. We've been working a lot on the influx of cannabis cultivation in our area, and I've learned a lot about cannabis, the cannabis industry in Sacramento over the past few years. And what I keep finding is that City Council keeps failing to understand all the consequences of the policies they approve. Take the medical marijuana dispensaries that started in 2010. It's not until last year that we find there's a monopoly of the owners with ties to foreign actors, and that's through an FBI investigation. So, how many years later are we going to know what the effect of these policies are? And we're being short-sighted on these decisions, and we're implementing and trying to regulate this new businesses without taking a look at what the actions that have already been taken, how that affects the current community. So there's going to be no line for the core program when we keep moving forward and not assessing what we've done. So I would like the City Council to know we would like to get some vision and a willingness to lead for this community so that it is a bright and inclusive and diverse and sustainable community for everybody in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, Mayor and City Council, and thank you for my time today. You have a budget meeting tomorrow about police reform. I need you to understand that your decisions as leaders affect the lives and well-being of the people of Sacramento. Your racist city budget affects the lives and well-being of the people of Sacramento. You have a budget that invests $150 million in the police. Over 50% of the city budget goes to police. You are having a meeting on police reform tomorrow. But that is not what we are asking for. We are not asking for police reform. You are not listening. 7,500 people have signed the petition to defund SAC PD. We do not want police reform because we do not want police in our communities. Reform doesn't work. Policing does not work. Jails and prisons do not work.
Excuse me.
System does not work. Policing and incarceration does not disappear or fix the social problems in our communities. It disappears the black and brown lives in our cities. It puts black and brown lives in our cities at risk of danger. It contributes to the underlying problems we face. So before you make decisions tomorrow, really, really realize your actions and listen to the voices of citizens of Sacramento?
Excuse me, this
Are
is
you
not
demanding-
responsive to the item here.
We are demanding you to defund the police and reallocate those funds towards public housing, healthcare, mental health programming, after schools that are petty budgets. I yield my time.
Excuse me, we give people a lot of leeway here, but caller needs to be responsive to the item. This is the cannabis item, and it's harder to cut people off, obviously, by telephone, but want to make sure we keep some reasonable order here while giving people as much leeway as possible. Okay.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, am I on right now then?
Yes, you are.
Okay, hi everyone. This is Imani. I'm actually not in the city limits, but I grew up here in Sacramento in the suburbs of Arden Arcade. And I just want to elevate what the last person has said. I do understand that this is not the response, but at the same time, like, you all are our representatives, and we should be able to have this conversation.
No, I'm sorry.
So I do just want to elevate that we, as the people of Sacramento, do not want reform. Like, we know that reform doesn't work. We know that when that money can be taken out from the police and given to things like community organizations, mental health care, so many problems are going to be solved if we get that money to other places. Making sure that our high school graduation rate increases brings down crime. Making sure that we can get unhoused people off the street, many of which of our veterans that serve this country, that is going to help with the policing problem. So I think, like the last person has said, you all are our representatives, and you are supposed to be representing us. And if,
yes, ma'am.
If the community has spoke and said that reform is not what we want, especially the people who have lost folks, the people who, like myself, are black and have the fear of losing my own life to
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council on item number 50.
Hello, yes, my name is Lambert, and I'm with To the Bay and Back Cheesecakes, and I'm calling about number 50. I've been studying the calls that have come in, and as a person that's a native of District 2, District 2 is a very peculiar gerrymandered district. And as a person who's very active, I go to a lot of association meetings, and I can tell people are not familiar when they say that these dispensaries are going into Del Paso Heights. They're not going into Del Paso Heights. Del Paso Heights is not on Del Paso Boulevard. Marysville Boulevard is. I'm just making that distinction. Also, I'm going to start researching who owns the other buildings on Del Paso Boulevard other than Mr. Warren. That's becoming an issue that concerns somebody that's not a transplant. I don't know who owns the building. That it's a lot of shuttered buildings, actually eyesores on Del Paso Boulevard, and I'd like to find out who owns those buildings and see if the same people calling discussing Mr. Warren's ownership. It doesn't say he stole the buildings. It says he owns the buildings. And so, and then for people to mention names of people who are in partnership with him, I don't hear that same tone when it comes to who owns the other buildings that are shuttered. And so I just wanted to say I hope it works out well for the people who are sincere, because a lot of black people went to prison behind cannabis. And I'd like to see something positive happen for that, including possibly opening up something myself, but I have to study that. And so I just wanted to let people know that there are a lot of associations in District 2. I've gone to some of their meetings, and some of them are just hostile because he owns buildings.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment?
No, just thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I have one more final speaker on this item. Next caller. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council on item 50.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Karen Solbert. I've lived in the North area for 40 years. I'm just wondering, I'll be very brief, do the council members know that a duly licensed board, the Twin Rivers School Board, recently passed a resolution in opposition to any further marijuana in the North area? If you could talk about that and give me your comments on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. We really don't want to be a little Amsterdam. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. I have no more callers, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Vice Mayor Harris, are you prepared to make a motion on these items?
I'm still here. So I have a couple of comments. First, I want to reiterate that this is a land use decision and not a core decision, and in no way do accepting or rejecting these two issues affect the core program in the future or now specifically. The reason I brought forward the SC zones, it was tied to Title 25 and it has been delayed and delayed and delayed. So we separated out Title 17 because I've been working on this for well over a year. This is a very simple decision. Should we allow dispensary use in the SC zone? And as put forth in the presentation, it's a very small amount of acreage in the city. A lot of people don't understand that by allowing cannabis uses in C2, places like Arden Fair Mall and Delta Shores are fair game for a dispensary. This doesn't in no way mean, if we pass this SC zoning ordinance, that a dispensary is immediately going to come to your local shopping center. As I said before, there are a very limited number of cannabis dispensary permits, and only when this council allows more permits to be granted, and it will be few in number, will these issues come into play, except there is a possibility that a current cannabis dispensary operator might want to relocate to an area that would be more propitious for his business. And I have a dispensary owner who actually came to me and would like to move to a place in an SC zone that is actually a much more appropriate place for a dispensary than, say, Arden Fair Mall. That's the genesis of this whole idea of opening up cannabis dispensaries in SC zones, and that's why I brought it forward. So I would like to open and close the public hearing on the first item, the SC zoning, and move the staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
I believe Councilmember Guerra second.
Okay. Councilmember Guerra, you're next.
Can I pass just one quick second, Mr. Mayor? I've got to step
Sure.
out just one quick. All right.
Councilmember Ashby.
Thank you, Mayor. So first of all, I want to thank Councilmember or Vice Mayor Harris for his hard work on this. And I felt last week or whenever we discussed this that he made a noble effort to try to separate these items. I love to be a huge supporter of staff. That's like one of my favorite roles at council. But I think this report back being one line item separated into two falls short of what Councilmember Harris asked to have happen, though he's trying hard to separate the two nobly, and I appreciate that, Jeff. I think the city attorney's office and our planning department should have helped him out a little bit more and separated these two into two totally different items that could be discussed separately. Got the commenters on the phone talking about two totally different things, conflating the two, adding the core in, which, as Councilmember Chenier stated on the front end of this very concisely, core is a separate issue to be discussed later. This isn't adding any new licenses. Now it's all conflated into one, and I'm disappointed in that. I think, I'm a tough one to get on any cannabis vote anyway, but I think I might have been able to get there on one of them, but it is far too messy for me at this point. So I'll be voting no on both.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Guerra, are you ready, or should I continue? Why don't we go to Councilmember Chenier?
Back on. Sorry about that. Had to run out. No, I wanted to thank Jeff for his work and clearing this up. Again, I also agree that we should have a conversation about how we move core forward. And I think the recommendations that Malachi and others have put forward is a good one. But those are two different questions. And I think today is the conversation is the land use. If we decide to vote this down, particularly with the SC Center, then we're saying that the only places, just by de facto, the current policy, the only place you want cannabis is in North Sec or in Southeast Sec. Because right now, the way the land use considerations are set up and the way that the policy is drafted, District 2 and District 6 are overly burdened because of that. So if you vote this down, you're saying that that's okay. Proliferation can continue. What the SC Stone does, and what I've heard from my constituents, have said, hey, Councilman, we're not saying no, just spread it out throughout the city so that one district or two are not overly burdened. So the SC zone would actually allow for more places in the first areas, so you don't have a lot of congregation go throughout the city. And I think that's a positive thing because it helps look at other areas where it could work. And that might actually benefit also core participants who have challenges with capital and getting other places. So I think giving them more opportunities of where they could go, I think is a positive. On the special planning district for Del Paso Boulevard, Joy, can you confirm this correctly? If the measure fails, then anybody can still apply for activation, delivery, manufacturing, and retail on the boulevard if it fails. Anybody could on those.
Well, I just want to remind you that right now you're just going to vote on the shopping center zone.
Okay, I'll save that comment for the next one. Yeah.
But I do also want to say that, as Councilmember Harris said, yes, there's only 30 dispensary permits, 29 that are active, and we have had people relocate. So this would just give another appropriate zone at this time, for people to relocate. And then in the future, if there are more permits, it would open up another zone for people to look at, the shopping center zone.
Thanks. So I'll conclude with, Mr. Mayor and colleagues, one of the reasons I pushed for making sure that we had an ability for a council member to reject an item or bring it, call it to the council, is to have that control, to make that final check. And I think we're moving forward in that fashion. I just believe that the work that's been done on this helps address an unfairness right now, where we do have two other districts that that have most of the congregation. SE zone would fix that.
Councilman Guerra, you still speaking?
Yes, I was done with my comments.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilman Chenier.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we have a situation where, for example, you and Jeff are.
Jay, we lost you.
Sorry, he's muted.
There we go. Is that better?
Mm-hmm.
What I said is I think we have a situation where both Jeff and the mayor are correct. This is a land use decision.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Hold on a second. We got some technical
I
issues.
just muted Councilmember Carr.
Okay,
go ahead again.
All right. I will try a third time because I know that will be the charm. So it's really, I think someone else should be muted as well. There seems to be some static in the background. I don't think it's me. Anyway, we have a situation where we have two things going on here. One is a desire for equitable kind of as we move, to be more equitable as we move forward and make sure that core folks have every ability to open up their businesses in the best locations that we have right now. Also, we're looking at something that is a land use decision. So I actually wanted to ask Susanna, if we were to, would we be able to say that this ordinance for some period of time would only apply to core participants for the SC zone? Is that something that we could do? Along the lines of what Malachi and others have suggested.
Councilmember, we're starting to look at that now based on your discussion tonight, and I'll be able to give you guys an opinion on that.
Well, could he, if that is your intention you could make a conditional motion, I assume, if that's what you.
Yeah, well, let me ask a different question. So this is either for Davina or Laney. Like, how close are we? I think this council has made its intentions pretty clear that the next set of, if it's 10 dispensary permits, will be reserved for core graduates. How close are we to getting there?
Councilmember Chenier, we have a proposal that reflects the kind of design of the program to reflect the core participants, and that is currently under review at the city attorney's office, and so we are waiting on that, and then we'll make any changes we need to accordingly to reflect their requirements that they might have.
Okay, so maybe I'll ask the question again. How long until we're ready to move forward on that? Is that a Susanna question?
I think, yeah, would need some input from the city attorney's office.
City attorney's office, how close are we to moving forward?
Very close. There was some initial legal concerns that we had with the proposal, and then so we spent quite a bit of time researching and getting back to staff about it. And with those legal concerns addressed, we'll be able to move forward, and it was really to remove some impediments to the core participants that we were most concerned with. So I think we should be able to move fairly quickly on this. And if you recall, the council, the 5 retail licenses that the council has authorized will all be for core participants.
Correct.
And that's
Correct.
all.
So we don't know at this point if we could reserve this, the bounty of this ordinance for core participants, but that's something you're looking at.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is there anything, maybe this is back to Laney and Davina, is there anything that would preclude, if we pass this today, is there anything that would preclude a core participant from using the programs that you were discussing, whether it's a $50,000 grant or a loan, from securing property to open a dispensary in an S zone?
No, there would be nothing that would preclude them, with the exception of not having access to a dispensary license permit.
Right. No, I understand, but someone could move forward on the parcel, although there's certainly a risk that would be involved there.
Correct. They could apply for a CUP tomorrow, 30 days from. Is this a? I'd have to defer to the city attorney to know if this is a 30-day, or perhaps Joy knows, or if it's immediate.
And what is the? And these are random questions, but they're not in my head. So, what is the time frame right now, start to finish, of a CUP application? I mean, I know we don't have them for a dispensary because we haven't opened up yet, but what do you envision the time frame being for a CUP application for a dispensary?
A CUP, it's probably 8 months to a year.
Okay. So just to go back, so we have 5 dispensary licenses that we're looking at designing a process for and implementing a process. That will happen fairly quickly, according to Susanna. We have grant and loan programs that will be operable when? What do you think on that? This is out of the state grant money?
Yes, council member, this is Davina Smith. It should be, well, we are doing reimbursements now. We'll be starting grants up within the next month or two, and we'll be starting loans up in the next month or two.
Okay. So if we wanted to do something for the core grantees, which is actually give them a leg up, which generally that population has been a leg behind, if we're able to say we will give them a year prior to anyone else being able to use the SC zone, that should give them enough time to get a grant or a loan, go through the CUP process, and get what, and I think the mayor is right when he talked about location. We want to see if we can give these 5 individuals the best possible locations, which are spread around the city. And I understand Mr. Guerra's comment. That, assuming that's legal to do, that would be feasible as a time frame to put all the pieces in the right places.
So, are you checking with Vice Mayor Harris, the maker of the motion, if you're suggesting that in addition?
No, I'm asking Davina and Laney if I've got my timelines correct to try to line up for a motion here.
So I think as Ms. Patterson mentioned, that it's the CUP process takes that period of time, and they need to have, an applicant would need to have a lease or something indicating that they have the ability to apply for a CUP for that location. So that would be going forward, they'd have to be paying that.
So we have a little bit of a chicken and egg on that one, right?
Yes, yeah. And the CUPs are an issue just because they're expensive, and we have to have them, and yeah.
I understand, but the grant or loan could potentially cover that process and possibly help with a down payment on a lease.
Yes.
All right. So Jeff, I don't know if you want to change your motion or if you want,
Let me make a couple of comments here, if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
If you're trying to create more opportunity for core participants by changing the motion or the staff recommendation as is, I offer you this. There is going to be no competition for those spaces unless a whole lot of dispensary owners wanted to move all of a sudden to the SC zone. They still need a discretionary permit, so the timing would be the same for them as any core applicant. This is really about the council granting more dispensary licenses. And at that point, the only people, if those licenses are only given to core applicants, they have free reign and no competition. This is a moot point. We don't need to be doing this at this time. It's superfluous. It's really not necessary.
So I disagree with you. And I understand there's not going to be a wholesale move of people with current licenses into SC zones, and also that folks would be able to do call-ups. But I think there's a point here where we're saying, if somebody wants, if we're going to really support the core folks, and there's whatever 1.2% of the space in the city is those SC zones, and we want to give them a leg up for a period of time. I think I know that Malachi and others have said 2 years. I think within a year, it should all be together. So I'm going to make a substitute motion here.
So the only thing that I want to just, again, we have some folks, and my understanding is that there are folks who have been paying on a lease for a year waiting for this shopping center zone opportunity to happen. And you would be precluding them from applying for a CUP because I don't believe at this time they're core. And so that's I think one of the concerns that planning staff had around this, that we have literally derailed this conversation through some procedural issues and concerns for well over 8 months. I think Councilmember Harris will tell you. And so
these are folks who are moving their current.
Yes. And so they've been paying on a lease for a year that now they won't get to apply for a CUP for.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I'm going to make a substitute motion that is conditional on the city attorney saying it's legal. If it's legal, we basically default to what Mr. Harris's motion would be or the staff recommendation, but that this ordinance, and I'm not sure of the language of this, so Susanna, if you could help me, but this ordinance becomes operational only for core participants within the 12 months following when it becomes operational.
And based on our opinion on that, if we determine that it's not legal to put such a requirement, then it defaults to the ordinance as presented.
Right, then anybody can go into an SC zone based on they're having a CUP and everything. I think, and I'm listening to the mayor and trying to draw a line. And I think that what affected me most is, yes, we've asked people to wait. We've invested $2 million now into the core program. These folks should get a leg up into this industry at this point. So that's my substitute motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a comment, please.
Of course.
As I stated before, the substitute motion, in my opinion, does not help core participants in the slightest. It's a moot point. And it would, as Laney said, preclude somebody who is a business owner currently and participating through all our rules and procedures to secure a space in a shopping center zone that they've been paying on for a good long time and been waiting for a year for a decision on this particular land use.
How many are paying that lease, if I might? How many? One. So, Councilman Chenier?
One business. And, Mr. Mayor, by opening up the SC zone, if people want to go out on a limb and apply for a CUP before they have a dispensary license, there's substantial risk in that. There's no guarantee that either the business owner that I've been working with or that a core participant will be granted a CUP. They're not easy to do, and especially if it's in a PUD and you have to adjust the guidelines of the PUD, it'll be even more difficult. I just think that this is superfluous and frivolous, and this is a very simple decision to move forward.
Well, I want to see if I can, if I may, Councilman Chenier, I support and appreciate actually the direction where you're trying to take us with the substitute motion. I wonder, though, if we might deal with Laney's, Ms. Milstein's concern. If somebody has detrimentally relied, if you will, on the particular site, and it's one, and we've got five potential openings here. If you might consider in your substitute motion to grandfather anyone who has been paying lease on any of the affected property, so that we deal with that issue, and then let your motion essentially affect any other applicant that has not so detrimentally relied.
So, Mr. Mayor, I have been consistent, I think, for 9 years in not wanting to change the rules of the game as we go. But I don't believe in this instance the rules of the game were set because this was always something that the council would take up at some point over time. And I've certainly supported Mr. Harris's motions along the way of opening it up. If this is about one individual who has been paying and they can prove that they have been paying rent or a lease payment on a piece of property for at least, say, 6 months in anticipation of this, I would be happy to grandfather that person in.
Okay, so that's part of your substitute motion, and I will second your substitute motion. All right, further debate on the council. We are grandfathering anyone who's had a lease for 6 months or longer on any of the affected properties. So who is next, Madam Clerk? Councilmember Carr.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we got to a good spot. I would like to see a 2-year moratorium on anyone but core participants, because the way the council worded this thing, Jay, is that we do 5 this year and 5 next year. So I think we need to give them 2 years so the second 5 will have an opportunity as well. Would you consider that as a friendly substitute?
That's not.
I think that's a tough one just because you know, Larry, we will have people who want to move.
And I understand there will be people who want to move to a better location.
Yeah.
But my sympathy, I'm having a hard time getting with it because we gave people, how many years have they had a monopoly on dispensaries?
Quite a while. No, I understand that. I'm actually thinking about it less from the proprietor's viewpoint than from Mr. Guerra's in District 2, where you do have an overconcentration of folks in those areas. And what we're trying to do is spread it out. And waiting 2 years to do that is a tough one for me. I think people can pretty much get it together within a year. And frankly, you know, with the loan program, if you're going to have a second 5, I guess it would depend, you know, working with Davina and Laney, we could figure out when the lottery comes so that there's enough time that they could get in on a piece of property. Laney, what did you want to say?
I just want everyone to, the reason why we're piggybacking on another vendor for the distribution of loan dollars to bring that expertise on board really quick is because the state money only lasts for a year. So this will only go out to the people who are in this first group of 5 dispensaries unless there's another offering from the state in which we're successful in achieving grant dollars.
Okay.
And we set 12-month periods for 5 and 5.
Okay.
Yes.
So if we wanted to, we could go back and speed up the second 5.
But your substitute motion now only deals with the first 5, and there'll be 4 out of 5, arguably, that will be eligible under your substitute motion. Councilmember Carr, do you want to have another comment?
Larry, let me just say, if we can come back and take a look at this and see how it looks if we want to move it up. But I'd like to stay with 1 year at this point.
Well, the city attorney who I'm sitting with here, socially distanced, has just said she has got a legal answer to the question that was raised earlier. So why don't you go ahead?
And I have Senior Deputy City Attorney Jeff Heron, who works with all of our zoning and planning folks here that can also opine on this, but the answer would be that the city could not tie such a requirement to our zoning ordinance. Jeff, do you want to add to that?
Yes, Mayor and council members, this is Jeff Heron from your city attorney's office. A zoning change like you're considering now is broad-based land use regulation. We are not allowed tie it to any particular applicants. As was discussed earlier, for your programs to do that, you'd want to use your Title V process.
So we have to go back to the CUP process.
Yep. The permit process. Title 17 is CUP.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So we'd have to go to the permit process and not allow that for people who want to move outside of core participants, which is a different discussion.
Okay, that's correct, and that's what I've been trying to say.
I get it, Jeff. I get it.
So maybe what you're saying, Councilman Chenier, is that you want to agendize this particular reform to the CUP process sometime soon after the recess so that we can address this in a way that would be compatible with the current law.
We can bring it when we bring the core item.
Yeah.
No, I think that's appropriate. All right.
Okay.
Well, I will take my motion back and provide some direction to staff, if we can do that, to develop a policy that would meet the goals that we talked about and bring it back when we bring back the core item.
Associated with the permit process. Got it.
Yeah, but
Correct.
soon. But
Do
real
we bring
soon.
that directly back to the city council? Because right now it's scheduled to go back
Yes.
to Long
To
Ledge.
bypass L&L?
Yes.
Okay,
Let's go
good.
direct.
Yes, please, come right back to the city council with that. And then Councilmember Vice Mayor Harris's motion is, if you will, clean from the land use perspective, but we can still deal assertively with the equity issue that has been obviously integral to everything we're talking about here. So, very good. Is there anybody else on this, or can we take a motion on Councilmember Harris's motion, because it's the only motion on the table? Okay, let's call the roll on the motion, please.
So this is a motion by Councilmember Harris and second by Guerra regarding the shopping center zone ordinance. Councilmember Ashby?
No.
Councilmember Warren is recused. Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Hanson.
Aye.
Councilmember Chenier.
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings.
Aye.
Councilmember Carr.
No.
And Mayor Steinberg.
Aye. All right, that motion passes. Now, is there a motion and a second on the Del Paso Boulevard portion of the item? We need to open and close the public hearing. Is there a motion on this?
Mayor, I have a comment on this one.
Yes, please.
We didn't really discuss it, but having spent some time visiting the businesses on the boulevard, I do know that there are some recreational facilities. There's a park right behind the SPD. There's also the Wood Lake Swim Club, as well as other centers of activity. Joy, what's the distance requirement that's if a business wanted to go in here? Because I know there may not be a school, but there might be some other entities. And we did get a letter from the Twin Rivers Unified School Board objecting. Well, that came in during the hearing itself. I didn't see that they had a school within 500 feet. So could you just clarify that?
Yes. If any cannabis use, if it's within 600 feet of a public or private K through 12 school, you can't apply. So, and then the other sensitive uses are 600 foot for dispensaries and 300 feet from residential. And if you're within 600 or 300 feet, you're required to, you can still apply, but you need to go to the Planning and Design Commission. Also, in the C2 zone, it doesn't matter. You still need to go to the Planning and Design Commission.
Do you have a map that shows those distances and whatever amenities might be adjacent to the boulevard here? I know that we're going to get a lot of push and pull on this particular item. We did pass the SPD in the first place to stop cannabis cultivation from going on the boulevard within the last couple of years, and now this is allowing, rather than cultivation, dispensary. But
dispensaries are already permitted in the SPD. And we do have an application right now for one that's going through the process. So it's not prohibited. As far as dispensaries go, they're allowed now. You're allowed to apply for CUP, and this ordinance would not prohibit you from applying for a CUP. What this ordinance does is it limits manufacturing and distribution and delivery only facilities and places more restrictions on them.
Okay. I think I understand it now. I was confused with the shopping center piece, so thank you, Joy. So we're restricting activities, not enabling activities.
Correct. This is a restrictive ordinance.
Okay. So I don't know who else would like to speak, but I know council member was recused. I would open and close the hearing and move the item if there's no objection.
Second.
A second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any other council member want to speak on this item? Okay. Then let's call the roll on this restrictive item. Go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem Ashby. No. Councilmember Warren is recused. Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Hanson.
Aye.
Councilmember Chenier.
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings.
Aye.
Councilmember Carr.
Aye.
And Mayor Steinberg.
Aye. The motion passes.
Mayor, if I may, just for 1 second,
Yes,
Joy
of
has
course.
disappeared herself, but
Yes.
this is the very last opportunity that we will have to have Joy's expertise and her patience and her professionalism. Today is her very last day as a retired annuitant, and I just want to thank her for all the work that she's done on behalf of the Office of Cannabis Management and for the City of Sacramento in her tenure here.
Joy, thank you on behalf of a grateful city. always incredibly professional, well-prepared, well-informed, and dealing with issues that are not easy to deal with. So thank you very, very much for coming back.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. It's been a pleasure. I really don't want to leave, but it's time.
Well, maybe we'll find a way to get you back again. Jeff?
Joy, I'd like to personally thank you as well. Having worked with you for a few years, 5.5 already, I'd have to say it's really been a great experience. You have been eloquent and explained things in detail and clearly, and I really appreciate the work you've done for the city of Sacramento. So happy retirement, and I'll see you around the neighborhood.
Thank you, Joy. All right, let us move on to item now number 51. Can we go through 51 and 52 quickly, or are these, do we have public testimony or controversy on these items?
Mayor, I can handle 51 quickly since I made the request, unless we need a staff presentation.
Go ahead, Steve.
Not a staff presentation for 51, but we do have a revised recommendation I would like to share with the council.
Okay, Garrett.
Go ahead.
Okay, our revised recommendation for the council is to be consistent with the recommendation by the Planning and Design Commission at their hearing on June 11th, which is recommending that the council pass a motion to adopt the resolution and the proposed ordinance with the amendment that the conditional use permit be heard by the Planning and Design Commission instead of the zoning administrator. And that is it.
Okay, thank you. I think people have tracked this. The reason that I asked for this originally 6 or 9 months ago was that we had some speculators trying to buy occupied or new apartment buildings to turn them into short-term rental hotels. And we had no process in place to stop that and to protect that housing stock so that it could remain for our local residents and not be used for short-term rentals. So the CUP process really does protect our housing stock. There is some misinformation out there that it actually allows for the conversion, but without a process, you could convert housing to hotel without any checks. The change from the Planning Commission is fine. So I'll make a motion that we open and close the hearing, assuming there are no comments, Madam Clerk.
I do have 5 callers on this item.
Okay, I'll finish the motion then so the callers can hear. I'll open the hearing and make a motion that we approve the ordinance, but also put a 6-month moratorium as recommended by the Sacramento Housing Alliance in for the conversion of rental housing into hotels, and to revisit that at the conclusion of that moratorium. I believe that will protect us during this COVID crisis, protect our housing stock, and give the council future options as to how to maintain the housing stock. We continue to see hotels, by the way, applied for. And so as the mayor and the state work to convert motels into housing, I think you can still go the other way easily. So that's the motion, is to approve the item.
A second.
Okay, let's hear from the public, please.
Thank you. And to confirm, that was a motion by Councilmember Hanson and a second by Harris.
Yes.
Thank you. First caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Hi, this is Kathy Cresswell with the Sacramento Housing Alliance, and I'm now trying to revise my comments based on the new motion. We had submitted a letter because while we appreciated the fact that the CUP was an improvement over the status quo, clearly, we believe that it was insufficient and that during a time of unprecedented housing crisis, the potential loss of any multifamily units would just be unacceptable. And so we were proposing that the city adopt a moratorium to prohibit while the city undergoes a process to really, the CUP process does allow conversions. You just have to have requirements, and clearly it's a more challenging process. So It is absolutely better than the status quo. But we appreciate the motion and support the idea that you should flat prohibit any conversions of multifamily housing, while you're going through your housing element update process, so you can use that process to really evaluate the potential impact of the loss of those units on the city's ability to comply with state law and to meet the compelling need that is really exacerbating the hardship for low-income families and communities of color. So we would support a moratorium in addition to the CUP and appreciate that change. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Eric Vaughn. I am a resident in District 4. I agree that we do not need hotels and motels and temporary living situations in Sacramento. We need more housing inventory. Right now, rent is for a one-bedroom apartment is $1,400. For a two-bedroom minimum is $1,800, anywhere up to $2,500. That's only in the Sacramento area. The downtown area, surrounding areas are getting close to that amount. We need the housing inventory back into Sacramento. Sacramento hasn't even apologized yet for redlining the downtown area and stopping Black communities from getting property in Sacramento. So inventory needs to come back up. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, Mayor Steinberg and City Council members. My name is Dylan Miner, and I'm a resident of Council District 4. I'm calling to urge you to move forward with the recommendations to protect and preserve multi-unit rental properties as a means of protecting Sacramento's residents and the city's identity. Multi-unit rentals are often the only and or most accessible point of entry for families, young adults, and elderly into the rental market. Given the city and state's complete housing deficit, by right conversions of housing into profit-oriented hotels and B&Bs for visitors is indefensible. While I understand the Planning Commission's solution of conditional use permits with amendment of review through the Planning and Zoning Commission, and agree with the speaker from Sacramento Housing Alliance that is a drastic improvement in terms of preventing these conversions, I ask that you go further and place the moratorium on the conversions. As the last speaker already stated, this will allow time to update the housing elements and also to address any additional concerns within the regional planning process. And in particular, I'm deeply concerned by the general lack of housing options for residents looking to purchase property, and feel that the city should prioritize providing financial incentives, both using CARES Act funds or otherwise, and zoning updates that protect and create additional multifamily homes and condominiums that would provide affordable access into market for home buyers of all incomes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Yes, hi, my name is Paul. I'm from District 4. I agree with the added moratorium language. The conversion would, if it was allowed to go forward, the conversion of these properties would result in even lower house stock in the central city. And I'm already seeing people who are being forced out to the X Street to pay $1,100 for a one bedroom. Just getting ridiculous. And things like this, things like added increased Airbnb rentals that I've seen spiking all over the place have resulted in the few units that are available seeing increased rents, and it's getting ridiculous, and it's pushing a lot of the service workers and the people who can least afford it out into the further distant areas and result in them having to commute and all this additional expense on their side. And it's kind of ridiculous because we need the low income housing. We need the housing that the majority of service workers can afford. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you, City Council. My name is Daniel Savala. I'm calling from a constituent from District 2. Just calling just to urge you to vote against this afternoon. One, because, I love Airbnbs. I use them frequently. But we have to know that it takes from our existing housing stock. There are several Airbnbs, whether it be apartments or single-family homes in the city of Sacramento right now, who they offer about on the average of $90 a night, and they also do 30-day stays. So you have single-family homes in my neighborhood that are not on the rental or housing market because they're Airbnb. Now we look at multifamily housing. We're going to continue to take away from the existing housing stock that we have. I've heard this council, and I respect this council so much, and I know we all realize what supply does to affordability. So we've made some great strides, but I think this is just a step in the wrong direction. And lastly, as an app-based program and our CUP and our enforcement, I don't think we have the tools on condition monitoring and any potential problems we might have, particularly with crime and calls for service at Airbnbs, where a lot of these folks are coming and going, 12 to 10 people on a weekend on one place. So I just think this is short-sighted. I'm hoping that you'll all consider not voting for it or bringing it back another day when there's a better chance to have a more robust dialogue about what the impact is on housing affordability. Thank you all.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Dean Dalbin. I reside in District 8, Councilman Carr's district. I'd like to speak in support of this motion, and especially I'm concerned about the issues of delaying any action. I'm sure you all realize that any real estate actions can be very time sensitive. Any conversion that is allowed will employ people to take action to build, renovate, improve properties, and serve the needs of those who wish to pay for such housing, be it temporary or longer term. In any case, the diversity of the housing opportunities for the city of Sacramento are important. Options should be provided. Developers are going to only be doing this if it's going to meet a need. And I'm sure there will be taxes paid upon the items rented to bring revenue to the city that can be used for multiple purposes. And so we could have a real win-win situation here with meeting needs today and tomorrow. There still is other housing available in the city and community, and we have to act to preserve addressing all the needs that the city has, not just from any single special interest group, whether it is a developer, a hotel, whatever other type of housing options that exist. We need a balanced approach, and I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Mayor, I have no more speakers on this item.
And I'd like to close the hearing now that we've had the comments.
All right, the hearing is open and closed. There's a motion and a second. Please call the roll on the motion for item 51.
May I make a comment?
Yes?
Sorry to interrupt, Mayor and council members. This is Jeff Herron again from your city attorney's office. I think I want to point out that in our view, a moratorium as suggested under these circumstances would likely violate state law called the Ellis Act. It was briefly called out in the staff report. That's an act that was put forward by the legislature back in 1985 when proliferation of rent control ordinances had the effect of basically requiring landowners to stay in the business of offering rental property. That act occupies the entire field and prohibits the city from enacting a rule tied to somebody's exercising their Ellis Act rights of getting out of the business of offering rental home, subject to other protections you can have, such as your rent control ordinance or affordable housing subject to regulatory agreements. And that act applies to any property with 4 or more units in 1 or more structures on the property. It includes attempts to.
What's the point here? I'm sorry, we just are about to vote. Is there a legal problem with the?
Yes, I'm sorry. There's a legal problem.
Yeah, I think there's actually, Jeff, sorry to interrupt you. I think there's a dispute on that point. And,
let's hear what the
this is
point
part of the
is.
challenge, which,
let's
I
hear
was just going to say, this is the challenge with us being nimble, but why don't you finish your point? There is a dispute about your point of view on it, though.
But go ahead. I didn't understand the context.
There's a problem under state law with prohibiting landowners who are covered by the state law called the Ellis Act of getting out of the business of providing rental housing. You have the ability to subsequently deal with a change in use as this ordinance proposes, regulations on a CUP for whether or not the building, the structure will be suitable for a hotel or other type use. But a substantive restriction tied to somebody's Ellis Act rights to get out of the rental property business is a problem.
So
Mayor,
why do we hear about all this at the very end of this item when we spent 45 minutes on the item? I do not understand. Is when we have a packed agenda like we do today. But what's your response, Councilmember Hanson?
I think that it's a very narrow reading of the Ellis Act that the Attorney's Office is putting forward. The idea that we would force people to maintain a rental housing use isn't correct. They could. We have passed the Tenant Protection Relief Act that does govern rental housing to a large extent. This closes a loophole in the protection of housing stock, but it certainly doesn't mean that even if we have a temporary moratorium like we're talking about, that there aren't other uses that the property owners can avail themselves of. And as I understand it, there is appellate court decisions on this. And so what I would do, just for time and complexity reasons, is I'll restate the motion, assuming there's still a second, as to adopt the staff recommendation, which is to create the CUP to prevent the conversion of multifamily rental housing into essentially hotel, with the appropriate review at the Planning Design Commission that allows it to be appealed to the council, and that the moratorium, should the city attorney's office conclude that is indefensible, that they come back with a report at a later council meeting on that. But I think it's awkward to give the council legal advice in open session about something that we want to do. So let's take that into another forum.
All right. So there's some risk here. Our city attorney's office has told us that, but we can pass it. And and maybe we get a complete legal analysis, written legal analysis. And if the risk is too great, we can re-agendize this. But this is on the agenda for now, and we understand the risk here. But we're trying to preserve housing at a time when, as Ms. Cresswell said, we do still have a housing crisis here. So I'm prepared to support.
Mr. Mayor, point of clarification. Is the risk due to the moratorium or to the staff recommendation?
The risk is due to a state law which says that we may not be able to put forward the moratorium in the way that the recommendation suggests, but it's a risk. But I suppose if we got sued, that we'd be able to reverse it. But what we're trying to do here, and the intent of the policy, is to preserve housing, and especially affordable housing, and not have it be converted into a more commercial use. So there could be.
I'm not sure if I understood your response. Is the risk due to the staff recommendation as written, or is it due to the amendment that Councilmember Hanson offered that would require a moratorium? Which issue is it?
The moratorium, Larry.
Okay, and you're saying take the moratorium off?
No, I'm saying leave it. And if I don't think it's appropriate for the attorneys to hash this out with us in public. We should figure it out. And if there is a problem, we can come back later and cure it. But I think for now, the message about the moratorium is very important. And we've got significant legal resources outside of the city who've said it's legitimate. So I need to work through that and come back on it. But given the status that we're going to be out for 3 weeks and there's a lot of other things going on, I think it's best to try to do the moratorium now, which is my motion.
Yeah, they would have given us this advice earlier had you told them earlier. But
well, we got the letter.
Oh, there was no, in fairness to the attorney, there was no moratorium presented until just, until during the hearing. So there's no, there was no negligence here or lack of preparation. It was just, this came up during the hearing, the moratorium. And so Jeff is responding appropriately. There's no issue. But the moratorium.
My motion stands, so.
Yeah, the motion stands, and people we can take it, the risk and the motion and the intent of the motion, and we can vote, and we'll vote in a moment. Councilmember Guerra?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say, if the moratorium, okay, see you in a moment. If moratorium doesn't stand legal muster, I'd like us to reconsider if we can remove hotels and motels from the R4 and R5 zones.
Well, you're saying if the motion fails.
And I'll support the motion.
I'm sorry? You're making an amendment, or what are you doing exactly?
No. If when we come back, if the city attorney says that the moratorium does not have legal standing, or if we can't legally move forward, I'd like us to come back and consider also removing hotels and motels from the R4 and R5 zone.
Okay, so that is intent if the moratorium is not upheld. Thank you. Councilmember Ashby?
Yeah, I don't want to belabor the point, but I would like to support, I would like to support Councilmember Hanson, but I'm a little uncomfortable with the city attorney telling us right now that they have some concerns about the moratorium piece. I also understand Councilmember Hanson's, consternation about heading into a break without dealing with this first, but I probably would be more comfortable just moving forward with staff's recommendation rather than adding the moratorium on. And I want to make sure that we don't get ourselves, we don't need another lawsuit, and we certainly don't need to have to pay out on something. So I don't know. I don't know. I feel like that might be a bit of a mistake. And so I think I'm going to make a substitute motion to just move staff's recommendation forward and come back immediately after the break if possible, with the city attorney giving us a recommendation on whether or not we can do the moratorium. And I would certainly support it if at all possible.
I second that motion.
Okay, I'm going to give Councilmember Hanson the opportunity to respond to see if you want to handle it that way, but make it part of your main motion because you're the maker of the motion here.
I think the creation of the COP process is sufficient protection for the time being.
Okay.
So if the city attorney's office is willing to work with us on the moratorium, we can come back on the moratorium. I think we're sending a pretty strong message anyways.
Okay.
But I'm happy to take that as a friendly amendment that we take the moratorium up after the break. We've sent a message about preserving the housing stock for now.
Good. So Councilmember Ashby, if you'll withdraw your substitute.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. We do have the main motion now. It all works out. And it's.
Mr. Mayor, as the second of the motion, I have to accept it. I do. And I'd also like to thank Jeff Herron for his opinion. And I do think it is appropriate for the city attorney to pipe in on these matters.
Yeah. So it's all good, and it isn't even 10 o'clock at night yet. So let's call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ashby.
Yes.
Councilmember Warren.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Hanson. Councilmember Hanson.
You're muted, Jeff.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Chenier.
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings.
Yes.
Councilmember Carr. Councilmember Carr?
Aye, yes.
Thank you, and Mayor Steinberg.
Yes, aye. All right, that passes 9-0. Let's go to item 52. Is there public testimony on this one or controversy on this one? You have two callers on this. Who's presenting on vacating a portion of 6th Avenue west of 42nd Street?
Hi, I'll be brief. Good afternoon, Mayor, Madam City Clerk, and members of the City Council. I'm Jair Bautista with the Engineering Services Division in Department of Public Works. Before you this afternoon is an item with staff recommending adopting a resolution to vacate a portion of an easement for public road at 6th Avenue, west of 42nd Street. Due to illegal dumping and other illicit activities in this location, the vacated area will be better used as part of a gated private parking that will service the adjacent apartments. This portion of 6th Avenue is not a through street and therefore traffic flow will not be impacted. The approval of this vacation would still allow utility purveyors to service and maintain their existing utilities that are on the requested vacation area, and said vacation area is 40 feet in width and spans 80 feet in length. Public Works staff, along with other utility agencies, support this vacation request. Furthermore, this project is consistent with the Sacramento 2035 General Plan and in compliance with the California Streets and Highways Code. That concludes this proposal, and staff will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. We have two members of the public that would like to speak on this item, so let's take those calls, please.
Thank you. Our first caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you very much. Hello, council members. My name is G.P. Hill. I'm in Council District Number 5. This is regarding the property at the west side of 6th Avenue. There is a property on San Rafael Street which has a carport that begins on 6th Avenue at the west side and the end of 6th Avenue. If this parking lot is given to the petitioner so that they can have a parking space for their tenants, it will not allow the owner of the property on San Rafael to have access to his carport either. This was a problem in the 70s that the city wanted to distribute the property at one time, and the owner of a property had that same problem. He could not access his carport. The petitioner who wants that parking lot or that west side of that 6th Avenue, he has 5 parking garages and 2 parking spaces. I believe he has 6 units. I believe what he has is more than enough parking space for his tenants. He also owns a lot right across the street of 6th Avenue. I, again, believe that is more than enough space for him to park. Also, during funerals, that 6th Avenue gets very congested, and his tenants will not be able to get out of their parking structure. Neither will I. When I see a funeral, I actually move my car down the street. So they're going to be calling the police because they're going to want someone to enforce them, the funeral goers, to move their cars so that they can exit or enter their parking area. That's all I have to say. It means a lot to me. I've been in Oak Park since 1962, and I do not want to see that area split up and taken away from the person who lives on San Rafael, as well as the people who use the city streets to do business with the funeral home. If it's going to be blocked off, it should be split off like they were going to do it in 1970-something and just distribute to all the tenants.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
I'm just asking that you reject the request for that property. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Mr. Mayor, I have no more callers on this item.
All right, thank you very much. Is Councilmember Chenier, is this your district? Jay?
You're muted, Jay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We've had one call on this. I don't know if it was the woman who just spoke, but I want to go ahead and move the item, open and close the public hearing, and move staff's recommendation.
All right, it has been moved, and is it?
I'll second that.
There is a second by Councilmember Jennings. Let's call the roll on the item, please.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ashby?
Yes.
Councilmember Warren?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harris,
Aye.
Councilmember Hanson. That was an aye. Councilmember Chenier,
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings,
Aye.
Councilmember Carr,
Aye.
and Mayor Steinberg.
Aye. All right, that passes. Thank you very much. Now we get to the discussion calendar. We again have a number of items. Let's begin with item 53 and the current CARES Act framework and funding priorities. Mr. City Manager?
Mr. Mayor, can I make a brief statement?
Yes, sir.
Flashing news alert. Alan Warren's COVID test came back negative.
Hey, congratulations.
Thank you.
That's
I
great.
expect exuberance.
Great birthday present.
On your birthday. Excellent.
On my birthday. Just got the call.
Congratulations, you were negative 2 days ago.
I don't know, Larry. But I appreciate it, so.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. Melissa Anguiano, Deputy Director with the Office of Innovation and Economic Development. Madam Clerk, if I could share my screen, I have a short presentation to go over for this item. On April 21st, the city received $89.6 million in coronavirus relief funds from the passage of the federal government's CARES Act. On May 12th, the council participated in a workshop, and on May 26th, adopted a general framework proposed by the mayor, along with some funding priorities. This state is to provide an overview on the process that we are taking and in line with those priorities in that framework. It's intended to guide the city's CARES Act investments to ensure we support some programs that advance inclusive growth, improve the health of neighborhoods, and support people, places, and actions, and promote overall economic recovery as we respond to the impact of the COVID pandemic. First and foremost, we are looking at programs and projects through the criteria that they address an impact caused directly by COVID-19 public health emergency, that they align with the direct requirements of spending and meet the federal timelines for expenditure, are consistent with the city and council priorities and funding initiatives. They minimize additional impacts to the fiscal year 21 budget and address equity and inclusion as it relates to impacts. The city attorney's office has put together this fund eligibility flow chart to review and assess the programs and projects that we are reviewing. And then we are looking at these through the priorities that they address the public health crisis and support the categories that council supported on May 26th. That they support small business recovery and assistance, workforce training, youth enrichment, family services, homeless services, and rapid rehab, and arts, the creative economy, and tourism. Programs and projects that maximize impact and effectiveness of coronavirus relief funding, including the leverage of other resources and partners, is highly important, as well as projects and programs that lead with equity and serve those communities that have been most impacted. Additionally, some of these categories will likely have area-specific criteria and priorities, such as the small business and creative economy that have previously come forward. There's two processes that we're using concurrently for this. One is for allocations that already have been approved. So on May 26th, the council also approved some quick wins for the $89 million. So through that review, we are submitting all proposals through the Office of Innovation and Economic Development, reviewing those with the city attorneys and auditors' offices for eligibility through a form as well as their flow chart. We've pulled together a working group of departments that will be responsible for either implementation or operational programmatic components of implementation that include IT, economic development, and convention culture services, to name a few. We then are looking at project program scoping, whether it's program eligibility and criteria or RFPs. We are looking at these programs and projects through equity screening, and then going through either commission and committee reviews. These may include the investment committee, the youth commission, arts commission, or others as appropriate. And then returning to council for review and approval as required. The second process addresses the number of proposals the city has received over the last several weeks. We've probably received about 200 proposals related to funding requests and programs to address the COVID impact. We are looking at all of these again with the city attorney's auditor's office for eligibility, working with the working group to then determine kind of what the prioritization of those projects and programs may be and how they address equity, working with the exec team to review what will come forward as a form of recommendation for council's review. Again, reviewing with any commissions or committees as appropriate, and then coming to council with some funding recommendations around some of those requests. This is an overview of spending to date that council has approved by category. We will be updating this regularly, and we'll have it updated tomorrow as there's been some additional, there will likely be some additional approvals. And then this is a tentative city council schedule that we've outlined for the next several weeks that takes us through August. In an effort to provide this information also to the public, we did launch a website on Wednesday that is easily accessible through the city's website. We will also be including links on there to all of the specific programs that are approved through the CARES Act funding, and we will be coming back to council after break with some more information on eligible projects that we anticipate bringing forward for consideration, as well as projects and programs that may not be eligible that we will not be. That concludes this short presentation. And Michael, Jasper, and I are open for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Melissa. I know that one of the issues that drives the timeline is the important work about the auditor and the city attorney together with the city manager and members of the council to try to determine whether or not very worthy projects are in fact COVID eligible. And of course, the standard in some ways is subjective. I mean, let's, for example, talk about youth programs and or education programs. Any youth program, maybe on its face, could be put forward whether it has to do with COVID or doesn't have to do with COVID. On the other hand, we know that there has been a huge disruption in the lives of young people, a huge disruption around public education and distance learning. And so what our staff is doing together with the members here and the community is try to shape as many of these proposals as possible so that they meet a community need around inclusivity, around equity, around racial equity, and at the same time meet the COVID eligibility requirements. And that's where I just wanted to mention that among the many things that are still out there that are on the line, I want to make sure that if it is possible, that we find a way to fund these pop-ups. And I know this is a large community and council consensus. If it can be done under the COVID framework urgently because we're heading into the summer, that's great. If it can't, I do think it is important that we come back with general fund as necessary to make sure that we don't lose the momentum on that Measure U investment that was such a key part of us getting started with our youth and inclusivity agenda. I mean, the basic idea here, of course, is that we don't have enough youth programming going on throughout the city, especially on Friday and Saturday nights. And the pop-ups are a big part of the answer to make sure that we've got real enrichment going on in safe places for our community. So I wanted to highlight that one. And I've talked to the city manager about it and make sure that whether it's under the COVID framework or we've got to go into our general fund, that we find a way to fund this consistent with Measure U and consistent with our council priorities.
So I would like just to add a bit to that. So we got approval by the council to extend these pop-ups year-round during our, I think it was the last meeting or the meeting prior. If it turns out that this programming is not eligible for COVID funding, had a discussion with Councilmember Schneider about this as well, is that we look for a way using general fund to get the pop-ups through the end of this year, to get us through the summer.
Okay.
And that if it's COVID eligible, we will look at that year round. But we will come back with a recommendation on how we fund it, either way.
It's a broader discussion, of course, about Measure U and promises made and investing in our youth and all that. But this is one signature project that I think we all agree, one way or another, that we want and need to fund. So thank you. I would ask that we take up the next item so that the public testimony is, I think, for both items, one or both items. But why don't we take up the very important small business assistance item, then we can take the public testimony and vote on item 54 and hear from the council, of course, on either 53 or 54. Madam Clerk? Or excuse me, who's presenting now on item 54? Leslie Fritchie, okay. And thank you, Melissa.
Good afternoon, or I guess it is good early evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Leslie Fritchie with your Office of Innovation and Economic Development. Today, I'm here to provide you a quick update on the steps we've taken to launch the Small Business Recovery Program, which this council authorized on June 16th. Since the 16th, EDD staff has been active with outreach. We've held 4 webinars, one in English, one in Spanish. Thank you very much, Councilmember Guetta, for your help with the Spanish one. And Vietnamese. We Zoom met, I guess that's an official term, with members of the Black business community, including the California Black Chamber of Commerce, representatives from the SAC Observer magazine, and then also the Black Small Business Association. And then we've met with the PBID directors and the Inclusive Economic Development Coalition, the Metro and Asian Chambers, and had various town halls with many of your districts, districts 3 and 8 in particular. We've sent out informational emails to over 1,400 businesses. We're posted on social media and have postcards ready and are distributing in 6 different languages. So as of yesterday, the application for the loan program became live, and it will be open until July the 13th. We've received a lot of helpful comments along the way, and have heard suggestions that one particular requirement, and that is for employees for the home-based business, should be eliminated. As it is at this point, home-based businesses are limited to those that have over 3 full-time equivalents. We've heard some feedback, particularly from the ethnic chambers, that many of their members are home-based businesses and may only have 1 or 2 employees. So they ask that modification be made to the loan program, and that is certainly something that council could do this evening by action should you so desire. One way of doing that would be potentially making home-based businesses eligible for maybe a lower threshold amount, maybe $2,500 instead of a $5,000 micro business amount. That might be one way of folding in home-based businesses into the program as we have outlined it. One change we have made is to add to the loan application and the criteria a question about whether the businesses have incurred any physical changes, such as changes that they may have needed to do to board up their businesses to keep their businesses safe, or whether they received any physical damages or theft during the COVID pandemic. With the amount of outreach we've conducted and based upon this need, staff anticipates that the demand for the loan program will be high. So today we are seeking your approval to augment the budget by $5 million, thus making a total of $15 million available for the forgivable loan program. In addition, staff are seeking council approval for a complementary component to the newly launched forgivable loan program. As council discussed and as evidenced by the business survey conducted by the city auditor's office, as well as feedback that we've been receiving all along the way through the small business community, the availability of capital is essential to helping our small businesses recover from the pandemic. But a second and equally valuable part is making sure that they have wraparound services that can be provided to aid these businesses pivot and readjust in a new business environment. These programs will focus on mitigating the impacts of COVID-19 by increasing business resiliency, assisting with repositioning strategies, and allowing them to have access and develop business plans to aid in their recovery. Today, staff is seeking a $5 million allocation from the CARES Act funding to provide technical assistance to Sacramento's businesses. The range of types of technical assistance we are considering include business planning, including plan preparation, sales and marketing, financial planning, space, and COVID-related health programming. Because of the federal nature of the funding, staff will be required to follow federal procurement strategies, which will involve advertising through the city's Planet Bid system. Staff's already received a number of proposals for technical assistance, such as those presented by the collaboration of the chambers and the P-bids. And previously, we received a number of proposals through the city's portal for inclusive economic development. Staff will be reviewing these proposals as well as others that may come forward through the procurement process. And staff is proposing to return to council after the council's recess with specific technical assistance contracts. That concludes my brief presentation, and Michael Tasso, Melissa, and I are available to hopefully answer any questions you might have for us at this time.
Let me thank the three of you in the department for outstanding work here, working with the business community and the business leadership over these couple weeks. This has been complex, but we actually now will be at about $23 million when it comes to small business if we approve this tonight, and I think that's worthy and important. We do have a number of members that want to speak, but we do have 7 people on the public testimony, so why don't we hear the public testimony, and then I'll turn it over to the members.
Thank you. Our first caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening. My name is Leah Miller. I'm the president and CEO of Habitat for Humanity of Greater Sacramento. And our organization builds and preserves homes in underserved communities for low and very low income families and seniors. Our program predominantly serves people of color, providing housing and equity opportunities to those who, through systemic racism, have been shut out of opportunities for home ownership and equity building for decades. The housing crisis is already a critical point before COVID-19, as is shown by the Sacramento Housing Alliance's most recent survey revealing over 62,000 families in desperate need of affordable housing. That crisis has obviously only been further exacerbated by the economic devastation of COVID-19, making many more families homeless, on the brink of homelessness, or extremely housing insecure. Too many low-income families and seniors are on the brink of homelessness due to COVID-19 economic impact. We need to help those vulnerable families and individuals with children that are suffering by providing stable, affordable housing before they become homeless, not waiting until after they're on the streets. Habitat for Humanity has a variety of new affordable construction projects in 3 districts that are set to house over 70 individuals, which have all been delayed due to COVID-19 financial impact on our organization. We've submitted 2 letters to council, one to help provide funding to build new homes for at-risk low-income families, and another letter, which is a collaborative request, along with 5 other housing nonprofits, requesting funds to help vulnerable people stay in their already affordable homes and avoid displacement by providing CARES funding for home preservation. I'm hopeful that upon reflection of the dire and critical need for affordable housing, particularly in our underserved communities, that a substantial and generous line item for at least $20 million for affordable housing solutions will be included in the $89 million CARES budget that will not just help get people off the streets, but it'll also keep them in their homes, and it'll keep building more affordable housing that our community desperately needs. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Steinberg and members of the City Council. Pat Fonkushida, President and CEO of the Sacramento Asian Pacific Chamber of Commerce. Today is a very important day for equity in our city. Investing the proposed $20 million in small business from the Federal CARES Act funding and earmarking that 75% of the forgivable loan program be given to small businesses in the city's underserved neighborhoods makes a big statement that small businesses really matter to you. By supporting the COVID-19 wraparound service recommendations, you are providing vital technical assistance and support to those businesses least able to afford it, especially Black, Asian, and Latino-owned businesses that need these services to recover and rise from this economic crisis. In a report this month from McKinsey & Company, its research shows that more than 5.7 million small businesses in the U.S. have some possibility of closing due to the effects of COVID-19. The report distinctly calls out minority business owners and those owners with the least educational attainment as the most vulnerable. Minority business owners are twice as likely to have been negatively impacted by the pandemic and are least likely to recover. It also states that without intervention, we can expect up to 40% or more of these small businesses to fail. There are more than 10,000 minority-owned businesses in the city of Sacramento. Just imagine the devastating impacts to our weakened commercial corridors if we allow 40% of those small businesses there to fail. It would take years, if not decades, to fully recover. These entrepreneurs and minority businesses are Sacramento's answer to whether we can come together and build a recovery that is inclusive and resilient, leaving no one out. We share this support and comments with you as part of a coalition representing a diverse cross-section of businesses, representing all 8 council districts in the city of Sacramento and 4,000 plus businesses. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Pat, for your good work.
Next caller, please. Next caller. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you, Madam Clerk and Mayor and members of the City Council. Brandon Black, Director of Public Policy with the Sacramento Metro Chamber, calling in support of staff's recommendation for item 54. I'll keep this brief, but wanted to quickly thank the council and city staff for the sense of urgency in working with us and the broader business community coalition on making sure that this much needed CARES dollars get out to our struggling, small, locally owned businesses. The need is great, and this allocation will certainly help mitigate negative impacts on our local economy. The inclusion of wraparound technical assistance is critical, and we thank council and staff for helping meet this need. We appreciate all the work that staff has put in to make this happen and appreciate their efforts to ensure that all voices in our community were heard during this important discussion. We're very grateful for the support. Along with the broader coalition, we are committed partners and look forward to continued collaboration with the city on this and many other meaningful projects. Thanks again for your time.
Thank you very much, Brandon.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and members of City Council. This is Tracy Shaw, and for the past year, I have worked with the Sacramento Inclusive Economic Development Collaborative in a group of 4 chambers of commerce and 7 PBIDs, all serving marginalized communities. By pairing the strength of our ethnic chamber members with the dedication of our PBIDs in disadvantaged corridors, we are helping minority-owned businesses in ways that they've never had access to. Many of these small businesses were struggling to get by even before the pandemic hit. COVID-19 has hit our minority communities at an alarmingly disproportionate rate in terms of health and economics, and it glaringly has shown the cracks and inequity that Sacramento has. These disadvantages appeared in many ways. Examples include how minority-owned businesses failed to have the professional assistance needed to swiftly apply for the federal payroll protection program, how they struggled to find the necessary PPE supplies, and even how the city's first round of funding was first come, first serve. Minority-owned businesses represent over 40% of the small businesses located within the city of Sacramento, and they need our help now more than ever. The SAC IEDC applauds the city staff recommendations to allocate $15 million in forgivable loans to our small business community, and we wholeheartedly support providing $5 million in portfolio services around technical assistance, specifically geared towards the needs of small business owners, many of whom only need a little extra help to truly prosper. We need to be the change we wish to see in our world in Sacramento. This is the first step for our small businesses. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Tracy.
Mr. Mayor, I have no more callers on this item.
All right, let's go to the members. And first, if I may, who is first up on the queue, Madam Clerk?
Chenier. Councilmember Chenier is first, then Guerra, Carr, Warren, Harris, and Hanson.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to be very brief here, Mayor. I would just, if we go back, Melissa had a schedule of when things were coming back to the council. The issue that I've certainly talked about around youth is not the schedule, particularly given that we'll probably be losing $2 million worth of funding around the pop-ups. So I'd like to add that to the schedule on the 25th of the month when we're doing workforce development, which is within the same bucket as youth.
We will add that.
Thank you. That's all I got.
Councilmember Guerra.
Yeah, I wanted to also support the request of the youth pop-ups and supporting that effort. Also wanted to personally express thanks to all the staff for doing the work for both the Vietnamese community and the Latino community, and doing the information, not only different channels, but also in different languages. And I think that working with those community partners who have buy-in with the community, I think is extremely helpful. Lastly, I kind of want to remind again, the recent numbers and the upticks of COVID cases in the Latino community only should be a louder voice of saying that we have to be very intentional about the work we're doing to make sure that all the information gets out at the same time. If not, we get this game of telephone within the community who's getting the information either secondhand before we translate it. So every effort we can do to get the information out all at the same time is helpful. And with that, I think good work. I think it was a great webinar, and really challenged my business vocabulary skills.
Councilmember Carr.
Yes, thank you. Leslie and Melissa and Michael, what you have done has simply been outstanding. The way you have outreach to the community, the way you listen to what the business community had to say, and how you could redesign the program to be much more effective and reach corners that have never been reached in our city. I think you guys have just done a yeoman's job. The resolution that we adopted included a provision to allow the city manager to adjust the program as we went along. One of the things we found out as we talked to our business owners is that we have a lot of small businesses that are just single sole proprietorship or only have one employee. Some of the nail salons act that way, some of the beauty salons act that way. And because we had limited the number of employees to 3 or more who could utilize the program, we found that a lot of businesses couldn't take the opportunity. So I think we need to amend it. I think the city manager already has the authority to make the adjustments. But to be absolutely clear, I'm going to recommend we approve the motion with the following amendment. That the city manager or his designee is authorized to amend the CARES-funded small business forgivable loan program criteria adopted by the council on June the 16th to include all home-based businesses as eligible, provided that the business is the primary source of income for the business owner, and that the loan amount for these businesses with fewer than 2 full-time equivalent employees be $2,500. So what this does, it eliminates people who have a side hustle, as they say. If you're selling full of brushes, you wouldn't be eligible for this unless that was your sole source, your main source of income. And the rationale for going $2,500 is that you don't have brick and mortar to support. You're operating out of your home, so your overhead is a lot less. So with that, I would recommend that we adopt the staff recommendation.
I'll second that, but I have a question when it's my turn.
And to
About the
reiterate, that's on
motion.
item 54, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Next to speak is Councilmember Warren.
Thank you. I'd like, first of all, to also say thank you to staff for their hard work. I know we're doing this in tight time frames, and so we may not get it completely right, but I think we're making a very good effort. Councilman Shanier's pop-up and the $2 million I completely support. I think we need to make sure that our youth have adequate places to spend time, particularly as they continue to grow. We've seen how stress and anxiety has impacted people, particularly during this COVID time period. And so we need to make sure that the youth programs are adequately funded, and to make sure that we monitor what's taking place in the communities, how these programs are being utilized, and figure out if indeed we need to add additional resources to the program for youth. And then secondly, I too believe that home-based businesses should be funded irrespective of the number of employees they have. I think, home-based businesses, if managed correctly and are all successful, can turn out to be much bigger businesses that employ lots of people. I started my business as a home-based business, and it's been over 31 years now in business, hiring employees and working in multiple states. And so I think it's extremely important that we recognize the value of small businesses. And I agree that they should be legitimized and primary source of revenue, but they should not be eliminated from funding, because they too have been tremendously impacted. So I support Councilman Carr in what he has just proposed as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris. Vice Mayor Harris, you're muted.
Thank you, Mindy. This is a really important item, because if our small businesses flag or fail in Sacramento, our economy will fail. We are a small business town. By and large, that's where most of the employment comes from. So this is great. I think that we found at the last meeting that there was appetite from council members to increase the amount of money that we get out the door in the first round. And I highly agree with adding $5 million to the amount that we are making available. I like Councilmember Carr's idea. I think that it's valuable and will reach a lot of people who are definitely in need of help at this time. I particularly think that we're going to have to put more money into this program. I would like to find another $5 million down the road, but time will prove what the need is. I think we will find that there is a great need for us to continue to support our small businesses. I had suggested at the previous meeting that we might use some ESG money, but a lot of that is being programmed for housing, which is another issue that we have to address. Nonetheless, Mr. Mayor, and we've discussed this, as we look at the various buckets, we might be able to find some flexibility, if the need presents itself, to give more money for supporting small business. Again, staff, thank you for your hard work. I really appreciated doing the town halls with you. I'd also like to take just a moment to thank my staff member, Jocelyn Navarro. She has done a lot of footwork in the community of Northgate, actually walking this up and down the street, and along with members of GNNA, who encountered, I believe, 150 small businesses that are not necessarily web connected, that did not necessarily know about this program, and they're definitely in need. So sometimes it takes handwork. Sometimes just sitting at your computer and pushing out notices does not get it. And I would like to thank all of the community members and my staff for taking the time to make this money available to businesses in need. Thank you.
All right.
So
Thank you.
Councilmember Hanson would like to speak, and then Mayor Pro Tem Ashby.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to let the clerk know, too, I've heard from two different folks who got kicked out of the queue multiple times. So I don't know if we're still having phone trouble, but the Sacramento.
Speak.
What, Mayor?
We'll let them speak then. If they're coming back on this item and they got kicked out of the queue, we'll happily let them speak.
No, public commenters, the Sacramento Housing Alliance and the Downtown Partnership. Sacramento Housing Alliance had tried to call in for 53 to support resources for affordable housing and rivers in our community.
Ms. Cresswell testified.
Downtown Partner had tried to call in on 54.
We are currently on 53 and 54, and the queue is together, and I currently have one
To
caller.
support. So I'll give comments. Was asked to share that.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Did you say there's a caller, Mindy?
Yes, there is a caller on hold. As soon as the council members speak, we'll take that caller.
Yeah, but go ahead. Please complete your comments.
Okay. I just want to thank you, Mayor, for your leadership on the structure. Well, we might quibble around the edges about the buckets and what fits in them and whatnot. I think you gave us a great framework to work from, and I would echo the comments of my colleagues thanking Michael Jasso and his team for their yeoman's work. It really is true. We're flying a plane before we even have wings on it, which is a very difficult feat. As the partnerships and as the collaboration goes on, we heard from Pat Fonkashita earlier. She, along with Amanda Blackwood and Kathy Rodriguez and a whole slew of other people, worked together to ensure that there was a coalition of very diverse interests to support item 54. And so I think we have to praise that community effort and that good work. Because it is part of what makes us stronger. And then, Mr. Carr, I just had one question for you. I am happy to second the motion. I believe that home-based businesses are extremely important. If they have access, and we had talked about this at our last meeting, if they have access to pandemic unemployment assistance and they're a sole proprietor or they're not incorporated, how do you propose that they get handled where they may have other programs they're able to access? I think we might have lost Larry.
Is it a question for Councilmember Carr?
Ask it again, Steve. I'm sorry I missed the question, but ask it again. Maybe I can help. Ask it again.
It appears Mr. Carr has dropped off the meeting.
It was for Larry.
Yeah, I know. Ask me again. Say it again, though.
It was, we had talked before at the last meeting about the small business program. And if people have access to PPP or PUA, that we would try to prioritize those people who didn't have access to those other programs. And so I just want to make sure that in his direction to staff that that's still the case, because there are going to be a lot of businesses out there who need the technical assistance that we have in item 54 and to apply, but they also may not have won the PPP awards or for a variety of reasons based on incorporation, they may not qualify for the pandemic unemployment assistance either. And so I just wanted to know.
Yeah, we already said that before. The only thing he wants to change is to include the sole proprietors and the home-based businesses at that rate. That everything that you said should already be included. The council already.
That's what I thought.
That's okay.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thanks. I think we're doing a lot of really good work, and the staff, thank you for all your hard work.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Hanson. Any other members here? Okay, this is just all the members.
Sorry, Mayor, I'm in that queue, but I probably got booted when I just.
I'm sorry. Go.
It's okay. I don't need a bunch of time, but I did want to thank Councilmember Carr for making those changes. I think they're really helpful and important. There are a lot of people who our sole proprietors or home-based businesses that I think could be included. So I think that's really important, and it's also responsive to the statewide Black Chamber that reached out and asked us to include those populations, which I think is kind of what we're all trying to do here, is lead while listening and make good decisions. And then just the last thing I wanted to say is I really support not just Larry, but Jeff's comments, and Councilmember Hansen said this too, and others may have as well. For me, dumping more money in this bucket is okay because our goal here is to help small, women-owned, minority-owned, local-owned businesses, and we want to help them because we know they need lots of help, but we also want to help them because we're trying to reach their workers. And we know that the significant workforce in our city is working for small businesses. And so this is really our effort to help businesses across our city in every area, and some, like in poor Steve's district they just keep, some of them are closed for the third time now in 3 or 4 months. It's just crazy. And so, we're trying to reach them, but really we're trying to help their workers. We want to help make sure that the people who are employed there can pay their rent and buy their groceries. So I really appreciate Councilmember Carr's additions and Councilmember Hansen's and Harris's passion. So I'm happy to support this tonight too. And I have to say this, I love hearing Brandon Black call in. They grow up so fast, that one. All right, thanks you guys.
Good, thank you. So
I dropped out again. Did Steve get his question answered? Okay.
Okay.
Some real difficulties here.
So do we have a motion and a second, including Councilmember Carr's addition here, amendment?
I have a
friendly
motion
amendment.
by Councilmember Carr and a second by Councilmember Hansen on item 54.
Okay,
I still need to vote on, or a motion and a second on 53, and I have one caller that slipped.
Okay, we do have one other caller, so
Thank
let's
you.
take the one other caller that got cut off earlier.
Thank you so much. Caller,
Okay.
please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Oh, thank you so much. Hi, my name is Shira Lane. I am founder and executive director of the Atrium located at District 6. Thank you so much for the support for the creative community. Creatives have been one of the hardest hit industries due to COVID. With the complete incineration of all events, creatives have been so disproportionately unable to work, yet have completely stepped up to the plate and done what is needed regardless of pay or their own immediate needs. Many creatives have sewn masks till their fingers bled. Many performers and musicians played online and in the street to bring positivity. Artists and muralists painted words and imagery of hope to bring us together at a time when we're all being torn apart. But I don't want you to let all their good heart and hard work obscure you. Creatives and makers come in all shades and shapes, and they're hurting right now terribly. There are no festivals, no markets, and starting next month, any state unemployment that only some got is going to run out. The Atrium has worked really hard with response services during this time, and we have developed detailed strategic plans for recovery. But not only developed that, but we've also begun to pilot these programs, creating brand new sales tax dollars, and have paid local creatives $20,000 already. Our recovery goal is longevity beyond the pandemic, and even daring to think about possible growth. We want to rise all boats and are collaborating with other organizations like the Latino Arts Center and Square Root Academy on paying creatives to create enrichment programming, developing a matrix that builds long-term economic and environmental sustainability. We're not asking for a handout. We're here asking for an investment in the creative community that gives so much to this city. It builds the tourist industry and generates the magic that we all love. There's a difference between treating communities and bystanders and actually empowering them to become producers and contributors and future leaders. We don't want communities just to be bystanders and we come to save them. We want them to become the leaders and the producers.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment?
Yes, I just appreciate your full support for including home businesses and the full $20 million to support the creative sector. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you.
Great discussion. The words of an immortal philosopher, this is a big deal. It really is. It's $20+ million in total. And it was a collaborative effort and is a big boost to the core of our economy and our community, small business community. So let's call the roll on a very important item. Thanks, Councilman Carr, for adding the important item that you did. Go ahead.
The roll call on item 54, Mayor Pro Tem Ashby.
Really quick, we're doing 54 first, and then you don't have a motion on 53 yet,
That's
do you?
correct. If we wanted to take a motion, we could vote together.
No, so 53 was just a report, correct?
Receive and file.
It is a receive and file.
Okay, so let's add the receive and file from 53 to 54, so we have one motion here, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro
ahead.
Tem Ashby,
Yes.
Councilmember Warren,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harris,
Aye.
Councilmember Hanson,
Aye, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Chenier,
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings,
Yes.
Councilmember Carr,
Aye.
and Mayor Steinberg.
Aye. All right, that passes unanimously,
Thank you for your support.
75%. Thank you again, Leslie, Michael, and Melissa. All right, let's move on to the next item, which is,
So item 55, citywide vacancies update was pulled from the agenda.
that was pulled from the agenda.
So we're on to number 66.
Now we go to 56, and I am presenting number 56 here. So let me begin. I'm going to try to explain this as simply and basically as I can, and to begin by saying I know the frame of the debate. And the frame of the debate, since this ordinance was suggested by the Sacramento Central Labor Council, is that this is a labor versus business thing. And I hope, if nothing else, I can convince you this evening that it really is not, especially as I intend to suggest some very important and substantive amendments that I think will go a long way towards assuring, dealing with some of the concerns expressed, especially by the business community. Let me tell you why I don't think this is a traditional business versus labor debate, even though it may appear to be so. The essence of this proposal is that we must do everything in our power to protect not just working people, but also customers, also business owners, and our public against the increasingly rising cases, the spike in the coronavirus epidemic. You know, we have all settled back in many ways, although we are meeting, obviously, still remotely and by Zoom. And, you know, we're all out there preaching the importance of masks. And throughout the state, the governor and other mayors and council members are doing the same things in the appropriateness of physical and social distancing. And many people are complying, but there are a significant number of people that are not complying in all kinds of settings. And so anything that we do, whether it's a state order, whether it's a county order, whether it's a local ordinance that encourages, that mandates, that insists that we take every precaution possible, is not just about business and labor, but it is about the public health for all of us. And so I asked that an ordinance like this actually be brought back in May. So this, I know there's some concern, well, this is the first time people have seen it. It's been 3 or 4 days. Been talking about bringing back some form of protection, not just for workers, but for anybody who works inside of a business, to ensure that the coronavirus does not spread any more than it is already spreading. 60% increase over the last 2 weeks in Sacramento County. 28 people now in ICU, and we have a maximum capacity of 63, and the numbers are growing. It is real. And so what does the ordinance do and not do? And as I describe it, I want to suggest the vital and substantive amendment from what you have in front of you that I hope, again, should assuage some of the concerns that are out there. The ordinance is broken into 3 pieces. And the third piece, I am not suggesting that we take up tonight, because it does need more discussion. Items 1 and 2, I think, are relatively common sense and protective of all of us. Item 2, let me begin with, simply would close a loophole in the law that says that businesses with employees of more than 500 employees do not have to provide the federal sick leave provisions that were contained within one of the federal stimulus acts. I believe it was the second federal stimulus act passed at the beginning of the coronavirus epidemic. This would say that any employer over 500 would have to provide that. Now, there is an exception, and the exception would be for major healthcare employers. And there's a reason for that, because the sick leave provision could, as I've heard, and as I believe, could actually make it more difficult over the course of the next weeks and months to ensure that we have adequate staffing in case there is a surge in our healthcare system or in our hospitals. There's a current exemption that this ordinance would not change for small businesses on the sick leave requirement from 0 to 50. So essentially what we would do is close a loophole and say that any business with 50 or more employees would have to provide this additional sick leave protection for working people, which I think is a reasonable and important protection. Let's talk about the first piece, which I think has caused the most consternation. And again, the third piece regarding the right of workers to come back who have been laid off, we are not going to take up tonight. I'm not going to take that up tonight. So we can hear it, we can talk about it, but that is going to be, if at all, for another day. But why is number 1 so important? Because it states the standard that we should insist on seeing everywhere within our city, including places of business. It requires that employers ensure the daily cleaning and disinfection of high-touch areas in accordance with CDC guidelines. It requires the maintenance of cleaning protocols established by the employer for all areas of the employment site. It requires the establishment of protocols for action upon discovery that the employment site has been exposed to a person who is a probable or confirmed case of COVID-19. This is happening in real time in our community. It requires that employees be provided regular access to hand washing with soap, hand sanitizer, and disinfectant wipes. We know why that's important. It requires the cleaning of common areas, which we should expect, but doesn't always happen, including break rooms, locker rooms, etc. It requires an employer to provide face coverings for employees to wear during their time at the employment site, and mandated in their wear while on the site, except to the extent an employee can maintain physical distance. It requires simply information, informing employees of the required protocols and practices in writing, in English or in any language spoken by at least 10% of the employees who are at the work site. So here has been the rub, if you will, as the ordinance was published pursuant to the Brown Act, I believe, last Thursday afternoon. The section that I just described had as its remedies for a violation a whole series of civil law remedies, including the ability to file a court action, consistent with a lot of state labor law, by the way, but that would allow for litigation, if you will. I know that's a bad word in many circles, but litigation if one of these requirements was violated. I heard from the business community and talked, of course, with the Labor Council and Fabrizio Sasso about all of this. The amendment that I want to offer today would say, with 2 exceptions, and I'm going to describe one and Councilmember Guerra is going to describe the other. With 2 exceptions, I want to take out any reference or availability to civil actions, civil liability, court actions in any way. And that if there is a violation of any of these provisions, that if it's enforced at all, it be enforced administratively through our code enforcement officers in the same way they would enforce any dangerous building condition or social nuisance. But we go a step farther to say even code enforcement would have to give a warning and allow 15 days for the employer to fix the health problem. And only then, if it wasn't fixed, could they issue a ticket. Code enforcement, no civil liability in any way. Here are the two exceptions. I'm going to describe one. I'll allow Councilmember Guerra to describe the other. One is if an employee complains that the workplace is unsafe and they are fired as a result. They're fired. You're let go because you complained. In that instance, by the way, and I think it's actually consistent with state law under the Cal OSHA law, the employee could maintain a civil cause of action. They get fired from their job, just as anybody who's the alleged victim of employment discrimination could do the same. The second is a cousin, if you will, of retaliation, and is a very remote possibility, but I'll let Councilmember Guerra take 60 seconds here and interrupt me and fill that piece in, Eric, if you would. Go ahead.
Mayor, and I appreciate the conversation at lunch today on this, and it was timely because I had been receiving calls about the rise in the number of Latinos that have been infected by COVID-19, and many of them having to do with being at the workplace and being forced to work or quit. And this issue of the right to be able to refuse to work. So interestingly today, this really highlighted the issue, because if an employee in this situation goes to work, says that the conditions aren't being met, they call and write the employer, the code enforcement comes and notices that the employer is violated or has not maintained the proper cleanliness. The employer would have 15 days, and then still after 15 days, if the employee is fired at that point, that's the only time where this remedy would be eligible. And I think that is ample time, 15 days to right of repair. At that point, if an employer is not taking the proper precautions, I think there's something significant. By and large, I think most employers have been doing well, but we've had situations already being reported where employees feel that they either have to be forced into it or let go or assume that they have to quit. Some of our, I'll leave it there, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, so let me, thank you. So the only instances in which a civil action would be allowed is if an employee were ultimately fired because they refused to return to work after a code enforcement officer had certified that there was a problem and the employer didn't fix it, and then the employee said, I don't want to go back to work because it's unsafe. Only then, if they were fired, could they maintain a civil cause of action, or if they retaliated against for reporting it in the first place. Otherwise, my motion, my amendment, the whole thing on item 1 is to eliminate any civil cause of action, period, and have any of the rest of this handled first through friendly admonition, warning, and a ticket for someone who isn't complying through our code enforcement process. And so I'd like to give Fabrizio Sasso, whose team did bring this forward under the guise of worker protection, but as I believe very strongly, it's the protection for all of us to make sure that all of our workplaces maintain and have these protocols. A few minutes to describe. As I said before I turn it over to him, the right to recall, which is a third piece, would state that any employer that has over 50 employees within the city shall offer its laid-off employees in writing all job positions that become available after the effective date of the ordinance. This may need more time in council deliberations, so I won't be looking for a motion today, and it's one we could either have Lawn Ledge take a closer look at to make sure that whatever we do, we're doing fairly, or to bring it back. So Fabrizio, if you're on the line, why don't you take a few moments, please?
Mr. Mayor, I have 26 callers. Fabrizio is on the line and he is first.
Okay, I'm going to give him a couple minutes. Go ahead.
First caller, please. Welcome to the meeting.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Steinberg and City Council members. First, I want to thank you, Mayor, for your putting this ordinance before the council tonight and all of your hard work, taking an input. And also want to thank Scott White from your staff as well for his help. The city manager's office, city attorneys, our partners at the Center for Workers' Rights, and Peter McEntee over at Beeson Terre Bodine. This is a vitally important ordinance, and it couldn't come at a more urgent time. We had sent a letter to the city back on March 17th, right at the very beginning of the COVID crisis, asking for an ordinance or a number of items to be considered for businesses to maintain health and work and safety at the workplace. And we've gotten a lot of feedback from our members, our affiliated organizations, as well as workers themselves. What we know is that in the last 2 weeks, Sacramento has seen a spike of over 1,200 cases. And this ordinance will hopefully begin to reverse that trend and flatten the curve. The health and safety protocols are minimal and universal. We've heard from workers who have said that that there are no universal standards, and many are working multiple jobs and are seeing quite the difference between one workplace to the other. And we're very happy that you included the right to refuse work, because that is very, very important. The second piece is the 500 and plus businesses with 500 or more employees nationally have been carved out of the federal expansion of paid sick leave. And so we're hoping that the most profitable companies during COVID is those companies are going to be now included in providing 80 hours of paid sick leave, which nobody wants sick workers to go to work, especially if they're handling food or interfacing with customers. So that is a very, very important piece. And then I know that the right to recall is not being considered this evening. We hope that the council understands the importance that all employees should have the right to come back to work. It's neither businesses nor employees' fault that things had to shut down and folks have been laid off. This is a healthcare crisis that's unprecedented in our time in over 100 years, and so it's only right if we're hoping to help businesses recover, that we also do what we can to help workers recover from this crisis as well. We recently sent a letter with some of these revisions, and you all have a copy of that. I just want to say that I don't think anyone can expect us to go back to business as usual. And all of these new cases mean that we aren't doing enough in terms of reopening this economy. And we want the economy to reopen because people want to get back to work. But they also have to feel safe at work. So this ordinance will let folks know, and especially workers know, that we're serious about this, that we care about them, that we want to protect them, and we also think that it will help boost consumer confidence as well. So we will continue to work with the city to assist in its implementation. And again, we want to thank you, Mayor, for all of your hard work, and we ask that the City Council support this with those amendments that we've asked for. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabrizio. Thank you for your hard work. All right, we've got 25 people in the queue. Let's hear from them, please.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council. Caller, you have joined the council meeting. You have 2 minutes. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Hi, I can't share my name because by my employer. I've been working in the hospitality industry for about 5 years, For the last 2.5, I've been working at a local coffee shop. I love my job and working with coffee, but recent complications with COVID have made it difficult for me to come to work, and it has made it hard to feel safe on the job. We need protection from retaliation for speaking up about unsafe conditions, as well as recall rights. 2 of my coworkers have quit due to the pandemic, and they're counting on having their jobs back when this is over. The City Council should amend the ordinance so that employees who have already lost their jobs because of COVID have first right to their job back when positions are refilled. If enforceable health and safety guidelines were in place, we would not feel like we have to break rules or do something we've not been instructed to do by the company to feel safe. For example, at my shop, we weren't given barriers for weeks, so we had to put up a makeshift barrier using saran wrap, which was discouraged by upper management when they found out. So we were left without barriers until they sent us their own. Right now, safety guidelines are at the individual discretion of companies, and there's been a huge variation in the implementation of safety guidelines. Furthermore, workers need to have the right to refuse to work during this pandemic. Many workers have are immunocompromised or live with immunocompromised individuals. And lastly, this ordinance currently excludes workers at businesses with less than 50 employees. And that's the majority of workers in the city and small businesses. It must be revised to include workplaces with 25 or more workers, to include more small businesses. I love working in this area, and that's why I'm organizing, because we deserve better during this pandemic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening. I cannot share my name because I have no protection from retaliation from my employer. I work at a bar restaurant here in Midtown. I've been working in the industry for 17 years. I started when I was 15 years old. I live, I work, and I shop at Midtown. I care about worker protection from retaliation for speaking out. When we were having our all-employee meetings to return to work from COVID, they were held inside a closed building. Not everyone was wearing masks, nor were they enforced. Nobody was really social distancing, nor was it being enforced. If I had a voice about safety, I would have been able to speak up in that meeting. I would be able to go to work and feel safe. I would have trust in my company. I would trust that my company cares about my safety, the safety of my father, my friends, my significant other. I am so proud to work in the Farm to Fork capital, and I am organizing with other restaurant workers and hospitality workers because we deserve better and we deserve to determine our own safety. We need the City Council to amend this ordinance in order to include the right for workers to refuse to work after they call the city when their employer is not following the rules. I also strongly believe that we should have the right to return to our positions when it is safe. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you all. Hello. I'm not sharing my name because I have no protection against retaliation from my employer. I work at a restaurant and bar in Sacramento, and I've been in this industry for 13 years. I live and I work in downtown Sac. My brother's immunocompromised, so I didn't feel comfortable returning to work. I wanted to stay home for his protection, but I was pressured into going back to work. I could have stayed home through the end of July on unemployment boosted by the CARES Act, but not without a cost. If I had waited, there'd be no guarantee of hours or a job position when I return. This pits workers against one another because people who could return were incentivized at the expense of those who were unable to. Essentially, the last workers to come back will get the short end of the stick. Without the certainty that I'd be able to make the money I need to get by, I returned to work 2 months earlier than I had initially planned. We've also all recently seen in the news, restaurants are closing due to infected staff or guests. But what happens before they close? Knowing industry people from all over the city, I can attest to the fact that owners have all the agency in handling these responses. We have owners who would rather sanitize the restaurant overnight and continue to serve the public without notifying their guests. But there's an immense amount of pressure to keep quiet and help muddy this transparency because ownership or management can retaliate in so many different ways. This implicit threat has a chilling effect on whistleblowers, which puts workers in a difficult dilemma of risking public health or our own livelihood. How would any of you feel if someone contracted COVID from your workplace, but you were intimidated into silence? It's unfair to ask this of anyone working in Sacramento. I'm proud to work in the Farm to Fork capital, and I'm organizing with other restaurant and hospitality workers because we deserve better. The City Council should amend the ordinance so that all employees who have been laid off should have first right back to their job when the positions are refilled, and it should amend it to keep workers from being retaliated against for speaking out about unsafe working conditions. Thank you all.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Lex Steele. I live in District 3 and have been a figure in the Sacramento restaurant industry for 9 years now. When I was first starting out, I was in dire need of money due to college, housing, and bills. I have worked in a multitude of establishments all over downtown Sacramento during my tenure. Thanks to the restaurant industry, I was able to support myself and continue pursuing my Bachelor's of Science from Sacramento State. However, despite all of my experience, I don't feel prepared for what's coming next in my industry. The job will not be the same, pay will not be the same, and the hours most certainly will not be the same. There will be no line around the block, no massive wait list, no guaranteed 40-hour work week. My coworkers and I will be fighting over the scraps of shifts, a couple here, a couple there, and for what? For a few $100 to get sick, to get other people sick? Are we truly worth this little? Nothing will go back to normal until we have a cure, no matter how much our government has deluded itself into thinking otherwise. To make matters worse, I have a pre-existing condition due to my battle with cancer, and I'm now having to choose between my life and the hollow shell of a diminished paycheck. Do I sacrifice myself at the altar of capitalism, or do I lose my job, my home? I feel expendable and worthless. I am proud to work in the farm-to-fork capital, and I'm organizing with other restaurant and hospitality workers because we deserve better. We need the City Council to amend this ordinance to include both the right to recall to my position, not to be replaced, and for the right to refuse work if we don't feel safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good day, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Kenneth Young. I work and live in District 3. I've been working in the restaurant industry for 5 years. When quarantine began, my employer sent wishy-washy emails of support with no guarantees. I've seen my employer use the virus as an excuse to force people out instead of fire them and hire new employees while veteran workers wait to hear updates. It's scary to think it could happen to me. Earlier in the meeting, the mayor stressed the importance of protecting our city's tourism sector. Without robust protections of our restaurant workers, tourism and small businesses will be vulnerable to infection. At 2 different restaurants I've worked at, my coworkers and I have had the pleasure of serving Daryl Steinberg. We delivered excellent service, and I'm asking you to do the same. Recall rights are imperative to the workers in our city, and I look forward to the time when the council addresses those issues formally. This ordinance also excludes workers at businesses with less than 50 employees. That is the majority of workers in the city. We must amend the ordinance to cover businesses of 25 or more. I'm proud to work in the farm-to-fork capital, and I'm organizing with other restaurant and hospitality workers because we deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, this is Peter McEntee. I'm in Council District 7, and I'm also an attorney with Beeson, Terra, Bodine. I represent the Central Labor Council and many other Teamster unions and other local unions in the area. We are, I'm calling today in support. I want to thank the mayor for his work that he's done on putting this together. However, we want to make very clear that the right to recall is important. We'd like that to be discussed, and we look forward to bringing it back in July if that's what it takes. Because as employees are being laid off, and especially here in July, while we are having in late July the additional unemployment benefits are going to go away, it's very important that these employees have the opportunity and the option to come back. We thank the mayor and Councilman Member Guerra for bringing in the right to refuse, because that's of vital importance. Finally, the supplemental paid sick leave for the large employers. Unfortunately, we have seen many cases in my practice where employees have not been given that paid leave, and they end up having to come to work. And unfortunately, in many of those cases, people were sick. They passed it on, and what went from one person being sick went to 10 to 15 and more within the work location. Therefore, it's really important to have that leave. My one concern about the amendment that was presented this morning, however, or this afternoon, however, is that there may not be enforcement for those individuals if the employer does not give them the paid leave that's required by this ordinance. We want to make sure that it's very clear that code enforcement can make them pay that paid leave, or that they'd be able to bring a private right of action in order to get that.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Thank you very much. Again, thank you for working with us, and we look forward to you passing this very important ordinance tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, thank you. My name is Renee Amador, and I'm the legal director of the Maintenance Cooperation Trust Fund, and I'm calling in support of this item. We are a nationally recognized statewide watchdog that works to eliminate illegal and unfair business practices in the janitorial industry in Sacramento and throughout California. Janitors are the front lines of the fight against COVID-19 and are receiving little to no health and safety training, are often required to work without PPE such as masks, gloves, or eye protective wear, and are being fired for complaining about the unsafe working conditions. This ordinance that you all are considering passing is an incredible opportunity to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Like the mayor said, this is a public health ordinance. This is to protect all people from being exposed to and contracting this virus. It is an incredible opportunity. Based on what the amendments that are being considered, I wanted to point out that I love the citation, the idea that there's an opportunity for curing, and then also citation by city enforcement. I think that's a great idea. I would caution on the time to cure. I think that there are employers, based on our experience, that would take advantage of the curing that provision and wait until somebody complains or that they're caught to cure. And then 15 days to cure a health and safety violation that could then prevent that, where someone can be exposed to the coronavirus in that time, is simply too long. Maybe 5 days would be a better consideration. 15 is just simply too long, that workers have to go in day after day and continue to be potentially exposed to COVID. The other part is that if employers do not comply with that provision, that they do not comply with the health and safety provisions that you've outlined, that
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yes, that the ticket be steep enough that it actually acts as a deterrent from not going through with it. There are plenty of employers who would rather keep their business in and keep their business open and have it be easier to not comply than to comply and make their workplace safe. So thank you very much. I appreciate your comment.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Daniela Urban. I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Workers' Rights. Our office is based in District 5, but we serve all low-wage workers in the Sacramento area regardless of immigration status. Since March 19th, we have operated the Coronavirus Job Protection Helpline, which allows Sacramento workers to seek advice about their rights at work during the pandemic. I'm so proud of all the workers that have called in tonight in support of this ordinance. We have also spoken to thousands of workers who share their fear. Sacramento workers are scared that the virus will come to their workplace and their employer will choose their own business and bottom line over the safety of the people who provide service to their clients. This last week has been particularly devastating on the helpline. We've heard from multiple workers at city work sites who have learned of infected coworkers and were denied the opportunity to take time off to get tested themselves, potentially spreading this deadly disease even further. This ordinance provides crucial protections for workers during the pandemic. Employers will need to inform their employees of the protocols they have in place and provide for the safety of their employees. This addresses the concerns of our clients who are being asked to go back to work without knowing whether their employer has done anything different than what they were doing before the pandemic. In addition, this ordinance gives workers the ability to protect themselves by refusing work until their workplace is in compliance. This allows employees to help the city prevent the spread of COVID-19 by calling employers out who fail to comply with this ordinance. Without a private right of action, though, we need your commitment that code enforcement will come out and inspect the workplaces of non-compliant employers and ensure that all workers are safe. We hope that this ordinance will ease the fear of workers in Sacramento, and we urge you to support and vote for this ordinance tonight.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Okay. Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you for your time. My name is Armando Guerrero. I'm a representative with the Sheet Metal Workers Union here in Sacramento. And I'll be brief. I just wanted to speak on those workers who have been laid off due to the coronavirus, and that some of them were already struggling trying to pay their rent, make a house payment, pay bills, and put food on the table, and then to have this pandemic happen, and with all the uncertainty, and then be at home and have to be potentially replaced by somebody else, it is just so unfair. This is something we have included in many of our contracts in manufacturing, and I'm surprised there's opposition to it, because the people we do these contracts with, the manufacturers, they don't have a problem bringing the workers back within a year. It never has been a problem, because they're all already trained. They know their process. They know what to do. So I put myself in their shoes, and I go, oh my God, I'm so fortunate to be able to have kept my job and provide for my family. And I just think you have an opportunity here to do something very, very good for many workers in the area. So that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Okay, great. Thanks.
You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, this is Sean Raycraft. I'm a union representative with Local 8, UFCW Local 8, that is. I'm calling on behalf of our political and legislative director, Nicole Trujillo Rice. Our local represents roughly 35,000 union members in industries, all deemed essential services since the SIP order. Our members have served their communities during this unprecedented time and have had to navigate many challenges, personal feelings of fear, angst, and uncertainty. Because of their union and their governor's swift executive action, our members have had more protections than workers in other industries. The UFCW strongly supports its workers' protection ordinance and believes we must prioritize the public health over profit. Workers should not have to choose between going to work in an unsafe workplace or losing their unemployment benefits. Thank you for your time, and we respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you so much. My name is Yardina Aaron. I'm the Executive Director of the Maintenance Cooperation Trust Fund. We're a state watchdog group in the janitorial industry that works to eliminate unfair business practices, to eliminate wage and hour violators in our industry. We're calling in support of item 56 today. It's very important to us because as an organization that works specifically with workers and enforcement agencies to bring violations around wage and hour and retaliation to justice, now with COVID-19, the issue of public safety is at the forefront, and we need to make sure that janitors are included amongst those protected classes of essential workers. For us, essential workers are the first line players in the public safety around preventing the spread of COVID-19, not just in the workplace, but in the society at large. So strong enforcement protections for them, for their workplace, and for not just for the workplace, but for their right to, whether it be to refuse work, to be recalled to work, is very important. They need more sick time. The 3-day minimum statewide is not enough. We know that there are impacts in the family, we know that there are impacts on the job, and we know that they need more. So we're asking that businesses with 500 or more employees get an additional 2 weeks of sick time. We're calling for the right to work, the right to for worker retention, and the right to return to work. Seasoned employees are what we need. We need essential workers to be those who have seniority, and in the non-union industry, to not have a labor contract means that you need to be protected by governmental officials. So the right to return to work by seasoned employees is something that we're also calling for in terms of Measure 56 for this to be supported. And in addition to that, we're also asking that this particular council in the city of Sacramento take leadership on these issues, because without the protection of the government in our particular industry, non-union janitors will not be able to protect the public, protect themselves.
Thank you for your comments. Your
protect the
time is
living of the
complete.
economy.
Will you make your final comment, please?
Thank you so much. We're here in support of Ordinance 56.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Christina Alvarez. I'm calling in support of this item. I'm a union organizer for the janitors of SEIU USWW here in the Sacramento region, and I'm speaking on behalf of janitors, custodians, maintenance workers, workers here in Sacramento who are on the front lines of this virus and are classified as essential workers in this health crisis. I am here. I'm going to provide some testimony of a janitor who was not able to be on today's call. Hello, my name is Michelle Gaines. For the last 2 years, I have been working as a janitor for ABM, cleaning at the Amazon warehouse here in Sacramento. And since the pandemic began almost 3 months ago now, I've had to stay home and take care of my kids while still needing to pay bills, rent, and put food on my table for all my family. I'm a mother of 4 children, and I have been nervous of this pandemic and health risk to my family. I worry a lot every day how this will expose and affect the health of my kids and myself. This ordinance and having any relief and paid sick leave and a way to provide for my family will go a long way. I ask for your support to workers, to families who are still working and on the front lines, and to support this item. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tim Murphy, CEO of the Sacramento Regional Builders Exchange. On behalf of SRBX and our member companies, we appreciate the spirit behind this proposal and do support efforts to create safer working environments for employees across our city. That said, we do have significant concerns over the non-transparent way this proposal was crafted. With direction given to staff on May 26, this measure was put together over the past month without any input sought from any of the business or construction organizations operating in the city. This proposal bypassed the Law and Legislation Committee under the guise of an emergency ordinance. Citizens and businesses alike deserve a thoughtful and transparent process, as usually demonstrated by the council. We do appreciate the amendment to remove enforcement by civil action, but we would recommend the item still be pulled back to allow for review by the Law and Legislative Committee so there is absolute clarity on the issue of punitive damages, especially in light of existing remedies available to employees through existing statutory provisions. Our fear is that complexities caused by this ordinance will only cause more lawsuits, swamping employers already struggling to remain afloat. Last, this proposed ordinance seeks to mandate additional paid sick leave to companies with 500 or more employees nationally, but this would particularly impact independent and locally owned small business franchise owners tied to national chains. State law already requires paid sick leave, and many employers already offer additional paid sick leave. We would appreciate knowing the data staff is using to propose this remedy. For these reasons and for those detailed in our coalition letter submitted today to the Mayor and Council, we respectfully request the City Council delay voting on this measure to provide opportunity for a comprehensive analysis to be conducted prior to any deliberation and vote by the Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello?
You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Otilia Biondi. I'm from District 6, and I'm calling to voice my concerns about our local service workers. I think it's ridiculous that they're bearing the burden of this pandemic, and we need to make sure that they are taken care of, and there needs to be, I believe, across the board requirements to ensure the safety of service workers. And yeah, that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Steinberger and council members. This is Frank Louie with the Sacramento Asian Pacific Chamber of Commerce. Equity and inclusion are more than buzzwords. They are words that require action. The item you have before you is neither equitable or inclusive. Under a presumption that our business community is not already going above and beyond in ensuring protections and protocols for their employees, item 56 has completely circumvented the proper vetting process for such a broad and encumbering piece of legislation, and bypass the appropriate procedures that city has historically aided by to ensure that all stakeholders are included in the dialogue and debate, especially in this case, minority business owners. Minority-owned businesses continue to struggle with broad and changing protocols and directives that have been released by the governor in Sacramento County as they relate to COVID-19. Adding this piece of overarching local legislation to the mix not only further hinders the recovery of all businesses in the city, it exacerbates the already distressed population group of minority businesses, most of which have been going out of their way to make sure that the people they employ are provided what they need to safely carry out their job. With this legislation, you will be penalizing the compliant businesses due to the non-compliance of a few. This penalizing will have an exponential negative effect on minority-owned businesses. The exposure this poorly crafted and rushed legislation gives to local business owners to lawsuits is absolutely unacceptable. The recovery from our current economic crisis is already perilous at best given the current conditions for minority business owners. One lawsuit from this will completely sink the minority business owner for good. The city must do better and should defer any action on this item for a minimum of 30 days to properly vet, including all relative stakeholders, ensuring any action this council takes is fully equitable. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Tamika Ashley, and I work for a facility in Sacramento, and a CNA there. And recently, during this time of the pandemic and stuff, a couple of me and my coworkers have been speaking out about the conditions that we're working in, the unsafe conditions, the lack of equipment that we need to take care of our residents and everything. And during this time, me and my coworkers have been retaliated against between being harassed at work, having heavier workloads than normal, also during this being short-staffed. A lot of my coworkers are being intimidated against, their jobs are being threatened. Anytime we speak on something, we go back to work the next day and we're constantly being hounded, we're being watched constantly. Like I said, our workloads are being increased daily on top of having a short staff. And I just don't think that that's right when we're trying to speak up to protect ourselves. And our employer is just constantly retaliating everything that we're talking about to them. Any issues that we address to them, we're blatantly being told that we're liars, or we have this stuff and we don't have it. And it's just really putting us in a stressful situation on top of taking care of our residents in a stressful situation. So that's all I just wanted to share with you guys. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and members of the City Council. My name is Wesley Fagundes. I'm with the R Street Sacramento Partnership located in District 4. I would just like to echo the concerns we and several other property business improvement districts and various local chambers of commerce laid out in our letter today. We've learned from past mistakes, one-size-fits-all approaches do not work and end up doing more harm than good. I strongly encourage you to postpone this item and have a conversation with our businesses first instead of excluding them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor Steinberg and City Council members. This is Aziza Davis-Goin, President and CEO for the Sacramento Black Chamber of Commerce. Excuse me. Today I'm speaking to you to request that item 56 being proposed as an emergency ordinance not be voted upon today. We in the collective business community just became aware of this item yesterday and have had not enough time to survey our members on the effects that this could have or give to them the chance to give input and feedback. Our black businesses and communities have been ravaged by COVID-19. They have also been heavily impacted by the events that took place involving the murder of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and the list goes on. They do not need to have one more burden to shoulder at this time. We need to be propping them up, not giving them one more thing to worry about and or have to pay for. The nonprofit organization Color of Change recently stated that 45% of black and Latino businesses surveyed said that they may not be able to last another 6 months. For the city of Sacramento, the businesses owned by people of color are the true fabric of their communities. These small business owners work hard and contribute so much to their respective communities. It is important that the city of Sacramento give us a seat at the table to shape these policies. We support healthy work environment for our employees. We only ask that we be given the respect and participation to ensure that these ordinances support all voices in the city of Sacramento. The Sacramento Black Chamber of Commerce asks that you continue 56 until there has been transparent dialogue on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello. I'm going to translate for Lucia Mares. She'll speak first and then I'll translate after. Lucia?
Ajá.
Ya puedes hablar.
Okay. Mi nombre es Lucía Mares. Trabajo en el Holiday Inn por 16 años. Soy miembro de la Unión. En este hotel somos 25 trabajadores. Les pido que por favor apoyen la ordenanza de protección de salud y seguridad de Sacramento con las enmiendas recomendadas. Ningún trabajador debería enfermar o morir por ganancias del empleador. Yo no puedo rezarme a regresar a mi trabajo aunque no me sienta segura porque puedo perder mi trabajo.
Okay, my name is Lucia Mares. I work at the Holiday Inn Express here in downtown Sacramento. I've worked there for 16 years and I'm a member of Unite Here. My hotel has 25 employees. We're asking you to support the ordinance and its amendment because no worker should get sick or die for the benefit of their employer. I can't refuse to return to work if it's unsafe because I might lose my job. There are some items that were present in previous drafts that have been removed, and we ask that you include them. One, the right to refuse to return to work without retaliation if it's unsafe. The right to return to work when it is safe. Most workers in the city would not qualify for the previously proposed worker recall rights because they worked at a company with fewer than 50 employees. We ask that this apply to companies with 25 or more employees. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are they complete?
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate your call. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Evan Minton. I want to thank the mayor and all city council members for discussing this important measure today. I'm a worker who is able to share my name tonight because I have a salaried position and a job that offers strong benefits and worker protections. Unfortunately, I have friends who work in the city who do not have such protections. They work in restaurants and bars. They are living paycheck to paycheck and worry every day about their health and safety because they are serving the public under COVID conditions. I speak on their behalf tonight. In the face of COVID, these friends and other community members need the protections that are included in this ordinance. Because their employment status is precarious, they need some form of confidence in the future. The sensible right to recall provision in this ordinance provides for this. They also need the peace of mind that the protections in this ordinance can be strongly enforced without a fight or a struggle. When you do take this measure up for a vote, I urge you to include the right to recall and pass this measure in as strong a form as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Next caller, please. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you, Mayor Steinberg, members of the City Council. Chris Smith on behalf of the Associated General Contractors. Since the start of the COVID-19 outbreak, the construction industry and the City of Sacramento have worked together really to ensure that essential infrastructure can continue and give Sacramento's economic renaissance and keep that going. However, we were taken a little bit aback and disappointed when an issue that was brought up over a month ago appeared as legislation on today's agenda as an emergency item with little to no input from industry or even given a chance to get a proper analysis. As you know, job site safety, it's the #1 priority on all construction sites in our industry. We've worked with our member companies and our union partners to develop and implement tools necessary to ensure the safety and health of our workforce. Many of our members who have over 500 employees already provide paid sick leave, and we do have concerns about the enforcement measures at the local level. Now, Mr. Mayor, we do appreciate your consideration. We feel as though that those new enforcement measures do need to be better vetted out with an analysis, which really is not provided when legislating from the dais. While I understand you have recommended the right to recall be tabled, we still have serious concerns as it's unclear how the city would track, monitor, report, or enforce that part of the ordinance. And look, if you are aware of any bad actors, we encourage you to reach out to us as industry to help us improve. However, from our perspective, when engaging for over a month in dialogue with certain groups on legislation while deliberately excluding others, it can look disingenuous and can create mistrust between all partners who are really working to make this city a better place. All we ask is that the City Council delay this vote until a full analysis can be completed and it's vetted out with other council members going through law and ledge the regular process. Thank you for your time, and we hope to look to continue this conversation.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and City Council. My name is Sarah Canbar, and I'm an attorney with the law firm Beeson, Taylor & Bodine. I'm calling in my capacity as a volunteer attorney with the Center for Workers' Rights, which is located in District 5. Since mid-March, I have been assisting with the Center's Coronavirus Job Protection Helpline, which has been funded by the city. I'm calling to express support for this ordinance. This measure is an important and critical step to protecting workers in the city. As a volunteer on the helpline, I cannot stress enough the volume of calls the helpline has received with workers concerned about the prospect of returning to work, with complaints about the lack of measures taken by employers to prevent the spread of COVID, and the very real fear that workers must either risk contracting COVID or lose their job, a choice they should not have to make. Workers are not being provided additional sick leave, time off, and in some cases, PPE. Workers have little legal recourse or access to benefits or income, and in some instances, many workers do not qualify for unemployment if they voluntarily choose to quit without good cause. In some, there is little recourse for workers, but this measure, including the right to recall, would have a positive impact on the workforce. This ordinance would provide clear guidance regarding safety measures in the workplace to prevent the spread of COVID and a method of enforcement, which is not present in many of the federal and state regulatory guidance. I urge the City Council members to support this important measure and protect Sacramento's workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I know we have more public testimony. Of course, we're going to take it, but I know that I wanted to just inform members and members of the public maybe ahead of time what it is sort of intend in the schedule. We've been going strong with very important and tough issues for now 5 hours, and this issue we're tackling now is going to go on a little farther. And so we have a whole housing workshop planned after this as part of our, quote, 5 o'clock meeting. There are 1 or 2 items that are technical, if you will, that the agency, our housing authority, needs to be able to simply apply for some resources. And what I'm going to suggest is that we put off the larger housing workshop, which, by the way, is not just the housing authority, but also our Office of Economic Development, our Office of Homeless Services, very, very important in terms of all the money we have, the sources, and then how we ought to put those sources to use, especially around homelessness, but affordable housing as well. But I want to put all that off to at least to the 21st of July, because that deserves a fresh discussion, which means when we're done with this issue, we will, we have one more after this, I know, on this agenda. We'll then be able to adjourn, start the next meeting, but that should only take a few minutes. And so I just wanted to give you a little sense of relief, maybe, that we have, we're not going to do the full housing workshop this evening. Okay, let's get back to the issue at hand, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and City Manager Chan. My name is Amanda Blackwood, President and CEO of the Sacramento Metro Chamber of Commerce. I speak to you today on behalf of my organization, as well as 22 other business organizations representing every district in the city, including the Hispanic Chamber, the Rainbow Chamber, the Asian Pacific Chamber, the Sacramento Black Chamber, and the Greater Sacramento Economic Council. I sent a letter from this coalition earlier today stating our concerns in opposition to item 56. I will not retread that letter, but I do want to state clearly so there's understanding on where this opposition is coming from. This is not an issue of business not wanting to create a safe and stable environment for employees. Our workforce is our most valuable asset. Their safety and well-being is of utmost concern. And while there are bad actors, and they should be held to account, the vast majority of businesses are doing everything they can to create safety, certainty, and keep as many people employed as possible. Our opposition in this moment is simply a direct response to a lack of process and time to effectively craft policy and ensure that employers who are desperately trying to keep their doors open have the opportunity to find solutions in an appropriate way. We were made aware of this ordinance on Thursday when the agenda came out. Since that time, I have been on numerous calls with partners representing over 3,000 businesses in our community, as well as to labor directly, to get feedback and seek to understand their concerns. What I have heard are some very serious issues regarding compliance timeline, conflicts with existing guidelines, concern over the legality of the ordinance itself, and some very real concerns regarding equity and how these policies disproportionately penalize our small minority-owned business. So with that in mind, we respectfully request that Council allow 30 days for us to work with the city and our labor partners to find solutions and avoid the consequences that could result from a very well-intended but not properly or inclusively constructed policy. We thank you for your reason and your consideration on this issue.
Thank you very much, Amanda.
Next, thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. My name is Richard Wake. I live in City Council District 5, And like a previous caller, I have a good job with good protections. I've been with the state of California for 31 years. I'm a member of SEIU 1000. I'm also a steward for my building. When layoffs happen in the state of California, when they've happened, typically what happens is that employees that have been laid off have to be rehired before any new hires happen, and also any type of reinstatements for people that have resigned or left state service for any other reason. Also, when my dad worked for United Airlines, he worked for them for over 30 years. When layoffs happened in the airline industry back in the day when there were more good-paying jobs in the airline industry, if there were layoffs, the union workers were allowed to transfer to other stations and move and be offered jobs. Many department stores even do that too, that are not union, and offer employees other jobs. So it just seems very reasonable to me that we have a right to work, a right to return to work portion in this ordinance. And if you're not going to put that in the ordinance, so be it. But then you would at least add something to the ordinance to allow people to organize with labor unions, and the ordinance should say that the workers cannot be fired if they're attempting to organize with the union. And a lot of these workers are restaurant unions, workers that, they're at the bottom end of the wage scale. So some type of protection should be put in for workers, and if it's not going to be part of the ordinance to allow people to return to work that way, then allow for unions to come in and organize these people. My last point is that with the full understanding that sometimes, a lot good transparency is needed, I do think that, if the governor can give executive orders to force people to wear masks and other things, then you guys have the right to bypass sometimes certain protocols. Coronavirus is on the rise. Bars have closed.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment?
Yeah, we need to put these protections in now. We don't have time to wait for other input. I would just urge you to pass this today with further worker protections.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting.
Hi.
Hi, I understand you have a translator?
I am the translator, yes, for my
Thank
member
you.
here.
So we have 4 minutes to address the council.
Okay.
Please
Hello,
proceed.
can you
You're in the
hear?
meeting.
Hi. Again, my name is Christina Alvarez. I addressed you earlier. I'm a union organizer for SEIU USWW, the Janitors Union, and I'm here with a fellow janitor union member, Maria Hernandez, who will be speaking on her own behalf. Adelante, señora María, and I will translate.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Hernández. Soy trabajadora de janitor y miembro de 10 años en mi unión SEIU-USWW y pido de favor que me apoyen en la propuesta 56. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Maria Hernandez. I'm a janitor and union member for the Janitors Union, SEIU USWW, and I ask you to support us and support the item 56. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. And I believe this is our last caller on this item. May we have the final caller, please? Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Good evening, Pat Concushita, President CEO of the Sacramento Asian Pacific Chamber of Commerce. We believe that everyone should be concerned about workers' rights, and the members of the Asian Chamber are no exception. However, to be clear, the concerns expressed in this forum by worker advocates seem to overlook some very key factors. The ordinance is advocating union-like conditions that seeks to impose requirements such as worker recall that essentially modify the traditional at-will provision that exists in California to a union environment with employees having property rights in their own positions. If unions are interested in representing employees in the sectors represented this evening, we certainly have no objection to that representation. As a matter of fact, California is a compelled unionism jurisdiction. In other words, if a union has a presence in a certain region over a certain work sector, then union membership is mandatory for those workers. However, what this ordinance seeks to do is impose union-esque requirements without employers having the benefit of typical collective bargaining agreement provisions, such as mandatory grievance procedures. This is a huge oversight, and I think that the correlation is proven by the huge presence of union representative commentators during this open forum. Cal OSHA has published recommended guidelines to create safe workplace across numerous business sectors in response to COVID-19 and this stage 2 reopening process. To the extent employers are violating these guidelines, they are violating OSHA guidelines. In other words, there are remedies for employees to pursue if they believe employers are not in compliance with safety measures. We request additional time to analyze this ordinance to provide further thoughtful comments. As currently worded, elected officials are choosing to reopen Sacramento while placing the burden of doing so on the backs of employers. This is not equitable and does not recognize policies and provisions already in existence that directly...
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Thank you for allowing me to address this body.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I have no more callers.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that everybody on both sides of the issue has heard. I have some closing comments, but I'm going to say, I want to hear from my colleagues here. Who is up in the queue, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Harris, then Ashby.
Okay, we got Vice Mayor Harris first. And
Vice Mayor Harris, then Mayor Pro Tem Ashby.
Okay, very good. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I think you can tell from the comments that we've received that this is a pretty complex ordinance. It's complex for me, and I sit on the Law and Legislation Committee. Not only did I just become aware of it on Thursday, but it's changed substantially at the dais today. I am not a fan of creating legislation from this dais without proper time to analyze the legal ramifications or what it means to small business or what it means to workers. This is a tough issue. I have to say that by delegating the enforcement to our code enforcement crew, they don't have the manpower to do this. They can't enforce labor law. Enforcement is a moot point as far as I'm concerned if we put it on our code enforcement team, unless you intend to hire several other people. This does require more transparency. This does require the input of the business community. On the one hand, we spent a whole lot of time at the dais tonight trying to dedicate money to repair the damage done to small business by the COVID virus. And then on the other hand, we get calls from people and people that we deal with regularly, from the PBIZ, from the chambers, people that we know are reliable and partners to us at the city, saying they need time to analyze this. They are worried about the ramifications to small business, that this could put small business out of business. So we're kind of working it from both ends. I want to make a motion right now, putting this off for about a month until we get back from vacation, and this should go to law and legislation to have a full and fair hearing where people can have time to look at the ordinance, analyze it, vet it, make comments. Right now, it's a one-sided argument. It's decidedly with labor, and what Pat Fong-Kushida just said is entirely accurate. You know, a lot of these protections are already afforded by the state, by the county, by the CDC, and by OSHA. And the city does not need to get into this business when there are other avenues for reparations for workers. You know, this is a big deal. This means a lot to the city. It can potentially mean a lot to workers, and it can be potentially very difficult for an awful lot of business owners. Because we haven't had a full and fair hearing, my motion is that we carry this over and take it to law and legislation. Thank you.
All right. Is there a second on the motion? All right.
I second.
Second
I second the motion.
Councilmember Carr. Let me turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Ashby.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Harris on a couple things, but my perspective here is, for some reason, very, very different than his, which is unusual. We usually agree. But for me, and I have a few comments, and I know it's been a long night, but I'm sorry, this is just really important. And I think this is serious stuff. I mean, we just had a dozen callers who didn't even feel safe telling us their names. I can't even remember that happening before, and I've been here for 10 years. And they don't feel safe telling us their names because they don't want to lose their jobs. And I'm also, I mean, I don't know, I'm like a little bit offended. Our item just before this was literally giving $5 million to most of the people who just called in to have them be able to help small businesses. And we've committed now $20 million to small businesses, minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, local-owned businesses. And, I mean, part of the goal of that is to help the business owners, for sure. But isn't the bigger part of it to help the workers in the city of Sacramento? I mean, aren't we doing this to keep people employed? Aren't we trying to help as many people as we can across the city of Sacramento? And to me, this isn't so much a labor issue, although I would say to those people out there who are feeling like, and we've all gotten the calls. We have all gotten the calls from people who said, I have to go to work and they're not wearing masks, or I have to go to work and they're not social. I had a lawyer friend of mine call me about his law firm and say he was uncomfortable with, the working conditions because no one was wearing masks and the rooms were too small. And they don't have anything to lean back on, to go to their employers and say, hey, I don't feel safe about this. And for the guy that called and said, his brother's immune compromised and lives with them, my God, try to imagine yourself in that position, having to choose between those two things, your brother and your job. I don't think we should have to do that. And this is what, for the people who don't have a union out there and have never had a union, what Fabricio Sazzo and these folks are doing for you is what it feels like to be in a union. It's to have somebody stand up for your workplace rights, to have somebody say, hey, these guys have a right to be safe at work. And they're just not limiting it to unions now. But that's because of COVID. This isn't forever. There's a sunset on this provision. And the mayor has taken out two of the more controversial pieces for people to engage with. And I understand, and I think it's the Sacramento way to have everybody try to agree and work together and bring a compromised position to the table. It sounds like maybe that didn't happen, but I also find that a little bit offensive because I would just ask the rhetorical question, were the workers and central labor invited to the discussion over the last 2 months about the $5 million that we allocated in the last item? I mean, the goal here is to help the people who just got on that line with so much fear in their life and in their voices that they're begging us for help. These stories are heartbreaking. And, maybe this just feels very close to the heart for me. If you guys don't know this, and it's her story to tell, but I'm going to tell it anyway. Karina Talamantes is my chief of staff, who you all know and love and many of you support personally. Her father died because of workplace conditions, literally died as a farm worker because nobody was making sure that the workplace was safe. So in her early 20s, she lost her dad. And so did all of her brothers and sisters. This stuff is serious, and COVID is serious. And there may be some pieces that still need to be worked out, but we haven't sent anything else from COVID to Law and Ledge. We didn't send the $5 million that we just voted on to Law and Ledge. That didn't go through Law and Ledge either. Nothing having to do with COVID has gone through Law and Ledge because it's urgent. So I'm having trouble with that. I think, we got to put our money where our mouth is, and then we have to stand up for what we believe in. And this has always been a city and a council that stands up for people. And we can protect businesses at the same time. My God, We've allocated the largest amount of money that we have allocated towards anything to businesses. And we have asked the Black Chamber and the Hispanic Chamber and the Asian Chamber and the Metro Chamber and every other chamber to help us administer that, and given them $5 million to help us do so. We can do both. We're a strong, smart, sophisticated city. Mayor, I'm going to make a substitute motion to my friend and colleague Vice Mayor, and I'm going to move your recommendation forward, Mayor.
Thank you. Just to clarify, that's items 1 and 2, but 1, again, we're taking out all of the civil liability, civil action, with the exception of the retaliation and the refusal to return to work at the very end of the process pieces that I described and that Councilmember Guerra described. That's a motion. Is there a second?
Mayor, you just muted yourself. Sorry.
Or did I?
While he's doing that, I'm going to go ahead and second the motion.
Okay.
Okay. Did that?
You're still muted, Mayor. Still muted.
I didn't hear myself.
Done by the clerk. There you go.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm on. I was just, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ashby. I was just summarizing my recommendation, which you put into your motion, which is, again, items 1 and 2, all the civil liability out with 2 exceptions. Retaliation, retaliation leads to a termination, and a firing based on an employer's refusal to return to work after a code enforcement has certified and given an employer a chance to fix the problem. Those would be the only 2 exceptions. And
then, Mayor, did you also want to add, I think I heard you say that to the extent that some of these things might come back, that they would involve a more collaborative approach, that some of the business groups that have chimed in and asked to be a part of those conversations would have the opportunity to do so?
Well, of course, yes.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so that's a motion. As Councilman Chenier seconds, let's take the other members of the City Council here, please.
So Councilmember Warren and then Councilmember Carr.
Okay.
Thank you. You know, I think that this issue, again, is explosive. And obviously workers need protection, you know, and I too see it firsthand. I think people are afraid, workers are afraid, business owners are afraid as well, and they're seeing their life's endeavor evaporate before their eyes, and the concern is real from business owners that decisions that can be piled onto them will make it so cumbersome that they may not be able to see their way through this this current environment that we're in, both racially, as well as the COVID-19, as well as just normal business challenges. It is an extraordinary time. You know, when the funds that we're putting out into the community for youth and for arts, we're making investments that we hope will, and we expect will bear fruit. We expect the investments for youth will keep them busy and occupied and out of harm's way. And we expect our investments into art to keep Sacramento culturally relevant, to give people a legitimate way of expression and to appreciate and enjoy the wonderful creative ways that we choose to do so. It would be my preference. It would be my preference that we could get folks together, particularly the chambers and the business organizations and the unions and Fabrizio and his group to work through this, because I believe through this, if we pit one group against each other, we're doing a disservice to Sacramento. And right now, it's more important than ever that we collaborate, because there are chances that people will not survive. Real people, real businesses in our city will be forever changed. And so it has been my preference that the business owners and the unions would work together. My inclination is this. I would support the 30-day proposal to allow people to get together. But I also know that the more immediate need right now is for those day-to-day workers that have to have some form of security as it relates to dealing with on-the-job work as well as protection against their livelihood and feeding their families. And I say that from a standpoint, as fragile as businesses are, I think they are at this point still a little more resilient than the day-to-day workers. And so if we are not able to come together as a council with something that unifies us, my vote today will be to support, first of all, the amendment that Vice Mayor Harris has put on the agenda. If that fails, then I will be supporting the workers' protection, right? That's the ordinance that's in place. I mean, I think that it is that dire of an issue, but it would be my hope that we could find some way, Mr. Mayor, for common ground that brought these communities together so it's not, pitting one against the other, and we create this situation where it's going to make it, I think, even more challenging as we get through it to deal with subsequent issues. So thank you for the time.
Thank you very much for explaining your position, Councilmember Warren. Councilmember Carr.
Thank you, Mayor. We did approve money for small businesses today. And the way we did it was to present it to council, the framework to council. And then all of us had extensive meetings in our community. I know I had several Zoom meetings across my community, and I've heard that other council members have done so as well. And because of that, we were able to fashion something that worked. When you make substantial changes on the dais, it becomes very difficult to follow. We were presented one thing in the board packet, something else on the screen. 1 and 2 are in, 3 and 4 are out, and then there are red line things. I have an obligation to my constituents to know what the heck I'm voting on. And at this point, I can't say that that's true. I need to see a clean copy of whatever it is the recommendation is, so I will at least know what I'm voting on, either for or against, but at least know that much. So I'm supporting Councilmember Harris's motion because, frankly, I don't think this cake is baked yet. This cake needs some more time in the oven, and I'm willing to come back, not in 30 days or 45 days, but in 2 days. I'm shut in. We can have meetings anytime. So if we can use our recess time, unless people are planning to go somewhere that I can't go, to work this out and to see if we can come to an understanding of what the implications are, what's legal and not legal, understand the impacts both on workers as well as business, so we can make an informed decision. So assuming that people don't want to come back tomorrow or stay later tonight, I'm going to support Councilmember Harris's motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilman Carr. Councilmember Hanson, then Councilmember Guetta.
Mayor, I had unclicked, but I'll just quickly say I understand the imperative here. Most of our emergency ordinances have passed with flying colors, so to speak. We even have one right after this related to tenant evictions, and we've come back and we've modified it, given the feedback and the changing scenario. So I'm grateful for your work here to shape this. One of the things that I will say, and it's more insight and commentary on our own organization, I see a lot of our own employees out in public, going in and out of restaurants because of the district I represent, not wearing masks and not practicing the same things that we're talking about in this very ordinance. So I think we all have a long ways to go. While we were having this conversation, I looked at the data, and a lot of the areas of the state that are seeing increased numbers, they're from behaviors like family gatherings and stuff like that. But very quickly, super spreaders can enter these other environments. And it's been in the news. The Bee loves their clicks from saying what Midtown restaurant has had an infection. But I think underneath that is the desire that the workers expressed tonight, which is to feel safe and confident in their ability to not just earn a paycheck, but to be respected and dignified in their work. And so every time I go into one of the establishments in my district, probably like the rest of you, is to thank them for being there, to make sure I have my mask, that the hand sanitizer is used, that the pens are either mine or somebody is sanitizing them. I was at Ambrosia today, and the clerk was very clear about which was a clean one, which was the one that somebody else had touched, and they were doing a great job. And I only went in for a sandwich, but everything has to be so thoughtfully done. So, Mayor, I think you've done a lot to try to put this in a place where we have a few weeks to see what happens. We certainly can come back at any council meeting and revisit it. And so at this point, even though people are constantly texting us and emailing us and asking us to do one thing or another, I think we're in as good a place as we're going to be on this. And if we get the 6 votes tonight, it'll go into effect, and we can begin to lay the expectations that we want the community to follow, so we don't have to shut down. So those restaurants and other venues that we heard so much about from the workers aren't forced to close because we have a huge spike. And so I think we don't really have a huge choice but to continue to send the right message. And while not everybody's going to be happy with that, I think we are trying to do as much good as we can here for as many people. And so I will support the motion that Council Member Pro Tem Ashby made based on your recommendation.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Hinton. We have Councilmember Guerra, then Vice Mayor Harris, and then I'm going to give a long and windy speech. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll leave you the long and windy one. And I just want to say right off the bat that, I've had the opportunity over the last 2 months to go to different work sites, talk to some of the developers and construction workers and see how they've been, managing the safety requirements. I've gotten an opportunity to go to some of the haulers and the solid waste industry in my district and see how they've been working with their employees to make safe conditions. And also the talk and hearing from other businesses about the work that they've been doing. And so I do want to say that there has been good actors in that, but the fact that over the last 2 weeks we've seen these numbers spike, and we've seen countless people also who have little recourse and little options. And I've been talking to folks who are in the hospitality industry, in the hotel industry, the restaurant industry, who don't have many other options and feel that they're in a form of desperation to work. To me, that's I think the sense of urgency. Normally I would be with Councilmember Harris saying, let's kick this for a couple more weeks and let's get everybody to the table. But the pandemic is spiking and spreading. And today, the conversations that I had and the way it was conveyed to me, at least in the Latino community, that we are in crisis mode right now within the Latino community. It is spiking, it is increasing, and people feel that they need to be in positions where they're being in stressful situations. And I think that, to me, is what is tipping the scale to say we have to act today, but we do need to continue this. We do need to figure out how to make this work appropriately, because I would never want a situation where we create an environment where employers can desperation shop, where they'll just pick up an employee who is willing to take a riskier environment. I don't think that's the place we want to. And lastly, I'll close by saying that, my conversation with the hotel workers and Visit Sacramento was an interesting one, because both of them were committed and said that they want the reputation of Sacramento being the healthiest, safest city to come and visit and be a tourist at. Right now, nobody's flying. So people who are going to come to Sacramento are going to be driving. So if we're going to be that entity that's going to encourage people to come, or our residents are going to staycate here and staycate We want to build that level of consumer confidence for both the customer, the employee, that this is the place where you want, as we open up, to visit. The longer we wait to get that message across, the longer we'll be known as a city with spikes and less of a city that's concerned about public health. And I think this is a conversation about public health and equity. So I'll leave it with that, and appreciate the changes on the right to recruit.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Guerra. Vice Mayor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I do appreciate the changes you made at the last minute to this ordinance to make it more palatable and perhaps more effective. That being said, I really think this is an imperfect piece. And while the intent is noble, there can definitely be serious repercussions to this that could be negative for business. And if businesses go out of business, then workers have no place to work. They're mutually dependent upon each other. And while I totally agree that no worker should feel fearful about going to work because they might catch a disease, as Councilmember Guerra pointed out, the same is true for the employers. If they do things wrong, then if any of their customers feel that they caught COVID in their place of business, they're dead in the water. That's it. This is a pretty complex subject, and I still feel very strongly that it needs more vetting. It's to my mind been a one-sided conversation, and this is an important thing to move through. I kind of see where it's going, and I want to ask you this, and the maker of the motion, Councilmember Ashby, I don't believe you addressed the recall piece, because that's what I think is really the Trojan horse and worries business the most, is union-like protections for at-will workers. I want to know specifically that if that comes back, I'd prefer that it didn't, but if it comes back, that it not be rushed through as emergency ordinance, but that it goes through law and leg so we can have a proper conversation about the controversial piece that you've brought forward, because there was a whole lot conflated in one ordinance.
Yeah,
So,
I believe that was the mayor's intent. Mayor, isn't that what you said? That piece needed to be.
I don't have an issue with that. That's fine. That's okay.
Yeah, and then I think, and Jeff, I added that then the groups that were on the call today that asked to be a part of it would also have that opportunity.
Okay. Thank you. Is that it, Vice Mayor? Are you?
Jeff was done, Mayor.
I believe, Mr. Mayor, I've said my piece.
Okay, thank you. I just want to conclude here. And so, I'm struck by a couple of things. Councilmember Carr, I think, made a very interesting comment where he said, well, we could do this in the recess, or he said maybe we could even do this tomorrow. And then Vice Mayor Harris says, well, let's take 30 days on this. And I've been weighing in on these kinds of controversies for over 20 years now. And if I thought a day or a month would actually change the outcome, then I would say sure. Because I'm always for that proverbial, that elusive consensus, which we often achieve. But really, when it comes down to it, these issues at times become philosophical. And Chris Smith from the AGC, I think, said it rather sternly, but he said his truth, which is that if there are businesses that are not treating their workers right here when it comes to COVID, let us know, and then the industry itself will go ensure that they comply. We heard the same thing when it came to rent regulation, for example. Let's go after the gougers and it'll be okay. But in the end, it was our job to kind of try to find a balance between property owners in that instance and tenants. And in this instance, between businesses and workers. And so this is philosophical. And Pat Fonkushida, who I have the greatest regard and respect for, your argument about this is a union play is rather offensive to me, frankly, and I think to some of my colleagues, because I challenge anyone to say that this is not a pro-business city council. You look at what we did here just a few moments ago, yes, out of necessity, but also with all of our heart. You look at the way we work with the business community, the way we have made economic development a cornerstone of this city's policies. and what we are doing in the rail yards and with soccer and everything, and with small businesses as well. And Angelique Ashby, I think, put it very well. Mayor Pro Tem said, you know, we've been working for weeks and months intensively to actually address every one of the concerns that the business community had, even to up the amount of money and to do it in the way that you suggested. We're your partners here. But you know, this is also a traditional labor town, and we ought not to forget that. And working people have a voice here too. And we don't always agree with them. We're not taking up item 3 here tonight, you know, not trying to jam anything through. Why is this important tonight? Because people are returning to work and COVID is an emergency. Just as the Mayor Pro Tem said, we didn't send the $23 million through the Budget Committee. I mean, let's just be fair and honest here. And then let's look at the substance of the ordinance itself. I know the boogeyman here about civil liability and civil litigation. I've heard that for years too. And at times I respect it because I think we can be too litigious. We took all that out, except if somebody's fired. So, come on. We try to achieve a reasonable balance here. And part of our responsibility is to protect working people too, and not just to assume that industry is going to be able to police any bad actors. And I go back to where we started here that a couple of my colleagues have repeated. We are in a public health crisis. You know, I wanted to bring a mandatory mask requirement forward a couple of weeks ago, and that kind of got taken over, if you will, by the issues around George Floyd and what happened in our community. But the governor now has imposed a mandatory mask requirement. And so what happens if businesses or any place does not enforce that requirement in a real way? It not only puts workers at great risk, it puts customers, it puts the public at risk. And Mr. Vice Mayor, you talk about a violation, and I think your quote was, the small business, is dead in the water? Really? Code enforcement comes out and gives you 15 days to fix the problem, and then if you don't, they issue you a code enforcement ticket? This is so draconian. This is intended to set an expectation and a standard here because we want workers protected, we want business owners protected, we want customers protected, and we don't have to go back to a stay-at-home order. Oh my God, that would be the most terrible thing for businesses. So a little reason here amidst the emotion and the labor-business divide here. This is okay. It's reasonable protection. And we should pass this, and we should pass it with a strong 2/3 vote. On the substitute motion, please call the roll.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ashby?
Just to be clear, the substitute motion is my motion, correct?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Ashby. Yes, it is your motion. That is the substitute motion, yes.
Yeah, so the substitute motion is my motion, which is the mayor's revision of the staff report, so yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Warren?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harris?
No.
Councilmember Hanson?
Yes.
Councilmember Chenier?
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings?
Aye.
Councilmember Carr?
No.
And Mayor Steinberg?
Aye. The ordinance passes with a 2/3 vote. Thank you. All right. We do have one more item here today on this agenda before we get to the next agenda.
Mayor, because I request this, I'm happy to waive the presentation and move the item. We can take public comment, but I appreciate our staff's work and waiting for almost 6 hours to present.
I'll second him.
Okay. Is there public testimony on this item?
Let me double check. I do have speakers on this item. First caller.
How many?
Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, good evening. I called earlier. I'm Ronnie with
living in District 2 near Del Paso Boulevard. And I'm just calling because I just know so many businesses that are really suffering. And hello?
Please proceed.
Yeah, there's just so many businesses that are suffering, and they've been out of business for almost 3 months, and there's just no revenue coming in, and if it hurts them, so much. The whole corridor is suffering, and then you have this hardship to pay 4 months of lease rent. And then when you think about the actual boulevard and the condition that it's in and how the P-bid allows all the horrible activities to happen, how are the businesses supposed to gain any customers when their customers are afraid to walk down the street? The customers are they're afraid. So at one end, there's this expectation to pay a lease, and on the other end, they're not being supported by the very P-bid that is supposed to at least make their corridor presentable. So, what is the council going to do about that?
Does anybody want to address that?
I'm happy to
Mayor,
speak
I
to
would
it.
just say that.
Go ahead, Steve.
Oh, go ahead. I was just going to say it's Allen's district, but this item is actually.
No, wait
to
a
protect
second.
its businesses,
That's another thing too. It's not
ma'am,
Alan's he might be the
this is not
district.
an opportunity for a back and forth. Point of order.
Yes, please, let the
I'm
council
happy to
member is
address the
speaking here.
question, but this item is intended to protect ground floor retail, restaurants, et cetera, and protect residential tenants from eviction during the COVID crisis. Given that it appears we're entering a potential second wave, it's very important that we preserve these protections, and that's all that this does. So the P-bid issues are totally separate, but this is an item to protect those businesses that were supposedly under threat under the last item, but then also being helped by the item before that. So it's sort of like a business sandwich.
So is the moratorium going to continue or not?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I think Councilman Warren should recluse himself from any of these decisions because he basically.
Ma'am, your time is complete. Please make your final comment.
No, that is my final comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Warren
Next
should
caller,
recuse
please.
himself.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Wow, yeah. Glad to finally get in on the call. Really wild theater that I've been seeing the last few hours with this, as Steinberg put it, very pro-business city council, actually trying to do something well for its workers.
I'm proud of that, by
Wouldn't
the
have thought
way.
I'd see that, but honestly, it's welcome. But I'll believe it when it actually comes out in practice because we've been promised these things before. But on the item of Measure 37, simple emergency ordinance on this is you could go much deeper than this. Simply a temporary moratorium on evictions. You shouldn't have any evictions citywide for the remainder of 2020. You're as you all have has wisely noted, this is an unprecedented crisis where businesses are almost certain not to survive, and workers as well as employers will never be the same. And you need to address it as such. So rather than just, promising that people, businesses, commercial tenants, won't be evicted during this crisis, but then will still have to pay back the rent that they accrued during the crisis, is simply unacceptable. You need a full freeze on all rents as well as mortgages, a full mortgage moratorium and forgiveness across the board for the length of time necessary not to experience massive evictions. because when this temporary moratorium expires, you're going to see all those evictions come to pass one way or another. You're just delaying the inevitable and kicking the can down the road. You have the money to do that. You could easily afford to do that if you, say, redirect the third largest expenditure in the city's budget, the police department.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
You all know what you need to do, but you're still stuck with playing conventional politics and trying to pretend like you can go back to business.
Thank you for your comments.
You can't.
Mr. Mayor, I have no more speakers on this item.
Councilmember Hanson?
I made the motion already, and we have a second.
Councilmember Ashby seconded the motion.
Okay, then let's call the roll. How about that?
Mayor Pro Tem Ashby,
Yes.
Councilmember Warren,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harris,
Aye.
Councilmember Hanson,
Yes, indeed.
Councilmember Chenier. Councilmember Chenier.
Aye.
Thank
You
you.
got it, Mayor.
Councilmember Guerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings.
Aye.
Councilmember Carr.
Aye.
And Mayor Steinberg.
Aye. So that passes. All right. That concludes the, no?
I have 5 members for matters not on the agenda
I
to
understand.
speak.
That concludes the formal agenda. We do have 5 people who want to speak on matters not on the agenda. And then if council members have ideas or questions, although I would discourage it, then we'll adjourn. And then we will reconvene to have literally a 5 to 10 minute meeting of the Housing Authority just to take care of a couple ministerial items around applications. And then we will be done for the evening. Okay, so let's hear from the 5 members of the public who are signed up to speak on matters not on the agenda, please. Thank you.
Thank you. First caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Amma, and I live in District 3. I'd like to make a comment about defunding the police. I'd really like if you all appreciated the fact that the community is coming forward, and we are not okay with reform. Reform is not enough, and a lot of these issues that we've seen with the police can be addressed if we reallocate that money to things like increasing high school graduation rates, which keeps people out of crime. If we increase mental health services, get people who are unhoused off the street who are dealing with mental health issues, and along with that, just dealing with houselessness in general. I mean, a lot of that money should be I believe, and a lot of the community believes, should be going into mental health and housing, graduation rate. People go into crime because of these things. So the community is very serious. We're not okay with reform, and we're all humans here. I have respect for all of you doing your job. I want to go into politics one day, but the reality is, we're not in the time of reform. We're much past reform. So I appreciate all the work you're doing. I really hope you'll, consider folks like myself, like Black Sacramentans who have lived here my whole life, who are scared of Sac PD. And my taxpayers, my mother's tax dollars have gone into this county, this city since the 80s, since the early 80s. So you all, please, you need to consider the people, the community, and what we're asking for. So thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow at the forum, or the meeting on hopefully defunding the police. We even need to just scratch reform, I think. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Maria Grijalva. I'm a community activist. I'm on the executive board of the California Democratic Party Chicano Latino Caucus. I'm also on the board of directors of YOLO NAMI, YOLO ACLU. I'm here to enter important information into the record, to share the harassment I have suffered from a candidate who wants to become part of this city council. candidate for District 2, Sean Lololi. Mr. Lololi is the store owner of 4 Viva supermarkets. He is listed as loan recipient number 77 in the city's COVID Emergency Economic Relief Fund. Some of his Spanish-speaking employees came to me. Some of these filed a class action lawsuit against him for serious labor violations, which had been going on for many years. I am organizing the Spanish speakers that are impacted by these labor practices. Now a slander suit has been filed against me in Sacramento Superior Court because I shared with the public copies of court records of the lawsuits against this candidate for non-payment of contracts, including labor wages. I filed complaints with local, state, and federal public agencies about these labor practices, including enforcement agencies. I wanted to share this information with everyone because everyone needs to know that Sean Lololi is on the November ballot for District 2 and is trying to silence me and my activism. I have submitted via e-comments a copy of the slander lawsuit online and a copy of a chart listing over 15 lawsuits against this candidate. By the way, Mark Marin has volunteered in this.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Thank you very much for this opportunity to share this important information that affects the public.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. My name is Kat Carell, and I'm a registered voter in District 8. I'm calling on item 48 on the consent calendar. I was actually in the line on the phone during the entire consent calendar, but I was never called to make a comment, so I'm making my comment at this point. I am in agreement with the motion that passed on this item, but I have a concern about item A, which is that the city manager is to ensure that the Sacramento Police Department, quote, comply with all state legislation, close quote. AB 392 concerning deadly use of force has been state law since January 1 of this year. But the Sacramento Police Department General Order 580.02 on use of force is still not in compliance with this state law. I would like the City Council to require that the City Manager report to the Council by the end of July that it has brought Sacramento Police Department use of force policy into compliance with AB 392, or the reasons why not. Deadly use of force is one of the most important policies any police department can have. So would you please commit to putting this on the agenda for the City Manager for a meeting before the end of July?
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, Eric, Mayor Steinberg. My name is Bernice Jimenez-Krieger. I'm a resident of Woodlake in District 2. I met Mayor Steinberg during our time in the legislature and reintroduced myself again to you and the council members Warren and Harris during the community discussions on Railroad and Evergreen shelters, where I expressed my concerns with opening a no-barrier shelter in a residential area near a school. At the time, you assured me that my concerns would not materialize, and I am sad to say that they have. I am reaching out to request that a formal discussion regarding Project Room Key and shelters be included as an individual item during the next available City Council meeting. As the Council continues to propose shelters in every district, a discussion regarding the public safety and medical resources available that the City can offer and should offer to both homeless and home residents is critical to ensure that a shelter can thrive without putting at odds the interests and concerns of both groups. As you know, the Shore Stay Hotel in Canterbury was contracted with the county to house a Project Room Key shelter. We only learned about this contract after neighbors shared a documented uptick in incidents from public intoxication to indecent exposure, and most recently a vicious attack of a resident and her dog, and culminating in the tragic and traumatic death of Dana Montgomery, which is currently under investigation. Let me be clear, while some of the incidents have been directly tied to some residents of Project Room Key, we need to investigate this increasing crime and identify any additional resources for the health and public safety benefits of not only Woodlake residents, but also for the vulnerable residents of the shelter. County officials failed Woodlake by opening a shelter in secret, the county and governor failed homeless individuals by not providing mental and medical services. Sac PD failed Dana by not offering help, and all residents by not deterring crime. And it is my hope that this discussion will help the city avoid any future incidents like those experienced in our area, and its council proceeds with opening shelters across the city. And I look forward to helping every and which one of you with how to make this a better opportunity for homes and homeless individuals. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, my name is Robert Copeland. I live in District 4. And why is City Council making several organizations upset, like the housing people, the homeless people, the defund of the police? What are you, the Keystone Cops of the City Council? I mean, we need to defund the police right now because mental health. Police are not mental health workers or social workers. 2, I want the rent control ballot measure on the November election. 3, when are you going to actually help the homeless population, which is getting worse all the time because of the COVID virus? And next one, why you have 69 items on the agenda tonight between the 2 meetings? Is the later meeting going to be held tonight in its entirety? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And our final caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Yes, my name is Lambert from To the Bay and Back Cheesecakes. I want to say that during 54 and 55, I was kicked out of the queue 29 times. I never got to get in. So I wanted to mention that to the mayor. I also wanted to say happy birthday and congratulations on his COVID test to City Councilman Warren. He's an inspiration to people in Del Paso Heights. Speaking of Grant High School's high school basketball team won the championship this year before Golden One closed, and I think the city should give those teenagers an award if you haven't. I also would like to thank Pro Tem Ashby because somebody called me and ended up getting a cheesecake from us, and it went viral with that group. So I want to thank her for that. I also want to mention that the Sacramento Observer, a black-owned newspaper, was brought to my attention by my family. They said in the Sacramento Observer that after black businesses met the criteria, the city staff would use a random and a slash lottery system. I'm against that because what's the chances of winning a lottery if you go buy a lottery ticket in random? They could just selectively eliminate black-owned businesses. And then I want to end also with something that disturbs me. I heard another city councilman mention an association, Woodlake, and their swim team, and that's not his district. I've never heard a city councilman mention and identify an association that's not in his district, and I'm against that because that's a hidden agenda. It's also...
Your 2 minutes is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yes, I'd like to thank Mike Jasso. He's been a man of integrity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Mayor, I have no more callers for this meeting.
Okay, no, Vice Mayor Harris had a comment. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to thank Lambert Davis because he always makes me feel good. Mr. City Manager, I have a request of you. 2 years ago, I worked hard to surplus the property that was the lumberjack site from RT. And we have had a letter of intent to buy the evergreen piece of the property. Happily, CH Works is doing a project on the other side, which I think is going to be fantastic for the city. But this is a great opportunity site for stackable modulars. I'd like you to bring back a proposal to purchase that site. I've been waiting for 2 years. I've had many affirmatives for it, but nothing has moved. So please bring that back as soon as you can.
Will do.
Okay, very good. Is there any other members? Okay.
Yes, Councilman Warren would like to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, yes, of course.
Is that okay?
Oh, it's early. Go ahead.
Very good. Well, I just want to announce that today now, I started today as 56. Now I'm 57. And so thank you to all my colleagues for sharing my birthday today. I want to say to the Vice Mayor, Mr. Harris, I know you've been prying around the lumberjack site for a long time. I respectfully ask you to talk to me about it before you give the city manager directive on what to do at that site. There are a lot of different ideas, and a lot of people have a lot of interest in that site. So, particularly with the CHW project going forward, but I'm happy to discuss it with you. So I wish you guys all a wonderful. Actually, we're going to be coming back, so I think I'll conclude my comments and then speak on the next open session.
Very good. Councilman Jennings.
I have a closing honor of Mayor, so you want to wait to the very end?
Sure, happy to. Councilmember Hanson.
Thanks, Mayor. I have been working with the folks at Safe Ground on a site somewhere in my district to use pallet shelters, and I know that Howard and his team have been doing their best to support that, but I wanted to let the council know, you may have read in the paper, we're working on finding a site that works with the community. And if anybody has questions, I'm happy to talk to you and as we work through this. Hopefully, I know Councilmember Warren with the Grove Avenue site, it's on the other agenda, but this is something that we're trying, the tiny homes and emergency shelter, as another solution to homelessness. So thank you, Councilmember Warren, for paving the way, so to speak.
Okay, thank you. And let me turn it over for a memorial to Councilmember Jennings. Adjourn in memory.
Thank you, Mayor. Many of you in Sacramento knew Judge Jimmy Long, who passed away today. He was born in December of 1937, graduated law school from Howard University in 1967. And I have a quote from him that he quoted in an article in 2007 that I think exemplifies him and his 25 years of service on the bench. He says, "I hope that when it's over for me, that I did more right than wrong, and I did more good than bad." So I'd like to close this meeting in honor of Judge Jimmy Long, Superior Court Judge.
So, Rick, I just want to thank you for bringing that forward. And I appeared before Judge Long more than a couple of times when I was a lawyer. And what a smart, kind, decent public servant and judge. Condolences to his family and our community. Thank you. There's nothing further to come before the City Council. Here's what we're going to do. We have to resume or something. So we're going to reconvene as a housing authority in 10 minutes, okay? 8:10, and again, I promise you it's going to be short. But this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Do we call this?